Hello and welcome to Fulbeck in Lincolnshire for the opening round of this Cadet Kart Championship 2022. Now in its third season, one of the most exciting championships in the UK, continuously growing. And we're here for 8 rounds this season, starting of course today at Fulbeck. Then we go to Wilton Mill, Rowrett, Lydd, GYG, Landau, Hooton Park, and then the final round at the first weekend of October at Ella Park. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm David Sullivan. I'll be here all season taking you through this wonderful championship. On screen you can see the layout for the Fulbeck circuit, 940 metres in length, 12 turns, although some of them will be missed on the opening lap of the race. Minimal elevation, but one of the most historic circuits on the UK calendar. Almost 60, 70 years they've been racing here at Fulbeck. You can see there at the bottom of the screen, remnant of its history, former RAF Fulbeck, its previous guys, before it became a motorsport facility. We are, of course, here for the opening round of CKC, and it's going to be an exciting day with a mixed-up grid format, no qualifying, random grids in all of our classes, and we'll be covering cadets, junior Pro Kart, Micromax, Minimax, and junior Rotax. And of course, with it being the opening round of the season, always an exciting time with drivers either moving into the championship or moving up into different classes. Thank you very much for joining us. Here we are then, we're going to have a quick look at what the Cadet Kart Championship is all about. First race up today then will be Honda Cadet. It's four heats for Honda Cadet, of which each driver will contest 3 of them. Such is the magnitude of the grid here in Honda Cadet. Heat 1 then will see Sam Hayes in the number 11 on pole position, alongside him Harris Ali. Row 2 sees Cameron Tipping alongside Alfie Forrester. Alex Lynn and Freddie Howser on row number 3. Row 4 has Ethan Charles alongside James Winstanley. The top 10 completed by Ralphie Branscombe and Stanley Clark, with Jensen White and Max Williams. That'll be an interesting row number 6, both drivers with good pace. Freddie Lyne starts 13th alongside Mason Webster. James Fabricius and Nate Gage are on row number 8, with Max Gritrex and Lewis Hall on row 9. Ayrton Rye starts 19th alongside Larry Price. Look for him to come through the pack. Tom Drake is on row 11 alongside Amy Peacock, Sam Howell and George Ralston on row 12. Then row 13 has Tom Percox alongside Harry Samuel, with Harris Roberts, Max Houseago, Elliot Dimilo and Scarlett Percox on row number 15. That completes the grid then for heat number 1. There they are, ready to go out, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the man behind the Cadet Kart Championship, Matty Street. Matty, welcome to the Combox. Let's just have a quick chat about, first of all, about this wonderful championship, now in its 3rd season, and just seems to be going from strength to strength.
Yeah, that's right. So like you say, we're in our 3rd season. We've tripled in size year on year, going from strength to strength.
And not only this season are we streaming via the Alpha Live YouTube channel for the season, but we're also looking to bring in a wonderful series in terms of Driven Dreams as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Let's start from, first of all, how it came about.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I like to do things a little bit differently most of the time. And, you know, people stream races, they do post-production edits of races, and I thought, let's try and do something completely different. And then that's how the idea for a TV show came about. Last year, I was lucky enough to be involved in a a TV show with one of our drivers that's on the grid, Sandro Ballesteros in Junior Rotax. And the producer of that show, me and him got along quite well and then developed this concept.
So in terms of the concept then, what is it all about? It's not just going to be race day footage, it's not just going to be the races and then that's it. There's going to be a lot more behind the scenes, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. So almost the racing of the series is secondary to what we want the show to be about. You know, it's promoting grassroots karting, showcasing some of the best young talent we've got in the country coming up, their backstories, their sort of, you know, journeys into motorsport so far, what they're hoping to achieve, and just really giving a little bit of personal background into the drivers.
So that one that you originally did with Sandro, who we will see later on and we'll focus a little bit about when you go to Junior Rotax, that must have really served as pretty much of a pilot where you're following one driver. Then with Driven Dreams, you're following, you know, at least probably about 20% of the CKC grid.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that was one of the things. So when we was talking to the producer of this other show, which is called My Life, My 100 Mile an Hour Superpower, there was a few different sort of plot holes, if you like, that they weren't able to capture or weren't able to explore due to the restrictions of the production. And that's hopefully something that we're going to fill this year. And
that's out soon, I believe, is it, the first one?
Yeah, so Sandro's show goes live on the 31st of March on, I can't remember what BBC channel, but it's on our BBC channel.
So obviously that will go onto iPlayer as well, so everybody will be able to have a quick look at that one. But it is a wonderful story, I believe. Half-an-hour programme following Sandro's move from karting into car racing in the JSCC. He is back, obviously, in a kart today. As you can see on circuit, that's the opening race of the day making their way round. They will get one full lap round this Fulbeck circuit to familiarise themselves. It's been wet in practice on the previous days, so other than practice this morning where they got around about 10 minutes, it is straight out onto the circuit. On the opening lap as well, they will miss the first chicane here at Fulbeck. It is a long, long run, even though it's a standing start. They will be heading down towards what we call turn one, because it is the first effective turn after the two chicanes here at Fulbeck. It's a long run, and even from a standing start, they will be heading into that corner much quicker than they would at normal racing pace. So for this first heat of the day, it really is a case. Is it a case of favouring the brave, or will it favour the cautious? We're about to find out here as the opening race of the 2022 season here in CKC is moments away. Matty, I'm excited. You must be excited for this continuously growing championship. I mean, I can't really say much more than that. I'm going to give this one to you. It must be, you know, you must be thrilled with it. You know, the way that it's growing. Cadets, we've got over 40 drivers, hence why we're mixing it up in terms of it's going to be 3 heats for each driver. Then it's going to be an A final. The top 20 are going to go straight into that. The remainder will go into a final shootout for the final 10 places on the grid for the Honda Cadet final. So that's going to be an exciting one to come through. Couple of drivers as well, they'll be down as novices. You'll notice they'll have black backgrounds, so we'll see what their progress is through the pack and see whether they can make any inroads into the more established drivers in this cadet class.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a lot of sleepless nights over the past few weeks trying to get everything ready to go. There's been a lot of moving parts getting the championship set up and ready, but yeah, I'm happy we're here now. Can sleep tomorrow.
Matty, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll speak to you again later on in the season as well as we continue this wonderful championship. The track is being cleared. Looks like everybody is in position. Certainly those at the front. Looks like there's just a bit of confirmation on the position. Matty, thank you very much for joining us. Here we are then for heat number 1 for the opening race of CKC 2022. We're obviously as well, we'll have JKC, that's the Junior Kart Championship, so we'll see that, and you'll see more branding for that later on as well with the coming out of this series. Looks like we are just having a quick check on one driver being potentially out of position here further down. I think we are having a little bit of a reshuffle down towards the tail end of this mixed up grid. It's random grids then for all of our classes here in the CKC. So everybody will have an opportunity to start at the front. Everyone will have a middle and a rear position. And that's worked out then on a weighted average. Everybody sort of running at, certainly in Hondas, an average of about P12, P13 in this Honda Cadet class. So really, really interesting here then for this opening race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for our heats. It's going to be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our finals later on in the day. We will be covering all of the CKC and JKC classes. Looks like we are clear. The red lights are on. We're just going to wait for the final few people to be clear of the circuit before we get going here then at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. Final few look to be clear. Have a quick look shortly for the board to go up from the gantry 5-second board is up. Lights are on. And the CKC Championship for 2022 is underway. There was a little bit of creeping in the middle of the pack. I think the 91 of Fabricius went early, but then managed to stop before the lights came on. Let's see what the outcome of that may be, but it's been a good start from the inside from Harris Ali in the 76. He's got away well as Alex Lynn tries to run all the way around the outside, and the 49 of Ethan Charles is going to come through as well. Now it's a case of running through what we call turn 2 here at Fulbeck. It's just an offset right-left, and then it's hard on the brakes for the first of the chicanes that they'll be racing today. There's some heavy contact there in the background, and with the drivers running that front fairing penalty. I'll explain that further throughout the day once things have calmed down, as Jensen White in the 58 dives down the inside of the 87 of Cam Tipping into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit. We'll run through some more of the corner numbers later on as we go, once again when things calm down. Contact warning picked up by the 95 of James Winstanley. That's going to be hung out over the gantry there. Here, and the opening lap of CKC sees Harris Ali leading the way from Alex Lynn with Ethan Charles, Jensen White, James Fabricius, Cameron Tipping, Ralphie Branscombe, Freddie Housigo, Max Williams and Sam Hayes, the pole sitter, getting overtaken there into the turn 1 hairpin by Larry Price. And there's a bit of contact, and that's the 95. Round and into the wall, James Winstanley facing the wrong way. Contact, and that sees him in the tyres. The yellow flags are out down that far end of the circuit. The driver still stationary down there as the marshals make their way over to make sure that the driver is okay. I think that's more of a case that he's beached up against the tyres and is unable to move away. The marshal then dragging him away. And let's see whether Winstanley can rejoin the action here at Fulbeck, or whether he's going to bring that kart back into the pit lane. But the opening race of the CK season, not a good one for James Winstanley. Contact on the outside of the turn 1 hairpin. Back to the front though, Harris Ali is starting to build a lead as the rest of the pack struggle to get past the 6 of Alex Lynn. Now we see Ethan Charles trying to get down the inside. He's got alongside, but probably not enough to get a nose down the inside, and it's still going to be Alex Lynn there, is it, in the background, as there's more contact between the 96 and the 24. The 24 being Max Williams, showing good pace to try and get through, but cannot seem to get past the 96 there of Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe then still continuing to hold the rest of the pack behind him, and now there's a train of drivers struggling to get past Branscombe, and it's backing up now all the way. There's at least 10 drivers, I think, all the way back. Let's see if we can pick a number out down the back end of that, but at least 10 of them struggling to get past Branscombe, and that's really opened the pack up. So Branscombe in P8, he's got back in front of Williams, who was in front of him at the start of the previous lap, but the gap now there must be around about 4 seconds, trying to open that up to those in front of him. It is the top 5, 1.5 seconds between them. And still cannot get past Ralphie Branscombe. There's an overtake potentially in the background there. Housigo goes very wide on the way in, and the 77 of Max Gritrex gets alongside as Amy Peacock slots back in behind the 69 of Freddie Housigo. Both the Housigos in this opening heat of this CKC. We'll see them, they'll be split off later on, so at least one more race they should be out together in the family battle between the two of them. There's the move down the inside. That's Larry Price, and the 77 takes full advantage as well, going down the inside of the 24. And still, Ralphie Branscombe making that number 96 kart possibly the widest thing in Fulbeck at the moment, as the train still cannot get through. Jensen White sets the fastest lap of the race, as now James Fabricius takes up the challenge of getting past Harris Ali. Ethan Charles, who had got through into second place, has dropped down into third, so the top 5 as it is, still running fairly nose to tail. Ali, Fabricius, as the 95 of Winstanley facing the wrong way again. The yellow flags are out down at the second chicane as the leaders still come through, and there's looks like they could be, they're waving some of them through. We could be going here to a controlled race. We've got a driver off on the outside then of the turn 2 chicane, and we may potentially be going to a controlled race. Let's see whether it continues as it is. But at the moment, the turn 2 chicane being circumnavigated by our drivers as they look to clear the circuit here at Fulbeck, and we should actually now be back racing properly. using the full circuit. We've had a change for the lead as well on this previous lap with 3 minutes remaining. James Fabricius now leading the way from Harris Alley. Fabricius, a driver very familiar with this Fulbeck circuit, having raced here many, many times, putting that experience to good use, and is starting to pull away from Harris Alley in this opening heat. As in the background we see Ethan Charles chop across the front of Jensen White. White not able to get alongside Ethan Charles down into that second chicane, and it is a corner where you really need to set that one up at the turn 1 hairpin to get that run all the way down, because with the circuit going offset right to left on the way in, you have to get alongside very, very early, because if that driver comes across the front of you, you're both going into the tyre wall that's on the outside of the opening corner there, as White gets a really, really good run on Ethan Charles down towards the chicane. Will he pop out or will he stay in? Stays in the slipstream rather than popping out. Harris Alley then in second place, bouncing over these curbs at Fulbeck, and it really is a circuit that favours that in terms of the curbs. You do have to use them in order to maximise your pace here, as Amy Peacock steps in now into the top 10, running behind Max Gretrex in the 77, another driver in Peacock who's run here at Fulbeck a lot in previous years, racing in the club championship here on the 160 engine. We are, of course, on the 200s here for the CKC, and I'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the day when we have a little bit more downtime. But with these 8-minute races plus 1 lap, barely any time to breathe. We're under 2 minutes remaining then here, and with lap times coming in at around 54 seconds. The fastest lap so far, Larry Price with a 53.501. As we see in the background there, Junior Pro Kart getting themselves ready for their race, as Harris Alley is being closed in now by Ethan Charles and Jensen White, but neither of them so far have been able to make an overtaking opportunity, with the exception of Jensen White trying to get alongside Ethan Charles in the previous lap. But now he's still a kart length back. It's going to take a brave move from either of them to go down the inside of Harris Alley from that far back. Out at the front though, James Fabricius, 2.2 seconds and pulling away. And you can see there in the background still, you see Ralphie Branscombe still in P10 with a train of karts behind him, as Jensen White goes down the inside, bounces over the curbs, uses the side pod as well to get past Ethan Charles. A good move down the inside, a late move as well. I think as Ethan Charles tried to get past Harris Alley, he left the door open for Jensen White, forgetting to defend whilst he was attacking, and Jensen White moves up into the top 3. Behind them though, you can see there Alex Lynn being closed in by Larry Price, Max Williams and Amy Peacock, who is starting to pull away slightly from Max Gretrex, but he is sticking with them. We're going to have a train of karts as they come round. It will be the last lap board next time, because they're not going to get round in the next 20 seconds, as Larry Price gets alongside Alex Lynn, but he's going to be a long way round the outside there. Picked the wrong side. He's going to dive to the inside late, and Larry Price gets through on Alex Lynn, and will now use this next lap or so to see if he can use Alex Lynn to back the rest of the pack up and move away. He defends slightly into the right-hand hairpin down there at the turn 4 hairpin, as they head up to the complex of 5, 6 and 7. This is 5, the left-hander, hard on the brakes then for the right-hander, and then you barely even straighten the wheel. Keep the kart to the right-hand side and maximise the run all the way through and heading up. There's some lap traffic as Harris Alley still holding off Jensen White for second place as they come through the chicane. Oh, this guy looks like Gretrex is in the wall. On the inside, I think he's bounced himself back in the right direction though. Not too much lost there by Max Gretrex, but it's going to be at least a couple of places. We'll see if he's dropped, if you think he was P10 or P9, and that is that Jensen White from P3. Looks like Jensen White is off on the outside of the hairpin. Let's confirm if it is him when he comes through. I'll have a quick look out at the combox window as well, but it looks like Jensen White from 3rd place. It is Jensen White from 3rd place. It's going to be well outside the top 10 now. Out of the final complex of corners, though, comes our leader. We've not focused too much on him because he's been so far down the field. James Fabricius wins the opening race of CKC 2022. Second place is going to go to Harris Alley, who hugs the inside line. He's incredibly happy with that one. Larry Price is going to come through for 3rd place. Then it's going to be Ethan Charles, Alex Lynn, Max Williams, Amy Peacock, Harris Roberts. Max Gretrex does come through in 9th place. Looks like that incident didn't cause him too much issue. And then George Ralstron comes through in 10th place. The big story there, though, on the final lap, Jensen White comes over the line in 17th place, having gone into the final lap inside the top 3. And now with us looking at points to just get through into the first 20, so you don't have to go into the final runoff. Jensen White is going to have some work to do now, because at least one of his heats, he's going to be coming through from the back of the pack. Just going to have a quick look at some of the live chat comments here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do the like and subscribe, because if you subscribe to the Alpha channel, you are able to get in touch with us via the YouTube comments. So we're just going to have a quick run through. John Richardson's been on, just saying good luck to Max Wheatley. Faye Louise has been on, saying come on Alex Lynn. Well, he's had a strong heat number 1 in the Honda Cadet class, bringing the number 6 machine over the line in P5. Motorsport Magpie has been on as well, wishing, saying go Elliot Dimelo. So we'll come back to them in a few moments as the 22 gives us a quick wave on the web circuit. Next race up though here for the CKC and JKC championships will be Junior Pro Kart heat number 1. See there on the screen some of the infamous Fulbeck curbs. Heat number 1 grid is up on the screen though, and it will be the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. She starts alongside Harrison Johns, Sebastian Pereira and Amy Frame on row 2, Christian Oblang and Maximus Shields. Last year's champion in Junior Pro Kart, he starts in 6th place. Connor McCarthy and Owen Roberts on row number 4 with Harry Brown and Harry Roddis. Both of those drivers, they'll be running novice plates. Look for them to see whether they can come through. As a novice, they will be starting at the back of every race in the CKC today and the Junior Kart Championship as well. So we do have 3 novices with Owen Roberts, Harry Brown and Harry Roddis. You can see them there. They're the ones running the black backgrounds rather than the orange. Keep an eye out as well for the gold helmet, as we've got a driver around. Looks like Harry Roddis is facing the wrong way. So we'll see whether he can catch up, but it's a standing start for Junior Pro Kart, so we should have plenty of time to get him through. As I was saying, keep an eye out for the gold helmet. That's Maximus Shields, the 2021 champion in Junior Pro Kart. You're going to be seeing a lot of him today as well, because he's out in Junior Rotax as well, with the unenviable chance, actually, in terms of his own physical capabilities. And I'll run through that shortly as well, of taking 2 class victories and going for 2 championships this season in the CKC. And what I mean by that is, a few weeks ago at Wombwell, he had an incident in which he broke his thumb, and he's racing with a support on his thumb and his wrist, and he's going to be going through a lot of rigour today in that 181 machine is Max Shields. Let's see how he fares, not in the early part of the day, but towards the tail end of the day, when the actual physicalities of this circuit and the series may come to haunt the 181 of Max Shields. The board is up, and we're about to go racing in Junior Pro Kart. 10 karts on the grid, the green light, and Sebastian Pereira in the 21, incredibly slow away. The 7 of Owen Roberts takes to the grass in order to try and get past Amy Frame, but the whole second row of Pereira and Frame, both incredibly slow away, and that's allowed Max Shields from P6 to come through, and he may even lead into the chicane on this opening lap. He's side by side with Sophie Pawsey, and Pawsey relents, and Maximus Shields from 6th place will lead the way at halfway around the first lap. Sensational start for Max Shields. Was able to react quick enough to the entire second row of Pereira and Frame getting away slowly. Navigated his way round as Frame there starts to make her way back through, having dropped almost all the way to the tail end of the field. Remember, it's 8 minutes plus 1 lap as Sophie Pawsey goes slightly wide through the turns 4, 5 and 6 complex. Manages to hold on to 2nd place though, but disappearing off into the distance already is Max Shields as Sebastian Pereira dives to the inside into chicane 1 and moves back into 2nd place. So a slow start for Pereira now sees him up back into 2nd place as Christian Oblang makes a very, very late dive to the inside. Sophie Pawsey has to go incredibly wide in order to avoid anything, and in doing so almost loses a position to Owen Roberts. Looks like Roberts may well have got alongside into the chicane but can't get through on Sophie Pawsey into chicane 2. Corner they're going round now. That's actually turn 3, even though we're almost halfway round the track, because the 2 chicanes are named 1 and 2, and then the remaining corners go from 1 all the way through up to 8 as we go into the complex of 5, 6 and 7 here at Fulbeck, although generally there's not much turning beyond the entry into 6. It's just a big long loop, even though the track does actually straighten out. There's Roberts trying to go down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Pawsey's actually got something flapping as the number 10 of Harrison Johns is off into the tyres. Not quite sure where that is. I think it's down the second part of the circuit because there's no visible yellows in the opening part of the track as Sophie Pawsey gets alongside Owen Roberts once again. It looks like Roberts is going to have the run into the second chicane, gets the number 7 stop. So the novice driver, Owen Roberts, makes his way through and is now up into 4th place behind Shields Pereira and Christian Oblang. And here then it's in CKC. It's a fixed gearing as well for Junior Pro Kart, so they'll be running the same size. All of them are running rear sprockets of the same size, whereas all of our other classes have got open gearing. So we're almost actually at half race distance. I have a quick run through of the results. There's the yellow flag out down there at post 5, and that might be where we will find Harrison Johns, but he's currently being shown as 2 laps down. So we'll see whether he rejoins the fray later on, just to get some valuable track time for the driver of the number 10. Joining us from Neath in South Wales, the results as it stands, it sees Maximus Shields now 2.5 seconds in the lead from Sebastian Pereira, with Christian Oblang completing the top 3. Then it's Roberts, Pawsey, Roddis, McCarthy, Brown, Frame and Harrison Johns, who's now actually classed only as 1 lap down, so I think he is back running down there in P10, just getting some lap time in now and refamiliarising himself with this Fulbeck circuit. Owen Roberts, though, going incredibly well on his novice plates as Sebastian Pereira sets the fastest lap of the race. The 2 leaders out at the front, half a second quicker than anybody else on the circuit, and it's Pereira who was slightly quicker than Maximus Shields on the opening lap, only by 1/10, and he's going to need to start chipping away at a higher rate of knots if he's going to close in on Maximus Shields. The gap at 2.4. He was only half a tenth quicker on that previous lap. But let's see how we go with that one. It'll certainly give Pereira confidence. He would have been probably up there with Shields, actually, if he hadn't have had such a slow start. That cost him probably 3 or 4 seconds at the very least off the start for Sebastian Pereira. And with this condensed grid of Junior Pro Karts, with the 10 of them, even if you're starting towards the tail end of the field on the random grid, it's not going to be too much of a detriment for them to try and come back through. So Maximus Shields, certainly out the front now, will be looking to potentially ease this one off. And as I say that, as he pumps in the fastest lap of the race by well over half a second, a 51.4 for him, thought he might just be trying to ease this one off with it being with him having a lot of races to do today, at least 8 races then for Max Shields. He's going to have 4 in Junior Pro and 4 in Junior Rotax as well later on in the day. At the very least, he's going to get, at least 10 minutes between the heats, which is going to allow him to jump out of one machine and the other. It's not a case where he's going to have to just jump straight out of one into the other. I think he's got plenty of time between the races, which will be good for him. He'll be able to get some fluids on board and get himself psyched up for the completely different machinery of Junior Rotax. 2 minutes and 45 remaining then. We've probably got 3 more laps at the very, very least for Junior Pro. And the field has begun to spread itself out a little bit after that, what was quite a frantic start with the second row not getting away quite as quickly as both they'd have hoped and some of those behind, as the field concertinaed itself up in the run down to the first corner. The one to take full advantage, though, was Maximus Shields. He's 3.1 seconds now at the front as he pumps in another fastest lap. So the thoughts that he might be slowing down and taking it easy towards the tail of this race are completely out the window. The traditional racing driver's mentality of flat out all the time. I think as we've had a spin down at post 1 of Harrison Johns, I think has been off again, but now he's running again. With 1 minute and 50 remaining, it may well be that Shields does catch up onto the back of Harrison Johns. There is still around about the length of this entire back straight that you see Pereira entering onto, coming through what is known here at Fulbeck as turn 2, although there's not actually much of a turn. You're just lining yourself up ready for the chicane as Amy Frame and Harry Brown battling it out over P8, and Frame has managed to get past Harry Brown on that previous lap. You see Brown there with the black numbers and the denoted as such down the left side as he gets a bit of tail slide on coming out of the chicane. A driver who's acquitted himself very, very well to this junior pro kart ranks. This is only his 3rd race at junior level, having stepped up from cadets last season, and at 11 years old is just around about getting to grips with this junior pro kart class. Like I say, it's with the step up from cadets, the additional weight of around about 40 kilos, and moving on to an adult frame as well. It's quite a big jump going into juniors, and Harry Brown acquitting himself very, very well in his infancy in this class. 42 seconds remaining. The leader will come over the line. He's going to get at least 2 more laps in as he'll be through and round. I think there he is in the background. So he'll come through with plenty of time as Amy Frame starts to pull away slightly from Harry Brown. There is your leader, though, your reigning champion, Maximus Shields, with the somewhat apt gold helmet on. He's going to come through, having won the championship last year. He's going to. The initial idea this season was to go and just do junior Rotax, but now he's actually going to go and try and win 2 championships here this year. It's going to be difficult for him, certainly with that step up into juniors. He's obviously been spent a lot more time in the junior pro kart ranks as he does make his way past Harrison Johns down there into chicane 2. You have a look at Max Shields. He's going to come through now. The time at the top of the screen has elapsed, and Maximus Shields will see the last lap board when he comes round. Still pumping in the fastest laps of this race, now consistently over half a second clear per lap of everybody else on circuit is Max Shields. Last lap board is out for him this time, though, and he is 52 seconds away from taking the opening junior pro kart race of the day. Just a quick note as well about them chicanes, as we see Max Shields get the kart stopped slightly sideways on entry, is that if you do go through them chicanes throughout the day, you will pick up penalties and they accumulate. So the first time you go through it, it's a 5-second penalty. They'll add another 10 seconds, so it's effectively going to be 15 if you go through the second time. If you're unlucky to do it the 3rd time in any one race, we're going to go up to a lapse penalty. And after that, if it's 4 times, it's going to be a black flag, unfortunately. I mean, we're going to have to go some to amass that for one driver in a heat. But it certainly does happen here at Fulbeck with those chicanes. Certainly the first one being missed for the starts on every race as Maximus Shields comes round the final corner, sees the checkered flag on the gantry and wins the opening junior pro kart race of the day. In second place, it's going to be Sebastian Pereira. Christian Oblang couldn't get close to him and smacks the steering wheel, potentially in frustration because the pace was certainly there. He was keeping it with Pereira but couldn't close up. Owen Roberts with a fantastic opening race of his CKC campaign sees him bring the novice number 7 over the line in 4th place. From Sophie Pawsey and Connor McCarthy, the top 6. We then wait to see who's going to come through. It's likely to be Harry Roddice, but he has been reeled in by Amy Frame. Maybe one more lap for Frame and she would have been there to take the 7th place, but Roddice holds on. And then Harry Brown comes through. He was right on the back of Amy Frame on the previous lap, but will cross the line 8 seconds down, so I think he's had a difficult final lap, potentially going for an overtake that hasn't worked out for him. But he's certainly going to have confidence that he's got the early pace in that to bring that one through, because his lap times are consistently there or thereabouts with those in front of him. Thank you very much for joining us, of course. Thank you very much, as always, to Michael Burke for getting in touch. Busy watching the racing, not so much for the chats. And Michael Burke always joins us on the Alpha Live channel. It's almost his weekly thing to watch us on the Alpha Live channel. He joins us, of course, from Australia. Next race up there was juniors make their way off. They shouldn't take too long to clear the track. Minimax heat number 1. Please do get in touch with us throughout the day. We'll be dipping in and out of the comments on the YouTube channel. Next up then, of course, Minimax. Melissa Adrian in the number 10. She starts on pole alongside Daniel Parson. Leon Barlow and Lucas Blanford share row number 2. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who came incredibly close to winning the Cadet Championship last year, he starts alongside Lewis Goff on row 3. Ben Horner and Ben Adrian row 4. Callum Foster and Brandon Truman on row 5, with Tom Nottingham and Isaac Parkinson on row number 6. Then we've got Oliver Fabricius, Jack Burgess and Sonny Morgan completing the 15 runners in our Minimax class. It's going to be a different start procedure though for Minis from what you've seen in the preceding 2 races. It's a rolling start for our Rotax classes. So Minis will have 1 rolling up lap to get some heat into their tyres, and then we'll see how they go. It's like I say, rolling start. You can see just there in the background, disappearing out of shot, the tram lines that the karts have to stay in at the start of the race. Then when the lights go green, they can break formation, and then it's going to be a flat-out blast down into that first corner. Remember, though, certainly with this rolling start, normally these drivers are taking the chicane, which massively slows them down. They'll be heading down towards that first hairpin at almost double the speed that they normally go to. So completely different braking for them, different braking point, different braking line as well. We'll be seeing a lot of these drivers trying to get to the inside just to defend into that first corner. Let's see how it goes, of course. So we're going to have Melissa Adrian then. She dictates the pace from pole position in the number 10 machine, with Daniel Parsons alongside. He has to be conscious not to go too quickly, though, over that line. Doesn't want to be picked up for a jump start. So Millie gets to control the pace. The pole sitter leading us away then in the red machine, the number 10. Let's see whether the starter is happy. The green is go, and we're away and racing in Minimax, and it looks like Blanford has had a fantastic start from the second row. Lewis Goff as well, as Leon Barlow tries to get down the inside. He gets the nose chopped off by Melissa Adrian, but it's been a fantastic start by Lucas Blanford, and he's already starting to pull away with Lewis Goff behind. And then Melissa Adrian holding on to P3 from Leon Barlow. Looks like everybody's made it round the first half of the lap. And we'll see whether Blanford can use this early advantage to begin pulling away, as Jared Fox-Whiteley, you saw him there in the background, trying to get alongside Leon Barlow into the hairpin. Looks like Barlow gave him enough room, ran round the outside and has managed to hold on to 4th place. So they'll come round then the final corner, turn 8, over start-finish for the first lap of our Minimax class, as the timing stack appears down the left side. It's Blanford from Goff, Adrian, Barlow, Fox-Whiteley, Parsons, Truman, Nottingham, Ben Adrian and Ben Horner completing the top 10, with Parkinson, Morgan, Foster and Burgess as a couple of drivers run wide. Looks like that's Truman and Parsons both going wide. Truman, though, managing to stay in front of Ben Adrian, who's got actually through now, has he? With looks like Tom Nottingham has dropped out of P8 as a couple of other runners try and make their way through. Looks like Ben Horner actually has moved up in front of Nottingham, as the sun, for the first time, you can see it glaring off the circuit now, as starters found its way through the clouds and has started to bless this Fulbeck circuit with a little bit of sunshine. The track, most of it has been fairly dry. I was speaking to a few people this morning that they were considering running wets in practice, but it looks like everybody tried the slicks out just to see how it was going to go. We don't plan, hopefully, on having any rain here today at Fulbeck. It's certainly not on the cards, but now I've said that, it's probably going to bucket it down this afternoon. 6 minutes then remaining in this 8-minute race. The first 2 in the bag, plus 1 lap at the end for all of our heats. Then we go to 12 plus 1 beyond that for our finals. There's Brandon Truman and Ben Adrian pretty much nose to tail through there. Later on, I'll talk through it now actually, regarding what will be deemed as a front fairing penalty. Is that in all of the classes here today, the nose on the kart, you can see it there on the front, the flat bit that's actually nearest to the ground at the front. If the driver applies too much pressure to that, be it in terms of hitting the driver in front, that pushes the nose in and drops it down ever so slightly, and you may well see later on, more so in the cadets, because they're a little bit slower, so you can see the emphasis a little bit more. They don't bounce over the bumps quite so much, but you'll be able to see the front nose flapping up and down ever so slightly, and that is an indication that they're likely to pick up a penalty for hitting somebody in front. It's normally hurting a driver. Occasionally you might get one if you put it in the tyre wall, unfortunately, but that does still count as a drop-down penalty. And that adds initially 5 seconds onto the times for our runners. We'll see whether any of them have been picked up earlier on in any of our preceding heats later, and we'll see whether any post-race penalties have been applied as Melissa Adrian closes up on Lewis Goff. 3/10 quicker on that previous lap. Lucas Blanford, though, out at the front. He's not having to attack nor defend. The only thing he's attacking is the timing, and he is over 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else as Jared Fox-Whiteley does find a way finally past Leon Barlow. He tried that earlier on in the race down into the turn 4 hairpin. Comes through, has a quick tap of the helmet, which is the best driver's way of saying, please don't overtake me, which normally is a massive invite for them to come back down the inside. And actually, Leon Barlow loses 2 places down there into the turn 4 hairpin as one driver punched the hole down the inside. Everybody else came through as well. Looks like he might have actually wrestled one of them back, because it looked like Ben Adrian was the best part of past previously, as Leon Barlow has to go defensive. He has lost a place, though, to Brandon Truman. It looked like Ben Adrian had got alongside, but then as the circuit then goes back to left, Adrian does come back down the inside as Leon Barlow defends, but I think he defends too late. Still holds firm, though, from Ben Adrian. Those two having quite an intense battle, but that is allowing both Fox-Whiteley and Truman to move away. Behind them, actually number 12 of Ben Horner, running the black background on the novice plates, is starting to come through. There, Ben Adrian does come down the inside, and you see there Horner actually gets alongside. A similar move that Adrian did on the previous lap, but then as the circuit goes back left, it allows Leon Barlow to come back through. So Leon Barlow having a tough race after a tough weekend last weekend at Wilton Mill. I'm sure many of you will have seen pictures of an incident that Leon had where you can't actually see the top half of Leon because he's underneath another kart that flies over the top as Lewis Goff goes very, very wide into the turn 1 hairpin and allows Melissa Adrian to go down the inside. They're side by side. Melissa Adrian should have track position here unless Lewis Goff can keep it and go all the way around the outside on entry. He can't, but he does get a good run on exit, and Melissa Adrian gives him half a kart length and then goes into the corner with not enough, with too much of a gap that she feels that she doesn't need to defend. Lewis Goff has a quick lift of the radiator flap, but now those two overtaking each other has given what was a whole 1 second gap back to Jared Fox-Whiteley and Brandon Truman. That has gone, completely gone, and now we've got 4 karts from second down into 5th, and not too far back actually. We've still got Ben Adrian and Leon Barlow. So the top, with Blanford miles away down the front, nearly 10 seconds, he's disappeared into the distance. We focus on this battle for second place as Lewis Goff has a look over his shoulder and begs Jared Fox-Whiteley to work with him to get past Melissa Adrian once again. And it was Goff's mistake on the previous lap where he left the door open, an invite that Melissa Adrian gladly accepted down into turn 1. On the back of the pack as well, we see Ben Adrian, and they appear to have dropped Leon Barlow, who is going backwards as Lewis Goff gives Melissa Adrian a big hit up the rear into the complex of corners at the bottom end of the circuit. Let's see whether that one brings a penalty on later on at the end of the race. We'll see. It did seem like quite a hit as Melissa Adrian just didn't get on the power as quick as Lewis Goff anticipated. All of our drivers there almost in sequence, bouncing over the curbs, and there now, once again, Goff leaving the door open, this time for Jared Fox-Whiteley. He's come through, and now Lewis Goff gives him a push down the straight as Brandon Truman tries to get alongside, but that is a move there where you do need the driver in front to be incredibly compliant and know that you're coming as well, or they're just going to turn straight in on you into that chicane for chicane 2. Now let's see whether Jared Fox-Whiteley can do what Lewis Goff couldn't, and that's make inroads into Melissa Adrian, because as she's come through, she has been very, very comfortable as Fox-Whiteley actually gets an incredible run out of the final corner. Not enough, though, to get alongside. It is quite a short start-finish straight here into that first chicane at Fulbeck, and you do need to have a really, really good run. Fox-Whiteley then, for the second time in 2 laps, goes down the inside into turn 1 hairpin, and through he comes alongside. It was another late move by Fox-Whiteley. leaving the driver in front with a false sense of security as Lewis Goff goes through the chicane in the background, and he's going to have to wait, but the arm goes up. I get the feeling that wasn't entirely down to Lewis Goff. He may have really had some help there going through, such as the arm was off, and it wasn't an arm that showed frustration at himself. It showed frustration at another driver. It was Brandon Truman that was behind him on that lap, and I couldn't quite see in the background as we focused on Fox Whiteley holding off Melissa Adrian. Last lap board is out already. Lucas Blanford already heading towards the second chicane here, such as his 13-second gap. Now, I'm not saying that he's not 13 seconds quicker than everybody else, but the battle behind has certainly played into his hands in allowing him a trouble-free run out at the head of this pack. Still, though, for second place, Jared Fox Whiteley, who's come through from the third row. There is your leader, Lucas Blanford. A faultless race for him. Hardly any work to do since getting through into the lead other than just keep pumping in the fastest laps. Lucas Blanford puts the marker down for the start of the season by taking a convincing victory in the opening race of our Minimax class. There's Truman getting alongside Melissa Adrian. Will that hamper his exit and allow Ben Adrian to get the run out of the final corner? He can't, but it certainly meant that he couldn't get any closer to Melissa Adrian in the top three. It's Blanford, Fox Whiteley and Adrian. Then in front of Truman, Ben Adrian, Goff, Barlow, Horner, Nottingham and Parsons, the top 10. Lewis Goff, though, may well pick up a penalty for missing that chicane, and we'll see whether anybody else does as well for any assistance. And as our second place battle comes out just over the line, already our leader making his way into Parc Ferme. Such was the convincing victory of Lucas Blanford. What a start to the season for the number 59 machine. And that he is going to be certainly one to beat this year in our Minimax class. We'll see how he goes, though, from the back of the grid later on in the day. As we mentioned, it's a mixed format, so each driver will get a front, a middle and a rear start. Thank you very much for joining us. Plenty of comments coming in as well. And yeah, we're going to now have a look at the driver's perspective from the Cadet Kart Championship.
Hey guys, just arrived here at Wilton Mill for race day at the Cadet Kart Championship. I haven't raced in a kart for 15 months. I've also never been in a Honda, which I am driving this weekend. But let's see what I can do today. Let's go on a track walk. Practice went well on Saturday. I was getting to grips with the car and got faster as the day went on. Me and Charlie decided to try and work together to push and quali. Didn't exactly go to plan, and unfortunately I ended up qualifying P10 for the first heat. Not the best, but not a disaster. I lined up P10 on the starting grid for Heat 1. This would be my first ever standing start in the Hondas, and it's fair to say it was not a good one. After such a poor start, I knew I had to get my head down and go for every overtaking opportunity if I was to have a chance of catching the lead pack. Heat 2, I was starting 6th due to a good recovery drive in the last one, and it was another shocking start, losing places left, right and centre. Heat 2 was a really close battle, with positions changing every single lap. For Heat 3, I was starting 6th again, and finally I got a half-decent start, only losing 1 position, which I was able to gain straight back. I would be starting the final from what seemed to be my grid spot for the day, 6th, but I knew I had the pace to push for a podium now that I'd finally cracked the standing starts. Unfortunately, it wasn't the cleanest of getaways in the final, with the pole man getting a jump start which caused a chain reaction. I got off to a decent start and I was on the back of the front pack when this happened. Race over. I managed to pull back 10 positions to finish 10th with the fastest sector 3, but that's racing. I might not have got the result I would hope for in the final, but I really enjoyed the close racing all weekend. I would definitely recommend the CKC Championship. Make sure you check it out now.
Junior Rotax heat number 1 is around about 5 minutes away, so we'll have a quick look at the grid to start with. So Nicholas Ellis starts on pole position with Sam Stoner alongside. Tom Holden, one of the perennial front runners from cadets last season, jumped straight into juniors, missing the usual mini route. He starts alongside Ollie Naylor, with Harry Hurst-Grover and Jaden Hewitt making the trip over from the Isle of Man, sitting on row 3. Finley Whiting and Maximus Shields, row 4. Jacob Vickers and Thomas Elston complete the top 10, with Oliver Buckton and Bartek Filipiak on row number 6. Gertis Latimer, Sandro Ballesteros and Oliver Green complete your runners in this junior Rotax class. There they are, getting themselves ready to go. They are having to wait for around about 2 or 3 more minutes as the preceding race here at Fulbeck is out on circuit. Isn't something we're going to be covering, which is going to give us plenty of time to have a look at some of the intricacies of these junior Rotax machines. We'll also have a quick look as well. I'm going to see if I can dip and find out if we've had any penalties in our preceding races here at Fulbeck for the first races. So we'll start with our Honda class and see whether anything's come up there. We have actually had some penalties applied from that first race in Hondas, with Freddie Lyons picking up a 5-second penalty for ignoring flags. Jensen White has picked up a penalty as well for gaining an unfair advantage, as has Tom Drake for a front fairing penalty. And Jensen White, another 5 seconds for a front fairing penalty. So we saw him facing the wrong way as well down there, as Maximus Shields there, the reigning junior Pro Kart CKC champion. And this time in the junior class. We make our way down the grid. That was Finn Whiting in the 81. See Oliver Buckton there in the background in the Autism in Motorsport liveried machine. Let's have a look at the next race then for penalties. That was junior Pro Kart, and we've got a couple in that as well. We've actually got a couple for scrutineering penalties for Connor McCarthy and Harrison Johns. Front fairing penalties as well for Owen Roberts and Sophie Pawsey, who picks up 2 penalties for gaining an unfair advantage. So Junior Pro Kart have had a few as well. Mini Rotax, the third race that's just been finished over, Lewis Goff picks up a penalty for gaining unfair advantage and for breaking formation at the start, as does actually Lucas Blanford, the race winner. He's picked up 2 5-second penalties, but he was so far down the road that hasn't affected his finishing position. He just wins by a considerably less margin. If you look at the timing of only 4.5 seconds, rather than the 14.5 seconds he actually crossed the line, as Oliver Green there, our final runner in the junior Rotax ranks. And here at Fulbeck, you see the dummy grid is towards the tail end of the track, and they will still obviously get a run. In previous years, certainly with Hondas, the standing start classes, they have come straight out of the dummy grid and then just parked straight up on the grid without getting a rolling up lap. But this year, certainly rolling up laps for all of our classes. That gives them a little bit time to familiarise themselves with the circuit. Certainly after yesterday, where we had pretty much wet practice all day, with the exception of one session at the end where I think a lot of runners just bolted on some slicks. Not so much to get the experience out there with the slick tyres, but mainly as well just to scrub them in, ready for race day, because tyres, they do need a little bit of a scrub. You see many of our runners there. You see the tyres down the right-hand side. They're still shining as being rather new, but they will have had a scrub session this morning at the very least to get them into race trim and ready. Just going to dip into the live chat comments then, and thank you very much for everybody that has got in touch. Alicia Mack's been on saying good luck, Oliver. She also was on earlier as well, wishing everybody luck. From over the road at PFI from David Mack. He's racing, and we'll see him later on through the Alpha Live YouTube channel, hopefully throughout the later on in the year as well. Tom Winter's been on saying go 38 Sam Stoner. So you'll see Sam there, and you'll see him on the right-hand side of the screen, hopefully in a few moments' time for Sam Stoner, because he will be he'll be going off the front row here alongside Nicholas Ellis. Dean Dukes has been on, wishing Toby Dukes good luck. We'll see him in Micromax later on. Dean not with us here today at Fulbeck because he is going to be at Wilton Mill with Jacob Dukes, runner-up last year in the junior ranks, and we'll see him back here in the Junior Kart Championship later on in the season as we move from Fulbeck to Wilton Mill in the opening weekend of April for round number 2. Emma's been on wishing Harry Hurst Grover good luck as well. The circuit looks to be clear, and we should hopefully have junior Rotax out onto the circuit. I think most of the posts are showing green. We should have clear track to go. As you see Tom Holden there, just on the outside of the line, a perennial front runner, as we mentioned, in the cadet class last season. missed the Minimax class, which is often a case with Honda Cadet. Now that Honda Cadet, you can actually run into the year of your 13th birthday, whereas in the past it was just a break when it came to your birthday. As long as you're 12 at the start of the year, you can continue to run well into 13, as the 28, I think, of Oliver Green is facing the wrong way. The youngster from Oldham in Manchester moves up from Cadet, and another driver who goes straight into the junior Rotax ranks, missing out the mini class, which does often see drivers only spend a year in that mini class before moving up. You don't often get many going through into a second year just because of the time frame. It is really only a 1 year sort of class, but moving drivers out of Cadet straight into the junior Rotax Power is quite a big jump for most drivers. Certainly the extra grip they get certainly makes it difficult for them just to make that transition. But we'll see how they go. Let's see whether we can, as Oliver Green is currently off the back of the pack here, we'll see whether the starter is happy for them to go with 95% of the grid, and also whether Nicholas Ellis can slow the pack up enough to allow Oliver Green to close up onto the back. Let's see whether we're going to go again or whether we're going to beat Green at the first time of asking in junior Rotax. Let's see what we do. We are away and racing the green, and it's a good start then from Nicholas Ellis as he makes a good run down, and he doesn't even need to feel the need to go to the inside as Tom Holden goes wide round the first corner. Ollie Naylor goes down to the inside, and Naylor's going to come through into second place from the second row. So it's going to be Ellis, Naylor, and then Holden as Maximus Shields from row number 3, and 6th place is already up to P4. We saw him take 1 victory already in our junior Pro Kart class, and he's now up into P4 in junior Rotax as they're 3 wide round the middle part of the corner. 25 of Jacob Vickers, a driver who ran very, very well in this junior championship last year, picking up P3, the highest finishing runner, making a return visit here at Fulbeck. We expect Jacob Dukes to come back later on in the season. So after missing this opening round, we'll see him at Wilton Mill, last year's runner-up. But out at the front then, Nicholas Ellis leading the way from Ollie Naylor. Then it's Holden, Max Shields as the 18 of Jaden Hewitt goes very, very wide into the turn 1 hairpin. Loses 2 places as well to Finley Whiting and Jacob Vickers respectively. So it is Ellis still then as Naylor closes right in. So Ellis, Naylor, Holden, Shields, Hewitt, Whiting, Vickers, Stoner, Hurstgrover and Elston is down the left-hand side of the screen, but we do know that Hewitt isn't going to come through in P5 because he went round very, very wide on that first corner, and that's going to drop him down, I believe, to P7. Then over the line they come, and Ellis looked like he was starting to move away, but as Ollie Naylor puts in the fastest lap of the race, though, with a 47.470, and is closing up, although it doesn't seem to be close enough round the complex section to make a good run down the start-finish straight into that first chicane. And we do seem to have split off pretty much in this race into Noah's Ark style. It's 2 by 2 by 2. Everybody's paired up and found a partner to dance with. So it's Ellis and Naylor, the top 2. Holden and then Shields, you see on screen. In the background, paired up are Whiting and Vickers. So everybody's got a friend to play with in this junior Rotax first heat. And it's anybody can break away as the 56 of Curtis Latimer is off, but down on the entry, I think, on the exit of the second chicane. Will he go into retirement? Will he just rejoin the thing, or will he manage to take that kart back round and give his team at least another 5 minutes to get it fixed, as he's currently stuck on the grass, struggling to make his way back onto the tarmac as the leaders are going to start coming through, and Latimer is going to try and bring that kart over onto the grass on the inside, and out of the way he does. But Ollie Naylor from second place is off, and he's going to drop down at least into 6th place. So as the yellow flags came out, Naylor has a catastrophe into that second chicane as everybody else comes through. Naylor throws away second place. Now it looks like he's down into P6. So the order completely changes, and now Nicholas Ellis out at the front has a little bit of respite. I don't even know whether he's had a look over his shoulder yet to see whether this Ollie Naylor is still stuck to his rear bumper, because I can assure you he certainly isn't. He's now 1.7 seconds away down the head of the field, having come under the early pressure from the youngster from Nottinghamshire, Ollie Naylor. And Ollie Naylor now down in 6th place with work to do to get back up into that 2nd place, which was going to be his, and his on merit. He's now at half race distance down in 6th place. So the gap between the two leaders then, between the leader and the rest of the chasing field on the previous lap, was 1.74 seconds. At the moment, Max Shields hasn't really shown much interest in getting past Tom Holden. They just work together, but now they come up to some lap traffic, and will any of them take advantage of that? Behind them, though, Finn Whiting in the number 81 JDR liveried machine has started to reel them in as they're side by side in the background, and there Finn Whiting goes down the inside of Max Shields. And now can Max Shields just stick with Finn Whiting and effectively use Whiting and do what we saw happen earlier on in the mini class, whereas as Whiting tries to get past Holden, can Max Shields put his kart in the gap that Whiting creates to get past Tom Holden in the next part of the thing? I think we're going to have to probably wait for that turn 1 hairpin again. It is the most favoured overtaking point on this Fulbeck circuit, such as the fact that it's so wide and you can get down the inside and you don't have to risk compromising your exit. Whiting, though, not willing to wait and tries to get alongside Tom Holden. Holden's going to run him wide onto the curb, and Max Shields should hopefully get a good run. Whiting, though, comes back to the inside. Holden gets hung out to dry on the outside. Shields gets alongside, but Shields is going to be on the outside as they head down towards the chicane at 2, and he has to slot back into formation, though. The driver, though, on the move, Finn Whiting, and the gap towards Nicholas Ellis hasn't gone out, despite the fact that they've been battling. And with 3 minutes remaining, and Finn Whiting, the fastest driver on the track by well over half a second, we could be in for a grandstand finish if he can just catch up now onto the back, as Ollie Naylor has found a way past Jacob Vickers and back up into 5th place. So at least that's 1 place back. He's right on the back of Max Shields, though, who's dropped away ever so slightly as they start to open up a little bit more of a gap between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Shields, who went well in the early part of the race, potentially got too much heat into them tyres now and is falling back into the clutches of Naylor and Vickers. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap in this junior Rotax Heat 1. And the gap, 1.8 seconds to leader. There's Finn Whiting, the driver that's on the charge. And they'll come over the line in around about 15 seconds' time, and we'll see whether that gap to Nicholas Ellis, who, since Ollie Naylor dropped away from 2nd place, has had a fairly uncontested heat number 1 for the last couple of laps. The gap was 1.8. It's down to 1.5, so we are chipping away, but potentially the time at the top of the screen could be the winner in this one, and certainly it's going to favour Nicholas Ellis. We're going to get probably 3 more laps in, but we are taking a massive stab in the dark at that, because drivers running at 45 seconds, 1.5 minutes remaining. So we're going to get at least 3 laps in, I'm fairly sure. The gap, 1.5 seconds, but Finlay Whiting closing in with every single corner of this Fulbeck circuit. And now it's whether Nicholas Ellis can hold on, not only in terms of time and track position, but then he's going to have that final lap where he's going to have to defend. So they'll come through then over the line. They're going to get probably 3 more laps in beyond this one. Fastest lap of the race then from 2nd place, Finn Whiting, a 54.749 for him. And that is 0.3 quicker than Nicholas Ellis, who does respond with a personal best, but not enough. In order, we're going to be now 1.2 between them. They're going to get 2.5 more laps remaining, as Whiting now has Ellis firmly in his sights. 40 seconds at the time. They'll come through. They're going to get 2 more, guaranteed 2 more laps. The remainder, the pack behind them, though, not too far behind in order to pick up any sort of scraps should Whiting and Ellis fall foul of each other on the final 2 laps of this Fulbeck circuit. Junior Rotax Heat 1 then at the opening round of the Junior Kart Championship. The top 10 as it stands: Ellis, Whiting, Holden, Shields, Vickers, Naylor, Hewitt, Stoner, Elston and Ballesteros, with Hurst, Grover, Buckton, Filipiak, Watson and Latimer. He's obviously gone into retirement. We saw that kart snaking its way over as Max Shields leaves the door open for Jacob Vickers. And Vickers slides through fairly uncontested. The gap, look at it at the top there. They're your 2 leaders. It was 0.6 on timing. It's now nothing almost, as there's a blue flag out in front. There's lap traffic. And let's see, they both managed to get to the inside. They come through fairly cleanly on Ollie Green into the complex. They will see the last lap board, and it will be A last lap board of relief, will it, for Nicholas Ellis? There it is on the gantry. He's got 45 seconds at most to hold on from a charging Finlay Whiting. And Whiting, we know this is the corner that he likes to make the overtake. The door is left half open by Ellis. He gives Whiting half a sniff down the inside. Allows Ellis to come to the inside. Ellis once again, and this time you see now with Ellis a much more defensive line into the chicane. Defensive again. They could even back themselves into the pack with half a lap remaining as they go towards the complex section if they keep taking these defensive lines. But Ellis has to do it. Round the outside, Whiting goes, tries to get alongside. It's going to potentially be a run to the line. Now Whiting has to line this one up to try and maximise the exit. Can't do it. Nicholas Ellis holds on for a victory in heat number 1 from Finn Whiting. Holden is pipped at the line by Jacob Vickers for 3rd place. And it looks like Hurst Grover, is it? Comes into contact with Oliver Buckton. And we still wait then for the rest of the field to come through. The top 10 is complete though. Ellis, Whiting, Vickers, Holden, Shields, Naylor, Stoner, Elston, Ballesteros and Jaden Hewitt. What a fantastic race there for our junior Rotax class. And it all came down to that final lap as Finn Whiting closed in on Nicholas Ellis, reeled him in lap on lap all the way to the end. Couldn't get there at the checkered flag though, but it wasn't for a want of trying on that final lap. He had to go into turn 1, he had to go into the second chicane as well. Looks like we actually have another driver off as well. I don't think that's Curtis Latimer. It might actually be, he might have walked up to the sanctuary of a post, but what a unbelievable race once again for junior Rotax. Certainly this mixed grid really providing us with a huge amount of entertainment once again. Let's have a quick look at the comment. James Ryan's been on saying good luck to all the X-Karts. So there's one of them coming off. That's Sandro Ballesteros making a timely appearance, as we mentioned, and Oliver Green as well coming through. Harry Hurst Grover, everybody on it within X-Kart livery coming through. Autism and Motorsport have been in touch as well, wishing Oliver Buckton. And we saw his machine. It's parked there on the right side, the number 66 of Oliver Buckton with the AIM livery on as well. Miss Hayden's been on just saying, are we showing the F300? Unfortunately, we're not covering F300 today or F160. We are just putting all of the focus today on the Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship. The man on screen there is Maximus Shields, who finished that race in P5, having started in 6th place. You can see him. He's probably just walking over now because he'll be back out in Junior Pro Kart in around about half an hour's time. He's got 3 races before he covers as everybody gives a quick way. So that's Sandro Ballesteros on the left. And the man in the middle is the man we were speaking to at the start of the day. The man who oversees all of the CKC and JKC, Matty Street. So I think we're going to have at least a couple of minutes as we wait for any potential penalties to be issued out of that one. I'm fairly sure there'll be 1 or 2, but it's inevitable in racing throughout the day and the excitement of getting there. Looks like the first 5 or 6 have been pulled in for weighing as well, so that's always important to note as well, is all of these karts run to a certain weight limit. That's set out as a minimum weight, so if the driver is, let's say, a little bit on the small side, you're allowed to add lead to the kart in various places, the floor tray, the side of the seats, etc., to bring that kart up to the required weight. So everybody is running fair at the same weight, so that keeps things nice and level. So as we have a look at the paddock there, I think it's a timely time for us to head down to have a quick look at the paddock walk, which was carried out by Alex Goldschmidt.
So one of the things very, very important here in karting, especially in grassroots motorsport, is the fact that we have scrutineering. Now this serves multiple purposes, one of which is safety, paramount for any driver competing. But there's also technical regulations that these drivers karts need to adhere to. We've got some of the Minimax drivers actually coming in. Lewis Goff, who actually won one of the championships last season, is in this crowd, along with Harris Roberts, our very own Ken Block, because he runs with the Hoonigan livery on his kart and also on his race helmet. So you can see that they're filtering in. It's every session. I'm going to have a little bit of a further walk down the paddock, so you can see all the awnings are up. People are making their way towards the pre-grid. And that's very, very important here. These paddock areas are where people set up shop for the weekend, whereby you'll have campers, you'll have awnings, you'll have cars, you'll have carts, you'll have people over here fettling, getting things ready, making sure gear sprockets are the correct ratios, tyre pressures are correct. With the weather conditions the way that they've been over the course of the weekend so far, what that has meant, we've had inclemental weather, which means wet weather tyres have been very much case in point, as you can see on the number 19. That's Sandro Ballesteros moving into junior. Right, actually, come on, let's get him on. Sandro.
I've got like red all around my lips.
Oh, well, never mind. Oh, this is Sandro Ballesteros, a very, very good friend of mine. How are you keeping, mate? You well?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Just had the documentary release. Well, no, it's the end of this month, actually.
Quick shameless promo plug there. But you're running in Junior Rotax this weekend, but you're also moving into the Junior Saloon Car Championship that the CKC actually has a partnership with. Is this sort of like your final hurrah in karting this season, is it?
Well, I'm just planning on dropping in on a few of the rounds. Since I'm doing JSCC, obviously, it's can't come every round. Some clashes, it's like ridiculously more expensive than karts. We can't really do both. I don't really think anyone could, but we can't really do both. So we're gonna have to just drop it on the rounds we can, kind of. Mostly due to clashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping well, I'd say. So I don't think it's just more. I think it's just more of I'm just taking it as a bit of fun now rather than a final hurrah in karting. I don't think I'll fully go to cars. Well,
No.
I am fully going to cars, but you know.
Well, you and I both know that. I mean, your mum and dad, Tony and Kerry, keeping themselves busy, especially with your dad with the gun in his hand, as always, whenever I see him at a karting track. But also, karting's very good in terms of building your strength up for cars when you're going into the JSCC this year, aren't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Them cars, them cars they're quite heavy to turn. They're really heavy to turn. They're not that heavy where it's like painful, but you'll feel it if you do a whole day of it.
Well, Sandro, we'll let you get back to it. Sandro Ballesteros from X-Kart, racing in Junior Rotax this year. Also, in this paddock, now, the funny thing is, I've seen, we've got Bradley Shepherd racing here. He's running a few drivers this weekend, but Lucas Blanford has just signed with Team Hard Academy. He's running in Pro Karts. Mind your backs, guys, because there's a kart trying to get through, as you can see. It's a hive of activity here in the paddock. As you can see, just have a look at that. That is the man, the myth, the legend that is Wales' very own Harris Roberts. So there you go. And there's his kart in all its splendour. Was a very competitive driver last year. Looks to be doing the same here as well. But realistically, the way things happen here, with this kind of championship, you really get that family feel. It's a warm, friendly, inviting paddock. It's always, we're always here to help here at the CKC and the JKC, and that's paramount for the drivers and also for the parents. We want to make sure the drivers come in with smiles on their faces, and that to us here speaks volumes. If the drivers are enjoying themselves, despite what racing might bring them on race day, you can very much be guaranteed every time they get behind the wheel, the visor goes down, the red mist comes on, there's a big smile behind that visor, I can tell you that much.
Welcome back to Fulbeck. I'm joined by the man that you've just seen on the screen prior to that VT. He was having a walk around the paddock yesterday. Alex, you must have been found the only 10 minute slot yesterday. It wasn't raining to do that.
Yeah, with a bit of cloud cover overhead, David. A very good morning, everyone. Yeah, yesterday was a bit incremental, to say the very least. Weather didn't know what it was doing. It was either slicks or wets. Funnily enough, Sandro Ballesteros, who I spoke to, his dad Tony sent him out on slicks in a very difficult set of conditions, and I can tell you Sandro was not happy about it after that one.
No, Sandro wouldn't have been shy either of telling his dad that he wasn't happy about that either, would he? But yeah, like I say, you had a walk around the paddock as we see the cadet grid there making their getting ready for their heat number 2. But yeah, you had that walk around the paddock. You've seen all the drivers that are signed on, obviously, for this season.
Yep.
A lot of them have either moved round classes or have stayed stationary. We've had people enter that class. That who are you looking out for this season as part of the CKC JKC paddock?
I mean, Harris Roberts, you know, our very own little Ken Block, the hoonigan. He's just been on the 4 events full motion sim. I mean, the Oculus Rift nearly fell off his face, which is something. I mean, I'm part of the social media team here at CKC. There's a lot of talent here. It's really difficult to say because the grids have tripled in the last couple of years, and CKC is becoming more paramount. It's grassroots karting. Obviously, there's the Driven Dreams side of things happening where we're following some of the drivers. That's going to be shown on Amazon Prime later on this year, which is a really, really good development. I mean, the amount of work from Matty Street and the entire team here at CKC, I'm proud to be a part of it, really.
It really has developed, hasn't it? And this is it's one of the thing that Matty does. He comes up with an idea, and that idea develops almost day on day from being very small to effectively being like what you would class as well over and above for what is a grassroots karting. But it's such a good thing that he does for this series and cadet junior karting as a whole.
I mean, also through his own racing exploits, having raced with Team Brit in national motorsport, that just goes to show the amount of passion that he has for helping youngsters. And, you know, they're driven. They've got goals. They want to be like in Formula One in years to come. Also touring cars, sports cars. There's so many different ways in which karting can help that backdrop from one driver moving from grassroots into European karting that I cover a lot with, particularly on the Rotax side, and then moving up the order. Single-seaters, Ginetta Juniors on the Toka support package is one that a lot of drivers are going through from karting and even British Formula 4.
Well, absolutely. We look at Lucas Blanford, who's just signed with Team Hard Academy, so it looks like that's going to be his route is going to be more into tin tops than you know the open wheel type of stuff. We are about to get ready. I'm going to keep Alex around because we're about to grid up though for the next race, which will be Honda's race number 2. Yeah, just want to clarify. The pictures you were seeing on screen there, the drone footage, that was from yesterday. That way, it did appear to be a little bit slippier, although we do have potential for a little bit of rain in the air later on today. It wasn't forecast, but I think we do potentially have some coming. Grid is up on the screen, though, for heat number 2. You will see some of these drivers for the first time that weren't in heat number 1. So Thomas Percox and Bobby Peet start on the front row with Harris Roberts and Joshua Owen, row 2. Thomas Potter and Freddie Lines are on row number 3. Mason Webster starts 7th alongside Jensen White with Rio Wardley and Sam Howell completing the top 10. Amy Peacock and Harry Samuel will start on row number 6. Row 7 sees Freddie Houser go alongside Jack Collinson, Larry Price and Mason Wheatley on row 8 with Tom Drake starting 17th alongside Ayrton Rye. Top 20 will be completed by Max Gritrex and Isabella Stansmore Wilson with Lewis Hall and Max Gilman starting on row 11, Stanley Clark and Maximus Lewis on row 12. Nate Gage starts in 25th alongside Sam Hayes, Harris Alley and Isaac Huburn are 27th and 28th respectively. Scarlett Percox and Elliot Dimelo complete the 30 kart Honda Cadet grid here at Fulbeck. We did mention that some of these drivers we haven't seen today. That's because we've got such a huge sign-on of Hondas as the Harris Roberts kart goes up onto the stand. There is potential. We're looking out the window here, Alex. The checkered flags are about to go out, but the slippery surface flag has made an appearance at all the marshals' posts to give the drivers that are out on track at the moment the potential awareness that it's raining, although I'm sure the droplets on their visor are going to give it away, and the droplets in that puddle there as well. Now, is everybody going to go with slicks, or is somebody going to roll the dice and stick some wets on here? Let's see. because
it is a tough call. But you know, sometimes you've got to have discretion as the better part of valor in your skill set as a karter, and this is where that key decision. There's Alex Owen, Joshua's dad, fettling away. I think he's going to be changing. We see the number 20. Wets are being prepared, David.
Yeah,
so
that's for Thomas Potter.
Yeah.
And looks like we might end up with one person on each corner at this rate if some people do decide to mix it up and go. But they may well run out of time, Alex, because looks like the circuit is the preceding race is clear.
Yeah.
And we are running to time, so it may well be a case that those carts have to be put on the ground, because we could be going out onto circuit as Jensen White holds his arms out, and I'm not sure whether he's catching the rain or he's confused by everybody putting the carts up on the trolleys, and he's not too worried about. He's thinking, what's all the fuss about?
That's the general sign for saying, what the heck's going on, everybody?
Yeah, everybody's putting the carts back down though, so it looks like most are going out on slicks. But, remains to be seen whether someone down the tail end of the field, on this mixed-up grid, sort of rolls the dice. As looks like that's the 17. That's Darryl Peacock working hard to change the wheels on Amy's cart, and they're going to roll the dice and put the wets on. Looks like in the background as well, that's Larry Price's machine, still running the TA Industries, Ben Adrian's machine from last year. Looks like they're about to get that one with the wets on. So it looks like all hands on deck down there. As the man changing the wheel, becomes very apparent that there's a camera in his face. Just having a quick look at the preceding heat that we covered here in Junior Rotax. Penalties coming in for Oliver Buckton. He's been docked to place for contact. So I think that was part of the incident we saw down at the complex. And sadly, 2 disqualifications coming in out of that one, with Jacob Vickers, who did very, very well and ran towards the front of the pack. Oliver Green as well, both DQ'd for exceeding the maximum width at the rear, which in terms of that's the wheels out too far.
Yeah.
And that means that they have been unfortunately removed from the standings of heat number 1. They'll pick no points up for that, which is going to mean that they're probably going to be starting the final from the backs. No matter how good they do in the remaining 2 heats that they've got, they're just not going to amass the amount of points to put them anywhere near the front for the final, and that's going to hamper Jacob Vickers massively, because we know he's got the pace to run at the front.
Yeah, that's very true. But there are going to be other opportunities. These cadets where we've got the best part of well over 40 drivers subscribed for this opening round of the season, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we were at Kartmania. I was there at Silverstone for a couple of days. The amount of interest we picked up, and to have north of 110 entries here for the opening round of the championship. You mentioned drivers like Jacob Jukes, who's running in the Ultimate Kart Championship this weekend at Wilson Mill. Good luck to him. We'll see him later on. Sandro Ballesteros admitted to me on the paddock walk I did yesterday, he's going to be here for some of the rounds, but with the Junior Saloon Kart Championship that the Cadet Kart Championship has an affiliation with, we announced that at Kartmania late last year at Silverstone. The way that you were alluding to, the way that Matty has an idea and he goes with it, he's gone all belts and braces and full throttle, guns in, and from my experience working with Matty, no 2 days, not even the same 2 hours, let alone the same, but he's a good bloke and he means well, and his passion, his love for this sport shows. And the good thing is we're going to have that Jensen Button complex now, where drivers are going to be on slicks. If anyone might remember a certain Australian Grand Prix when he was running with McLaren, chanced it, went off the track, but then went to win the race. And that was his first race for McLaren, if memory serves me correctly, back in 2010.
It was, and it looks like most of them are going for wets, and it certainly does look like out the combox window that there is, doesn't look like it's heavy rain, but it's certainly coming across the track, and always look at the coming down. That's certainly getting a little bit harder.
Yeah, I would imagine that our race director, and apparently I've just heard that the far part of the circuit, T1, is washed with rain at the moment, so these track conditions have changed significantly. Yeah, you can see there already on the screen for those watching at home. The weather has picked up significantly and it's gone south a little bit, I'm afraid to say.
Certainly wasn't expecting this when we had a look at the forecast at the start of the day. It looked like it was going to just be cloudy for the most, with the occasional breakthrough of sunshine, and that looked like it broke through in the 3rd race of the day for Minimax practice, but it has gone very, very wrong on the rain front. Looks like most of the field now being given the opportunity to put their wets on. though they will have to speed this up because we are obviously running to certain times for starting and ending race. We have a schedule in place, and that's why we run to time plus laps rather than just laps, because if it does tip it down and we go to laps, then it's going to take forever. Looks like that's Freddie Lines chipping in on a tyre change on the front as well. So even the drivers are actually making a huge contribution to changing it. There's a few of them actually have opted to stay on the slick tyres. We'll certainly see how they fare going into the race. They're going to have a tricky opening to the race, that's for sure.
Right.
Certainly in that run down to the first corner.
Well, on our position here in commentary, we've just seen the windows being absolutely pelted with rain.
Yeah,
so
even I might put wets on in here.
I came prepared just in case, and that was from Friday afternoon when I landed here at Fulbeck. And yeah, this is where you're going to see. I mean, look, even on the 54, they've still got the plastic wrapping on the Dunlop wets.
Yeah, they definitely weren't expecting to use them this weekend, were they? And you
No.
leave that plastic wrapping on to sort of maintain the compound of the tyre. Now they're having to rip them off. Harris Roberts, though, a driver who we're expecting to be challenging for the championship here in CKC this season, still on slicks.
Yeah, I mean, considering obviously when I've been to, I'm hearing now that rain is sort of starting to ease off. So as I said, it's the Jensen Button equation here. So will Harris Roberts, will the 33 also have an opportunity still staying on those slick tyres? So
I think the thing is, Alex, as well, because CKC is controlled in terms of you're allowed 2 sets of slicks for the season and 2 sets of wets, is that by throwing them out on the wets on a drying track, you potentially, you're not going to ruin today, but you may ruin the tail end of your season when you're having to run incredibly warm wets because you've ruined them at Fulbeck on a drying track.
And especially at the first round of the championship, as soon as you get that second allocation, you're going to be put between a rock and a hard place, David.
Absolutely. Looks like we are about to go. The circuit has definitely been clear and the dummy grid has been cleared. So we are about to go racing then for heat race number 2. They're going to get a full rolling up lap, so those on slicks are at least going to get an opportunity to test it out. They're going to have a difficult opening couple of laps, that is for sure. Alex, I know you've got loads of social media stuff to do. You've got results to chip in from that previous race where I think we've had at least 1 or 2 drivers removed. I'm sure we're going to speak to you, and certainly throughout not only today, but throughout the season at the events that you're going to be here with when that fits round your very, very busy calendar.
Tell me about it.
So we look forward to seeing you. Issues there, though, for the 57. There's only 3 wheels on that wagon, and they're going to miss their race. Joshua Owen, as we've got a couple of drivers off at the first corner as well. Down there, the 12 is beached, and Larry Price as well, and that number 12, it's just spinning. Max Wheatley, he's going to need some marshal assistance, but he's actually out the cart, and that cart was still going. It's almost as if his throttle stuck open there on the 12 of Max Wheatley. That cart is going to be taken back into, he's going to be able to get it round because it's a standing start, so they should be able to wait for him if it's well. However, when he did get in that cart last time, the wheels were just continuously spinning in the gravel, even though he was out of it. So let's see whether that's a throttle issue. He has been given the all clear to go round by the marshal. So Max Wheatley in the number 12, he's going to roll round. He might end up having to start actually from the back of the field, which is going to be bad for him. Larry Price was down there as well. As the circuit now, the rain has stopped, and the circuit will continue to dry over this remaining, with this 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. Will it dry enough? There's certainly no standing water. Those runners that are out on wets potentially could go well in the opening part of the race, but if it dries so quickly, then looks like we are about to go racing. We're waiting for the 12 to come through to take up his position of Wheatley. So we're on the front row. We've got 1 runner in Bobby Pete on wets, 1 runner in Tom Percox on slicks. And then behind, we've got Harris Roberts on slicks, Tom Potter's on slicks, Mason Webster's on slicks. Almost everybody, though, on the outside row. Jensen White off P6, he's on wets. Then we've got the 83 as well. If we think they're also on the wets on the outside. That could be the 63, actually. Difficulty picking that number up off the side of the cart out the com box window. So we've got a number of drivers on wets, a number of drivers on slicks. So even before the race has got going, a very, very interesting dynamic playing out here at Fulbeck. We are waiting for Wheatley to position that number 12 back in where he should be. You will notice as well throughout this race a number of drivers not out in heat number 1 because we're running on a 3 out of 4 format for the Hondas. So some of these drivers have raced already today, some of them haven't. We've got comments coming in, say go Max. Good luck to Ayrton as well. Tom French has been on. There's a bit of chat going on between Tom French and Owen Morris in the live chat. Keep that one going, guys. We enjoy seeing your chats as well as you're getting in touch with us here in the com box. Circuit has been cleared. Final few through the gates. The 5-second board is up. Look for the lights in the top right-hand corner. They're red, they're out, they're going. Harris Roberts makes a lightning start and drives round Tom Percox as the 54 of Bobby Pete goes down to the first corner. He's on the outside, doesn't need to defend. Those on slicks will have to brake so much earlier than those on wets. Can everybody get round that first corner? And Thomas Potter on slicks has slid wide and he's into the gravel and he's beached. Maxie Lewis is round as well, as is the 18 of Ayrton Rye. We've got Jack Collinson spun on the outside and Thomas Potter beached in the gravel. The Marshall's managed to do a grand job in digging him out, but he's almost half a lap behind the leaders. We've got numerous karts round at the second chicane. One of them, the 44, Lewis Hall. Maxie Lewis has managed to thread his way through after that early spin. Stanley Clark as well involved on the opening lap into the second chicane. Yellow flags are still out down there as the marshals get everybody facing in the right direction. Think we've got a clear track there now as well. But what an opening lap, and the wet runners are miles away in this early part of the race. Bobby Pete leading the way then from Jensen White. Then we've got Amy Peacock who's come through from the tail end of the top 10. Sam Howells, Harris Roberts, he's your leading slick runner in P5, but you can see there that car is just washing out all over the place, understeering as he fails to find purchase in them slick tyres in the early part of the race. And now he's getting overtaken left, right and possibly centre as well as the 19 of Tom Drake comes alongside. Looks like he's on slicks as well. But let's see whether, as the track continues to dry with these continuous karts going round, as we've got a spin in the middle part of the corner there. That looks like number 8 of Sam Howell. So as we calm it down a little bit here in this Honda Cadet heat number 2, as Harris Roberts on the slicks has to get on the brakes early and actually gets forced very, very wide there by the 19 of Tom Drake. So Drake definitely in the back of Harris Roberts, as we mentioned, on them slicks, having to get the kart stopped incredibly early. Look at the times down the side of your screen because they're all going to go blue as this is their first racing lap. But you'll be able to see, have a look at Harris Roberts in the 45, have a look at Tom Drake as well. They are somewhere near 5 seconds off the pace of them wet runners out there at the moment with 6 minutes remaining. And what's happening here with these wet runners is that they are using them tyres. The block on them, it's a softer compound tyre, so the block moves itself around and gives them far more grip out there on the circuit. But then as the track continues to dry, because it's a soft compound, it will absolutely ruin those tyres if the track dries properly. And you've got to think, 5 minutes ago it was raining, now the sun's out, and Larry Price on slicks has spun on the exit of the first chicane. And yeah, you can see now, glistening off the damp tarmac, the sun here at Fulbeck is back out once again as the 19 of Tom Drake tries to get alongside. In the background there, Isabel Stansman-Wilson. Max Gilman in the number 50 is facing the wrong way down at the turn 4 hairpin. He's on the outside and he has to wait for all of the field to come through. He'd worked his way up into 15th place from being down outside the top 25 at the start on this random format. And he has had a real issue, and he's going to drop all the way down the tail end of the field. The 19 of Tom Drake. Earlier we said I thought he was running on slicks. He's actually on wets as Max Wheatley tries to get alongside again to return the favour into that complex of corners. The top 10 now at half race distance. Pete, White, Peacock, Lines, Howell, Howsigo, Whiteley, Drake, Gage and Stansmore Wilson. All of those runners on wet tyres as they move down there in the inside. Looked like that was Nate Gage on Tom Drake. No, Drake's already through, actually. That looks it was Wheatley getting caught up in the middle there, and Wheatley gives a nudge wide, I think, of Nate Gage in that corner. So Wheatley struggling to get it as he bounces it over the curb. Stansmore Wilson closing in. She's on the tail of the top 10, and she's got a good run out of that final corner. Can't get alongside, though, into the chicane section. 3 minutes and 45 remaining then in this first race for most of them. First race for Stansmore Wilson. She missed out on heat 1 because of this mixed format of grids. And she's trying to get alongside Max Wheatley. He's up into 9th place. And on the outlap, he was in the gravel and was allowed to retake his place. Stansmore Wilson tries to get alongside, can't do so. And Wheatley slots into the position. Still both of these runners inside the top 10 as Stansmore Wilson has a look over the shoulder at Harry Samuel. He's found his way past Rio Wardley. And they go to the inside, going past some lap traffic, and Stansmore Wilson takes full advantage of that. Will she keep the footing round the outside of Wheatley? She can't, and Wheatley once again, and we see that a lot here at Fulbeck. The driver gets alongside down the inside into that hairpin and allows the driver to come back round the outside and back down the inside into the next complex of corner. And now the leader has been reeled in by Jensen White. White closing in the 58. Both of these runners on wets as Bobby Pete looks over his shoulder, and as soon as his head's facing back forwards, Jensen White is through and into the lead. 2.5 minutes remaining, and Jensen White has made the move. As soon as Bobby Pete's head was back facing the right way, White was straight down the inside, hard on the brakes into the chicane and through into the lead. The circuit continuing to dry. The slick runners are now starting to close in terms of lap time, but it's still very, very even. Wets were definitely the way to go in this one. At least the top 10, all on the wet tyre. But ultimately, as they get towards the end of the season, as we spoke about with these runners only allowing 2 sets of wets for the entire season, is that if we have a particularly wet year, this could hamper them towards the end of the season, and it's only the first race for many of these runners. The top 10 then with 2 remaining. White now leading the way from Peters. There's a couple of overtakes down there. How's it go? Has to hand over his position for 6th place, looks like to Sam Howell, but now he's going to come back down the inside. We'll come back to the running order in a minute as how's it go? And it looks like that's Howell as well. And the 19 of Tom Drake is going to get alongside. Drake is actually going to take track position even before the chicane. Tom Drake's going to come through, and in going for the 6th place off How's it go? Howell, I think, is now going to drop from 5th on timing down into 7th place. And that often happens in karting. A driver goes for a position, puts everything into the overtake, and then overcooks it and then loses a place because the driver behind is just so incredibly close. In the background, you saw Stansmore Wilson, and it looked like Nate Gage is there in the background getting involved, or it could be Max Wheatley once again. Now, 1 minute remaining then for our Honda Cadet Heat 2. White, Pete and Peacock, the top 3. Lines, how's it go? Drake, Howell, Gage, Stansmore Wilson, and Wheatley, the top 10 with Samuel, Harris, Ali, Wardley, Roberts, one of the slick runners off the start, Collinson, who had that issue. He was spun on the outside of the first corner. Thomas Potter's coming back through. He's up into the top 20, as is Max Gilman as well. They're both into 19th and 20th, respectively. 30 seconds remaining, so I think our runners may well get round before the clock elapses, so they're going to get 2 more laps. Out at the front, though, Jensen White pulling away from Bobby Pete. It looks like was that Harris Ali there on the back of Harry Samuel. Down there into, and he's hard on the brakes. Runs wide, though, on exit. He's going to get the track position, though, is he? Unless the 22 can push the runner through, and Harris Ali makes the move stick and holds on. So he's having a strong day so far after a very, very competitive heat number 1, which saw him in 2nd place. He's now running on the outside of the top 10. He's up into in 10th, actually, as one of the runners drops all the way down. So Harris Ali makes up 2 places in 1 lap up into P10, with Wheatley, Samuel, Roberts and Wardley dropping down into 14th place. The time is elapsed, so next time they come round, they will have the last lap board. And Jensen White is down at the complex section. There's Harry Roberts coming through, sliding past Max Wheatley. Looks like Harry Samuel as well is there. Now he's right on the back of Harris Ali is Harris Roberts. And now is where the slick tyres are starting to come back into this. As Jensen White sets the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, as he takes the last lap board. And he's so much quicker than everybody else out there, Jensen White. 55.5 is almost 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on circuit on that previous lap. We have some runners down in the 56s. That's Bobby Pete in 2nd place. He's done well there to hold on and stick with the rest of the pack as they come through. There is your leader, though, Jensen White just has to negotiate some traffic, but he's got 4 seconds, so he doesn't need to do anything silly, doesn't need to risk a front fairing penalty by overtaking too aggressively on those lap traffic down into the complex section, because the gap is only 4.4, so he doesn't want to throw it away through a technicality. And I think he's just done well there just to stick it on the back of the pack. Through he comes, though, to take the checkered flag, and victory in Heat 2. Jensen White with a commanding victory from Bobby Pete, who comes through for second place. The gap 6 seconds as Jensen White does really, really well to just stick on the back of the lap traffic coming through. Freddie Lyons is going to get P3. Amy Peacock is going to get 4th, with Freddie Howsigo completing the top 5 as we wait for the rest of the runners to come through. Tom Drake, Nate Gage, Harris Roberts, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Sam Howell complete the top 10. So towards the end of that race, it was slicks that were really, really coming on in terms of pace, but them opening couple of laps were what really set the stage for heat number 2 in our Honda Cadet class, as the preceding rain from that race really played a huge part, and those drivers that took the gamble of staying on the slick tyres rather than changing to wets, it was a gamble that didn't quite pay off. Although if this race was 5 minutes later, I think we'd have been seeing all of the slick runners right at the front of the pack. Let's just have a quick look down the timing. Some of them runners that had issues early on in the race. Thomas Potter came back to 16th place in that one, having spent the early part of the race beached in the gravel at the first corner. Max Gilman, who was spun down at turn 4, he got back up into 18th. But the top 3 then, Jensen White, Bobby Pete and Freddie Lyons. As the track gets itself clear, thank you for getting in touch with everybody. Daniel Anderson's been on just with Peacock and a smiley face. Owen Morris as well saying well done, Harris. I think that one's for Harris Ali, who's had a very strong outing so far with a P2 and a P11. That's going to give him a huge amount of points, and just a good result then in the third race should see him well towards the front of the pack. Next up, though, we have no time for breaks. It's Micromax, heat number 1. Micromax will be out very shortly. Starting on pole will be the 66 of Riley Buckton Young. He's alongside Logan Lauder, with Toby Dukes and James Tate on row 2. Caden Simpson and Alex Jones on row 3. In row 4, we'll see Aston Brown alongside Harry Neeson, with Jack Hutchinson completing the 9 runners in our Micromax class. They are our youngest runners in terms of the cadet ranks. Certainly taking on the 2-stroke action then in this Micromax class, a class that's possibly one of the youngest in UK karting, but is an entry level into the Rotax family. They then get to move up into minis, then to juniors, then to seniors for the Rotax classes. So it's a steady transition all the way through the Rotax family. It will, of course, be a rolling start, and with Riley Buckton Young due to be on pole position, who's currently the 5th driver making his way round, we'll see whether he can either retake that position early or whether we're going to have a roll round and see whether we can... I think this is going to be very, very unlikely we're going to get this one going at the first time of asking, given that the driver that we had noted as in pole position is not in pole position. But we'll see how we go when we come through. We'll see what we can do, and we are, of course, rolling round and having another go. Logan Lauder, I think they're on the outside, just giving the roll round. As certainly down this end of the circuit, looks like the sun is out, but we are receiving reports that there is rain down the Paddock end of the circuit. So down at the where the drivers join the circuit in the off the dummy grid, we're hearing reports down there from our sources in the paddock that there is some slight precipitation. Just have a quick look out the window and see whether any of these runners are out on wets or whether they're all on slicks. Looks like the bulk of them are on slicks. Certainly if there is some rain down there, we'll be able to see if 1 or 2 of them. And we are just having a quick look now, because once again, Riley Buckton Young, who we were expecting to see on pole position on our grid, isn't there. He's down in down in 7th, I think, on the inside. Most of them actually on the inside. Micromax are actually are now struggling to get themselves into the correct position. Everybody on one side, and they need to split that off because our runners are not quite where they should be, I don't think. But we'll see how we go this time, see whether we can get them going at this time of asking. Looks like a few more of them have moved into their outside berths instead. We may well get this one going at the first time, the second time of asking, but we'll keep an eye out on the lights, see whether the flag goes up. We're away and racing this time then in Micromax. And we are heading then down towards the first corner. It's going to be a fast, hard braking zone. Let's see if everybody makes it round that first corner. Looks like nobody tries to go too aggressive, although Toby Jukes dives to the inside, but then runs wide on exit and heads down now towards the second chicane. They're still side by side. Logan Lauder leaves the door open, and through comes the 20 of James Tate. Through then into lead. Aston Brown gets alongside as well, and he moves up into second place. Logan Lauder, who led round that first corner, starting to drop away as the 47, dives down the inside. Harry Neeson, but runs wide on exit. But we've seen in previous races that doesn't hamper you too much, because you go wide and then it slots you back in and you're in the prime position for the next complex of corners. As now Aston Brown all over the back of James Tate. They're side by side. Brown has more straight line speed, moves through on James Tate, who looked like he had the final corner of the track compromised. And now moves through Aston Brown with the tap of the helmet, but if he looks over his shoulder, he's already moving away at the head of the pack as Toby Jukes takes advantage of the door being left open, as does Caden Simpson down the inside of Alex Jones into turn number 1. We've got a yellow flag out down there at turn 1. Looks like Jack Hutchinson in the 31 is off in the outside. You saw the yellow flag just pop into screen there. There he is on the outside of the chicane. Marshall working hard to get him back on track, so it's clear when they come round. The yellow flag is in, and overtaking opportunities into that first corner are now back on the table for our Micromax runners. Lauder has lost that place then to Jukes on the for third place down that end of the circuit. We saw him take the position early on in the lap, and now Caden Simpson gets a good run round that final corner, but then will he scrub off enough speed round that corner to then open the back door up for Lauder to come back to the inside? He doesn't, but Caden Simpson is charging, and even with that overtake on the previous lap, is 1.4 seconds quicker than Jukes. It looks like he's at Jukes on wets as well in the early part of this race. Now Caden Simpson on the slicks is starting to come through, and he's starting to close in, certainly on Jukes at a fair rate of knots, and he's pulling away already. Let's see whether he can do anything to catch up on the front runners. Aston Brown, though, absolutely flying, a 52.9. He's 3 seconds quicker than everybody else on that previous lap, and he's 3.8 away with still well over half of the race still to go. And he's through over start finish already as we see this battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all still nose to tail as they're through. James Tate is in the middle of that, but he's being reeled in now by Toby Jukes by Caden Simpson, who's got past Toby Jukes for third place. And on that previous lap, 1.6 seconds quicker was Caden Simpson, closing in on the second place of James Tate as Riley Buckton-Young goes to the inside of the 30 of Alex Jones into the turn 1 hairpin and moves away and through. Good overtake there by Riley Buckton-Young, hard on the brakes as Toby Jukes now is falling back into the clutch. As you can see there, those tyres noticeable in their tread, that they've gone for the wet option on this continuously drying circuit. And Caden Simpson is now right on the back of James Tate for second place. And we've seen him previously get a good run out of this corner and try and get alongside into the final corner. He's done it again. Caden Simpson with a sensational overtake on James Tate. And he's done it before, and I'm fairly sure he's now going to do it again throughout the rest of this race day. He knows he can make that overtake, gets a good run out of the complex and into the final corner. Not for the first time in this race, Caden Simpson with a fantastic overtake down into that final complex of corners. We're only at half race distance as well. The gap though to Aston Brown out at the front, who is continuously plugging in 52s. A sensational pace for Aston Brown. 3 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on the circuit in these Micromaxes. And I'm fairly sure, even though Caden Simpson has made a fantastic move so far all the way through the pack, he's going to struggle to close in. As once again, you see on the top of the screen there in the left-hand corner, Aston Brown with a pink sector of purple. A 52.1 shows him showing the fastest lap of the race. As Riley Buckton-Young and Toby Jukes battle it out. And Toby Jukes, who started the race with good pace, is now unfortunately falling back into the clutches of the slick runners as he goes around this Fulbeck circuit, which you can see now with the sun shining is very, very dry. And the one thing that you don't want to be is on wets, because those tyres are not going to do you any favours. And they definitely look like they've got tread on them, and you can tell actually with the way he's going around the corners. Riley Buckton-Young just getting so much more exit grip as our race leader, Aston Brown, is now starting to come through some more of the lap traffic as the lap times are around about 52 seconds for our leaders. Caden Simpson is closing in terms of his lap time, bringing them down now into the 54s, but Aston Brown is still moving away at a rate of around 2 seconds per lap. Getting still some comments coming. Dean Dukes is watching his son Toby there on screen. There he is. He's watching us from Wilton Mill. He's currently holding off Riley Buckton-Young, even though Buckton-Young is on the slicks and should have a little bit more pace than Toby Jukes. Jukes is holding firm, and at the moment Buckton-Young just can't get close enough to actually make an overtake move, and he's potentially carrying a little bit too much speed into them corners rather than thinking of maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 corners further down the line as to which is in terms of lining up an opportunity. He's just trying to close right in up on the back. There's Aston Brown coming through, the race leader, another fastest lap of the race, 51.767. I'm sure he's enjoying himself, but when you've got almost a 20-second lead and you're continuously plugging in fastest laps of the race, the person that won't be enjoying that will be his mum, dad, mechanic, or anybody else that's watching, because one thing you don't want is them just keep putting in fastest laps, and doing a Senna at Monaco and putting it in the barrier and throwing away a certain victory. As now Buckton-Young is much closer to Toby Jukes than he has been, but then scrubs off all the speed that he was carrying through that complex of corners. There's some lap traffic in front. I think that's Jack Hutchinson as they come up to the chicane section. So it's Jukes in fourth with Buckton-Young and then Neeson, I think, in the background, and as the lap traffic is staying out of the way. Nice clean overtakes then by our two runners in fourth and fifth respectively. So the 9 runners in their position. It's Brown, Simpson, Tate, Jukes, Buckton-Young, Neeson, Lauder, Jones and Hutchinson. But this one is really down to Aston Brown putting a marker down, not only for this race, not only for this meeting, but for the entirety of the 2022 season as the driver to beat in this Micromax class. Continuously growing, of course, Micromax, as Riley Buckton-Young finds his way past Toby Jukes finally for fourth place as he moves his way through. 23 seconds remaining then for our race leader to come through before the time elapses, and he may well do that actually and have another lap to complete. He's got 20 seconds gap on the rest of them. I'm fairly sure he's not going to slow down just so he doesn't get another lap, but he certainly could have done with the gap at 20 seconds and him only needing 8 seconds to come over the line. So it has elapsed, and now he's got just under 2 laps remaining then, has Aston Brown. In that 57 machine, already put a lap on Alex Jones and Jack Hutchinson, closing in on Logan Lauder and Harry Neeson in front of him. And now he's just got to make sure these overtakes are clean. As Riley Buckton-Young, he's got through, but he hasn't managed to pull away from Toby Jukes, and Jukes has stayed with him in this race. And certainly it looked like Buckton-Young had more pace to come through and then start to move away. But now he's through, hasn't managed to break away from Toby Jukes. The last lap board is out. There is Aston Brown coming through. The lead, a commanding one at well over 20 seconds. It could be 23, 24 when he comes through next time. Caden Simpson in second place has drove amazingly to sort of stem the gap. It was 15 seconds when he moved up into second place. There he is in the 77 with the infamous Red Bull suit on, the blue and yellow helmet. The gap is only out to 21, so he has started to close in terms of like bringing the time band down between Aston Brown and Caden Simpson. But Aston Brown in that early part of the race where he built up a 15-second lead in the first half of the race has had it comfortable, but it's continued throughout the race to keep plugging in fastest lap after fastest lap. It's been a commanding race for Aston Brown. The checkered flag seen by the 57, a fantastic win for him. Both arms off the steering wheel in elation. And we've still got a long wait then now for Caden Simpson to come through in second place. And both him himself, he's had a fantastic race as well. Many overtakes. As we see a couple of others coming through. That's lap traffic there in the background. That's Caden Simpson. Second place for Simpson. A fantastic race for him and certainly a confidence boost going into the second heat for our Micromax. Then we've got another big gap back to James Tate. This was another race that was played out with some runners on slicks and some on wets after the rain shower we had at the start of the Honda Cadet race around about 20 minutes ago. Tate comes over the line then to complete the top three. It's Brown, Simpson and Tate. And then it's going to be Riley, Buckton, Young holding off Toby Jukes at the line for fourth place. Everybody through then. So it's Brown, Simpson, Tate, Buckton, Young, Jukes, Neeson, Lauder, Jones and Hutchinson. In the comments already coming in with congratulations for Aston Brown and plenty as well for Toby Jukes, who managed to stay with the rest of the pack when they had their when he had his wets on. And we've still got a few actually making their way through. Thought everybody had been through for a checkered flag, but we certainly have one runner still going round that is classed as a lap down. And there is Caden Simpson with quite possibly, in my opinion, I've seen Caden race a lot in this last year, and that for me is a breakout event for Caden Simpson in grabbing the second place. Had to work hard for it in the overtakes as well. Let's take nothing away from our race winner though, with a sensational victory of over 22 seconds, Aston Brown. Next up though, after Micromax, we start Heat 2 for Junior Pro Kart. If you are just joining us, thank you very much for taking in the action on the Alpha Live YouTube channel of the opening round of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship live here from Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. Heat number 2 for Junior Pro Kart is almost with us. Christian Oblang will start on pole position with reigning champion Max Shields alongside. He won the first heat as well, with Conor McCarthy and Sophie Pawsey on row 2. Harrison Johns and Sebastian Pereira are on row 3. Amy Frame and Harry Roddis row 4. Owen Roberts, who came through the field even though he's a novice, to finish well in heat number 1. He starts 9th alongside Harry Brown, who ran well all the way until the final lap when an overtake on Amy Frame didn't quite pan out the way that he wanted, and that dropped him down, and certainly in terms of time. We are having a green flag there for our Junior Pro Karts as they make their way around, but it is a standing start for them, so they're going to have a roll round and get themselves gridded up. So that wasn't a green flag you saw on the screen to get them out racing. That was just a green to confirm that the circuit is clear and they can go round. So we're going to have quite an interesting dynamic in this one, is that Max Shields is going to go the off the front row. The Heat 1 winner and reigning champion. Look for him, certainly in his mind, to get the power down, get round the first corner, and I'm sure he will have aspirations of disappearing off into the distance and leaving the show to everybody else. 10 runners then in our junior class. I'll see if we've got any previous indiscretions off the previous races. I'm fairly sure we're going to pick some up at some point during that Honda race, what with the class being some on wets and some on slicks, and we certainly have. We've had Stanley Clark pick up and gaining an unfair advantage, 5 seconds. Tom Drake and Maximus Lewis as well have picked up front fairing penalties. So that's when the nose comes down on the front of the kart, when they've applied too much pressure on it, often from the kart in front. We are about to go racing then for our junior Pro Kart class. They've gridded up quite quickly. The board is down. The lights are on. The lights are off very quickly, and we're away and racing. And everybody has managed to get cleanly away off the line. This time the second row, unlike the previous one, have managed to go with the rest of them. And Max Shields already leading the way. And Sophie Pawsey with a sensational start goes all the way around the outside of Christian Oblang into the first corner and into second place. Gets it stopped as well for the chicane. So Max Shields then leading the way as we thought he might do. Gets a good run off the start. Christian Oblang tries to get alongside Sophie Pawsey into the left-hander there down at turn 3. Pawsey slides slightly wide as well on this circuit that still looks quite slippy out there, despite the fact that most of the runners on the previous race were going much quicker on slicks, but they do have a much, much softer compound as Christian Oblang forces Sophie Pawsey wide in a move akin to touring cars, has a little bit of a bump and run, and forces Pawsey wide and goes straight down the inside the gap, and Pawsey's going to come back down the inside into the first chicane, as you know. I think she would have needed the help there from Connor McCarthy just to push her all the way through, but she's had to then slot back into third place. McCarthy now comes to the inside of Sophie Pawsey, and that first corner, you see it a lot here at Fulbeck, is it looks like the driver is leaving the door open, and they're not. It's not a normal radius of hairpin. The early part of the corner is quite open, and it tightens up as you go round that corner. It is a decreasing radius hairpin, so the optimum line is to go wide and then clip the hairpin curb almost 3/4 of the way round that corner. That's the quick line, but in doing so, you do leave the door open for the rest of the field to charge down the inside into that corner, and that's why it's the most favoured overtaking spot on this Fulbeck circuit. Over the line they come then to begin at lap number 3. Maximus Shields leading the way then from Oblang, Pawsey. McCarthy, and Pawsey outbreaks herself into the first chicane and goes straight through the cones, and that's going to incur a penalty. She slots back into her third place, but Pawsey unable to get the kart stopped. She keeps hold of P3, but she will incur the wrath of the race director for that one. Shields then leads from Oblang. Pawsey in P3, but will likely pick up a penalty. Then we've got McCarthy, Pereira, Frame, Roberts, Roddis, Harrison Johns, and Harry Brown. And now that's the 74 of Connor McCarthy down the inside. Sebastian Pereira tried to do the same, but then in his haste to get through, took a huge amount of curb, and that balked his exit, as now Pawsey and McCarthy battle it out. So they go through, and we still have 5 minutes remaining in what has been an incredibly intense opening couple of laps in this race here. Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2, as we head towards the lunch break in around about an hour's time. See there, Pawsey leaves the door open, although this time doesn't actually clip the curb. She just runs all the way around the outside and holds on to that position, with Pereira now closing in, and Pawsey needs to reset effectively, having missed that chicane, needs to reset, reevaluate this race, because it certainly takes quite a lot of mental strength when you know that you've picked up a penalty, almost certainly, and Sophie Pawsey seems now to not be driving with the same sort of confidence she did in the early part of this race. A shake of the head as Sebastian Pereira tries to put the number 21 in a position that certainly a cadet might fit, but a junior pro kart certainly wouldn't, which was down the inside into the 5, 6, 7 complex of corners. But yeah, Sophie Pawsey just needs to reevaluate now, reset ever so slightly, leaves the door open this time as Seb Pereira goes down the inside, but she will get on the power, and that outside line actually on this circuit that is still a little bit greasy is certainly allowing her to get the power down earlier, and is holding on to that position. So I wouldn't be too worried about leaving the door open there for Pereira, unless he manages to carry a huge amount of speed down the inside in that corner and then just force Pawsey wide onto the rumble strip. Half race distance out at the front. Max Shields leading the way then from Christian Oblang and Connor McCarthy, as this time Pawsey does run wide on her own volition, not at the point of the track where she wanted to though, and Sebastian Pereira moves up into 4th place. Pawsey tries to get alongside Pereira, gets the kart stopped though and has to slot into now P5. Behind though the charging Owen Roberts, who gave a very, very good account of himself in the first race of the day in our junior Pro Kart class, and is now trying to move up onto the back of of Sophie Pawsey. Behind, we've got Amy Frame, not too far back either, and then we've got a fairly even split then between Harrison Johns, Harry Roddis and Harry Brown. We've got around about 2 seconds between each of them in 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. So as in the previous Junior Pro Kart race, it has settled itself down with 3 minutes remaining. Certainly after Pereira had managed to find a way through Sophie Pawsey. As comments continue to stream in. Thank you very much. If you are watching and you do want to comment, you do need to hit the subscribe button. Not only will that keep you up to date with all the action here today at the CKC and JKC, but you'll also be notified of all of the times that Alpha Live go live throughout the season. There's not many weekends that Alpha aren't out streaming not only action in karting, but also circuit racing for cars, motocross as well, and bikes. All throughout the year, it is the go-to place for your karting action. And if you are enjoying the action, please do give us a little like as well. We do like that as Maximus Shields plugs in the fastest lap of the race. And we were saying this previously in the previous race with Aston Brown, is that it's all well and good the driver at the front plugging in the fastest lap and when they've got a comfortable gap, but often it is the way that they prefer it, because if you start easing off and slowing it down, you do start making mistakes that you wouldn't normally make previously, because your concentration levels naturally drop with the rest of it. As Harry Brown sets the floor and there's heavy contact from the number 7 of Owen Roberts, and I don't think that was to do with his driving. I think the wheel had brought itself loose, because they don't just bounce off like that after contact. Owen Roberts into the tyre wall on the outside of turn 1, the wheel rolling away down the circuit in commiseration. That kart's going to be parked there. We're going to have wave yellows down there, so there'll be no overtaking opportunities. They're going to try and drag that kart off the track. The marshal doing the correct idea, though, and sending the driver to the sanctuary of the infield. That kart's going to get parked as the yellow flags are out there. We've still got a minute remaining, so we're going to have 3 more laps, and let's see whether there's going to be enough gap in the traffic to get that kart off the circuit. But heavy contact for Owen Roberts sees that kart off into the tyre wall, and as the wheels came off the race for Owen Roberts, into the tyre wall and into retirement for the driver of the 7, who's had a strong race day so far and is currently down there holding the wheel that departed his number 7 machine. 26 seconds remaining then for Max Shields. He's going to get 2 more laps at this, because the time isn't going to elapse by the time that he comes through, although it looks like we might have added another 10 seconds to the race at the top. No, he's come through and it's dropped back down to 16 seconds, so he will get the last lap board next time round for Max Shields. The kart is being moved down that end of the circuit, but I think the yellows are still going to be out by the time that Shields comes through. Their top work from the marshals here at Fulbeck to clear the circuit. And this battle on screen is between Harry Roddis and Harry Brown, and Brown is closing in on the previous lap, 1.5 seconds quicker than Harry Roddis. So all the way down the field, we've got continuous battling. This one for 8th place, and Harry Brown chops right, chops left, but can't chop away through Harry Roddis. The last lap board will be out for Max Shields when he comes through in a few moments' time. And Harry Brown goes to the inside, hard on the brakes. Can he get it stopped? He popped out of the slipstream, popped back in the slipstream, popped out again. A little bit of indecision there from the driver of the 47, Harry Brown, joining us from Denton in Manchester, one of the youngest runners in this Junior Pro Kart class. Maybe he needs to just have a little bit more confidence in his conviction at getting through there on Harry Roddis and giving Roddis the decision to make as to whether he's going to fight it too much. But Harry Brown giving another good account of himself. And once again, it looks like Roddis is having some problems just getting the kart purchased on the way out of that corner. Last lap board is out for our race leader, Maximus Shields. He's making his way around the other part of the circuit. There he is coming through. Now the sun baking down here at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire after that shower around about half an hour ago. And Max Shields is going to make it 2 Junior Pro Kart races and 2 victories. What a way to start his 2022 season. The checkered flag is out and Max Shields wins heat number 2 in Junior Pro Kart. Behind him, Christian Oblang does enough to keep him honest for 3rd place. Conor McCarthy and Sebastian Pereira are going to cross the line 3 and 4. Then we've got some gap back then to Sophie Pawsey, who's done enough to hold on from Amy Frame, who has closed her in the tail end of this race. They're going to come across the line in 5th and 6th respectively. then it's going to be Johns, Roddis and Brown. There's Johns. There's the battle in the background between Harry Roddis and Harry Brown. Let's see who appears first out of that final corner. Will it be the 88? Will it be the 47? It looks like Harry Roddis is going to hold on, but Harry Brown's going to try and get alongside over the line. Chops side by side, and by 1/100th of a second, Harry Roddis holds on for P8 from Harry Brown, with Owen Roberts, unfortunately, heading towards retirement and 4 laps down at the end of that race after his heavy contact on the outside of the first corner, or what we call turn 1 here at Fulbeck. So we have chicane 1, which is the first part that we see, and then we have turn 1, which is the hairpin at the end, which is often turn 1 at the start of the race when the chicane isn't taken. Then we've got turn 2, which isn't really much of a turn, it's just lines you up through the early part of the back straight for the heavy braking into chicane 2. And comments coming in, and all of them really wishing Owen Roberts well in that incident, and looks like he is okay. I think the kart is going to be retrieved later. I think it could potentially still be up there, but we do need a I think it's been taken actually through the gate at the top corner of the circuit, so that kart will be wheeled back down in a trolley on the trolley later on, and as the junior Pro Kart class make their way off the circuit. That is Harry Brown, who had that race-long battle with Harry Roddis, who gives us a wave, and certainly has the pace there to mix it with Harry Roddis, and we'll see whether he's just got a little bit more conviction later on in the race day as to how he goes about that battle with Harry Roddis, because certainly seemed to be getting alongside and was chopping and changing left and right throughout that race. Next up though, and they're already making their way out and round onto the circuit, will be Heat 2 for Minimax. Let's see whether I can rattle through this grid. And certainly not that one that's up on the screen, because that's Junior Pro Kart. But let's have a quick look. I certainly know that it's going to be Ben Adrian on pole, because he's leading the way round with Carolyn Foster on the front row. Brandon Truman and Tom Nottingham, row 2. Isaac Parkinson and Oliver Fabricius, row 3. Melissa Adrian and Daniel Parsons, row 4, with Leon Barlow and Lucas Blanford, Heat 1 winner, completing the top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff start on row 6. Ben Horner and Sonny Morgan, row 7. Jack Burgess starts on row 8, and I've won the victory between the minis making their way around and me finishing the grids. Looks like we are starting to close up the back of the pack. Let's see whether we're going to get going at the first time of racing. The back of the pack close enough for us to go racing, and it's green. And Ben Adrian already on the inside, rolling very, very slowly, just hasn't been able to go away, shaking his head, and the pole sitter is almost going to be last by the time they get to the first corner. Drama for Ben Adrian, who led over the line and then just did not get any power at all. He's already started to make the moves through, and there's a driver off in the wall on the outside. Let's try and get a number on that one. You'll be able to see them potentially on the left there. There they are as the marshals and medic run over to make sure the driver's okay. So we're going to certainly have one driver out of this race. He's already getting out of the kart. That might just be to get it facing in the right direction as the 69 machine rolls to a halt as well. Callum Foster off the front row, and that kart is parked down stationary at an area that isn't covered too much by marshals, so we might end up bringing this race to a we might be slowing this one down a lot later. Let's find out, as Blanford already up from 10th place into P2 on a very, very hectic open lap for our Minimax drivers. 1 minute in, and we've already had so much drama there. We've got Ben Adrian now right on the back of the pack, having failed to get away, and this often happens in these Rotax classes. If the plug oil's up, the kart just does not get going when they put the foot down. There's Callum Foster rolling the walking back after that kart just stopped down there at the corner, and we just need to take a breath really in this opening in this heat number 2. But it's Truman, Nottingham. Well, no, Nottingham has handed second place over to Blanford already. We saw that in the early parts of that race. Fastest lap of the race goes to Brandon Truman. But now then beaten straight away by Lucas Blanford. as Melissa Adrian and Tom Nottingham battle it out into the first corner. As we've got a couple of karts actually stationary there on the inside. One of them's just got out and just left it on the inside of the tarmac. As we're side by side, sees Leon Barlow and Lewis Goff bouncing over the curbs in that battle with Ben Adrian. Got a couple of drivers. It's all quite intense down there. That's the 39 of Isaac Parkinson. We got a couple of actual runners now just still battling it out in the middle part of this race, but it has been really, really mixed up in the early part. Looks like we're potentially going to pick up a warning as the 55 of Brandon Truman, the leader, just goes straight through the chicane. He's going to pick up a 5-second penalty. Slows down, though, which he doesn't need to do because the penalty will be applied, and hands the lead over already there to Lucas Blanford, who was coming through anyway at a fair rate of knots. I've just been joined in the com box by Owen Roberts, who had that massive off in the previous race. His cart's still up there. He's just walked back. I've managed to grab a word. He does seem to be okay, but we'll just have a quick chat to find out. Owen, looked like heavy contact. Hopefully you're okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, it did seem to be more of a case that your wheel wasn't playing the same game that you were. It looked like that one came off and you had no real option there. You weren't in control of that one by the look of it.
Yeah, I went around the corner. I think the wheel just came off.
Yeah, so it looked like you went in and then the wheel just sort of like fell off and went the other way, and there was no contact with the wall with the wheel, so it certainly looked like that was the cause of your off there. But so it looked like quite a heavy impact. Hopefully you're okay. Hopefully the kart is able to get back, and should it be fixable and ready to go for later on in the day?
I don't think so. We don't have much parts here.
Well, there's plenty of juniors out there, and see if anybody can help out. If you do need the odd bit, I'm sure the CKC Paddock, JKC Paddock will be able to help you out. Hopefully you'll get that machine back out. Hopefully there'll be people down there that can give you a hand, and we'll see you out, because the pace that we saw, certainly in Heat 1 as well, you must be confident at least. Even if you can't get back out today, you know you're going to get yourself back out later on in the season. The pace is certainly there. You must be taking at least some confidence away from the first few heats of the heats of this season.
Yeah, hope so.
Owen, thank you very much for joining us. We are 3.5 minutes away from the checkered flag in this junior, Minimax class. Thank you very much for joining us, Owen. Really appreciate it, mate. Hope you're well, and hope you can get that kart back out later on in the day. I'll let you go so that you can potentially get some repairs done, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the season here as part of the JKC. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate that. 3.5 minutes remaining then as Ben Adrian dives to the inside of the 12. Trying to pick out a 12. It's Ben Horner down there, isn't it? In that battle for fourth place as Lucas Blanford once again pumps in the fastest lap of the race. This time, though, Brandon Truman is sticking with him, but we are expecting Truman to pick up a penalty for an advantage on that one. So for gaining an advantage as they made their way through the chicane, and he just missed his braking point whilst leading and trying to pull away from Lucas Blanford. And unfortunately, nothing he could do. He did slow the pace down, though, and I don't know whether that was a case that he was trying not to pick up a penalty, but my understanding is as soon as you miss the chicane, that penalty is applied. It doesn't matter how much you slowed down. You might as well just keep your foot in that early part, and you know, if you are going to miss the braking point, you're going to miss it, and just keep it down and then try and focus forwards. The top 10, though, as it stands: Blanford, Truman, Fox Whiteley, Adrian, Goff, Horner, Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow, Tom Nottingham, and Daniel Parsons, with a couple of other runners, unfortunately, not able to make it to the end. Isaac Parkinson in 12th. He's some laps down. And then Callum Foster and Sonny Morgan as Lewis Goff dives down the inside. Great move on Melissa Adrian, and he's moved up into fourth place. It's taken him a few laps, but he's moved through. The gap then to third place. In front of him, Jared Fox Whiteley, 2.5 seconds. Might not have enough time before the end of the race to see if he can close in on Jared Fox Whiteley. Certainly the first target, though, is to break away from this train, which goes all the way down to at least Ben Adrian on the back. Leon Barlow not too far back as well. He's actually closed right in on this lap. He was 4/10 off the back of the train, and with Lewis Goff making his way past Melissa Adrian, has really closed in on the back. Jared Fox Whiteley, though, in front, responds with a personal best of a 48.6 for him. Truman as well in front with a personal best. Blanford, though, once again looking to make it 2 from 2 for him. In this race, he came from P10, hoping to pick up another victory. The pace certainly there from Lucas Blanford. The battle behind has actually seen Lewis Goff pull away from Melissa Adrian ever so slightly. That'll give him some respite. So now it's a 4-kart battle from 5th down into 8th with Adrian Horner, then Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow as well on the back of that after a fairly treacherous heat number 1. Sees him battling away as there's a move down the inside there. Looked like Horner thought about it. Certainly had moved off the line. Melissa Adrian, though, managing to stay firm. And Horner overcooks it coming out of the chicane in that early overtake. And Leon Barlow might get past them both. Ben Adrian looks over his shoulder to see. And he's going to find Leon Barlow on the other side of him. Barlow certainly gets 1 place at the expense of Ben Horner. So Horner drops 2 places in 2 corners with Ben Adrian and Leon Barlow coming through, and we see that often, and I mentioned it earlier on in the day in karting. You go for 1 place, you often, if it doesn't work out, lose a couple at the very least. Last lap board will be out this time then for them coming through. Lucas Blanford with the fastest lap of the race, a 47.7, the only driver to go sub 48 so far. We'll continue with this battle. In front there, you just saw the flash of orange of Jared Fox-Whiteley. He's moving away at a very similar pace, actually, to Lewis Goff. Goff closed in on the last lap, but certainly not enough for the 2.5 or so seconds that he needs. Blanford, though, continuing to push round the final few complexes of corners, giving that kart no sympathy whatsoever as he bounces it over the curbs, which is a must here at Fulbeck if you want to take full advantage of this circuit. 2 races, 2 victories for Lucas Blanford, takes the checkered flag. This time, though, Brandon Truman has managed to stick a lot closer with him, although will pick up that penalty that may well hand 2nd place in this race in terms of points to Jared Fox-Whiteley, as the drivers amass as many points as they possibly can to maximise their grid positions for the finals this afternoon and into the early evening here at Fulbeck. The top 10 confirmed then as Blanford, Truman, Fox-Whiteley, Goff, Adrian, then Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow, Ben Horner, Tom Nottingham, and Jack Parsons coming through. Fantastic racing once again from Lucas Blanford. Didn't have it all his own way in the early part with Truman having taking the lead and starting actually to try and open up a gap, certainly back to the rest of the pack. Then he missed his braking point into the first chicane and will most likely pick up a penalty for that one. So that is Micromax in the bag as we see them coming off the circuit. First few have had the opportunity there. They've been off to the Weybridge. And have a quick look at at some preceding heats. I think we've had a quick look at the penalties that were applied in Heat 2 for Honda. Let's see whether there was any in micros. There is actually in Micromax, and but it was for both of them actually for Caden Simpson, a front fairing penalty applied 5 seconds for him and gaining an unfair advantage in another 5 seconds, but he was so far down the road in 2nd place, he has actually managed to hold on to 2nd place. So a fantastic result, not only on track, but also in terms of picking up points for Caden Simpson in that one. He holds on to 2nd despite picking up a couple of penalties. Still waiting for Junior Pro Kart to come in with theirs, so we'll just wait for theirs to come in as we see. That's Leon Barlow on the right walking away after that one with Lewis Goff getting the congratulations for a good P4. It did take him a while actually to get past Melissa Adrian, but when he did, he started to move away, and that provided a little bit more comfort for him. We are expecting as well, though, Brandon Truman to pick up that 5-second penalty for missing the chicane at the opening part of that race, and that should hand 2nd place, I think, to Jared Fox-Whiteley, who finished 4.5 seconds behind him, so that will allow him, unless he's picked up a penalty, of course, to slot into 2nd place to pick up the points. All of these races, with the exception, of course, of Honda, will go straight to their final. Honda will later on in the day have a last chance, a last chance saloon effort, as the top 20 automatically make the final, and then the remaining runners go into a runoff, as we see Lewis Goff there just assessing the rest of the paddock as he walks around. That's his dad who joins him with the bringing the trolley over, and smiles between the two of them after a solid 4th place for Lewis Goff. And the carts then get put back up onto the trolleys to be wheeled back into the paddock. We don't allow them to drive them through the paddock because that would be unsafe. 27 there after a quick brush off of the wheel. It's Daniel Parsons. So just have a quick run through the CKC in general and JKC for their season going forward. We are, of course, at Fulbeck today in Lincolnshire. It's one of the X-Kart machines. I think that's Callum Foster's kart that didn't really make it round the circuit. The gentleman in the red on the right-hand side, who's still got his hood up as if it's raining, is Sam Spinale. We saw him a few weeks ago on the Alpha Channel at Wilton Mill, going very, very well in a senior Pro Kart. And might see him certainly later on in the year at the British 24-hour race, which hopefully we'll be covering for you once again as part of the Alpha Network. So, as I was saying, we are, of course, here at Fulbeck. We have an 8-round championship in the CKC JKC. We're at Wilton Mill at the start of April. Then we go to Rowrah, Lydd, GYG, Landau, Hooton Park and Ella Park at the end of the season. So we are going to just spend a few minutes away from my beautiful voice in the comm box, and we're going to be joined by Kai Bacchini, who's just going to talk us a little bit more about CKC.
Hey guys, just arrived here at Wilton Mill for race day at the Cadet Kart Championship. I haven't raced in a kart for 15 months. I've also never been in a Honda, which I am driving this weekend. But let's see what I can do today. Let's go on a track walk. Practice went well on Saturday. I was getting to grips with the car and got faster as the day went on. Me and Charlie decided to try and work together to push in quali. Didn't exactly go to plan, and unfortunately I ended up qualifying P10 for the first heat. Not the best, but not a disaster. I lined up P10 on the starting grid for Heat 1. This would be my first ever standing start in the Hondas, and it's fair to say it was not a good one. After such a poor start, I knew I had to get my head down and go for every overtaking opportunity if I was to have a chance of catching the lead pack. Heat 2, I was starting 6th due to a good recovery drive in the last one, and it was another shocking start, losing places left, right and centre. Heat 2 was a really close battle, with positions changing every single lap. For Heat 3, I was starting 6th again. And finally, I got a half-decent start, only losing one position, which I was able to gain straight back. I would be starting the final from what seemed to be my grid spot for the day, 6th, but I knew I had the pace to push for a podium now that I'd finally cracked the standing starts. Unfortunately, it wasn't the cleanest of getaways in the final, with the pole man getting a jump start which caused a chain reaction. I got off to a decent start and I was on the back of the front pack when this happened. Race over. I managed to pull back 10 positions to finish 10th with the fastest sector 3, but that's racing. I might not have got the result I would hope for in the final, but I really enjoyed the close racing all weekend. I would definitely recommend the CKC Championship. Make sure you check it out now.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us. Next up then will be Junior Rotax Heat 2. Then we're going to have Honda Race 3. Micromax Heat 2 will follow shortly after that, but we will have another interlude as a guest class joins us that we're not covering as part of the CKC JKC package. I'm just having a quick look then at the grid for our next race, which will be joining us in around about a minute and a half's time out on circuit. Max Shields then will start on pole position alongside Jacob Vickers, who got DQ'd from that opening race for a technical infringement. He starts alongside with Thomas Elston and Oliver Buckton, row 2, Bartek Filipiak and Curtis Latimer, who retired from Heat 1. He's going to start 6th. Sandro Ballesteros will be 7th alongside Heat 1 winner Nicholas Ellis. He starts 8th, with Sam Stoner and Tom Holden completing the top 10. Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst Grover are on row number 6. Then we've got Jaden Hewitt and Finlay Whiting, with Oliver Green, the novice runner, completing the junior Rotax grid here at Fulbeck. There they are. That is on the right-hand side. That is the 25 of Jacob Vickers, who we mentioned did have that infringement that saw him removed from the standings for the opening race. Max Shields then swaps junior Pro Kart machinery for junior Rotax machinery aboard the currently Tony Kart liveried 181 machine, but I expect that to change to his more commonly colours of white, orange and black later on in the season. It's Oliver Buckton in his autism motion but machinery, incredibly focused, just looking forwards and nothing else, focused on this race. And it's interesting to see drivers there with Sam Stoner promoting his Instagram page on the side of his helmet. And I say it's really interesting to see drivers and how they go about getting ready for a race. Some of them are like incredibly focused. We've seen Max Shields in previous races before, certainly the standing start one. It's almost like he's listening to music in his own ears as he dances around getting himself ready. That's his way of keeping himself calm on the grid as the camera makes its way down the grid. We are not quite clear on track yet. The race has finished, but there's a couple of karts to be collected out there on circuit from the preceding event. But the marshals working quickly, as they have throughout the day here at Fulbeck, to keep the circuit clear and to keep the action continuous on track. The sun certainly coming down now as you see it glistening off the helmets of the drivers here at Fulbeck. Down there on the dummy grid, Parc Fermé, as we await the opportunity to go racing again here at in Lincolnshire. It looks like we're getting green flags at most posts now. Certainly there was a kart to be collected from down at turn 1, and the final few runners being cleared as we make our way down towards the tail end of the grid. Harry Hurst Grover there with his blue and red helmet. And, shining now in the sunshine. You wouldn't believe that less than an hour ago it was grey and raining. And, that was Finlay Whiting. We saw him close right up on the back in the previous race of our Heat 1 winner Nicholas Ellis. Now he's going to have to go, as it looked like there was a driver there potentially just rolling to a halt on the side of the circuit. Let's see if we're missing anybody as they come round, or whether we've just got somebody incredibly late out of the dummy grid with a problem. Looks like there's one there closing up, but everybody's now out onto the circuit. So that's the looks like the 38 of Sam Stoner potentially slowing on the outlet. See, wait for him to come back through. Now Max Shields is going to lead them round. He gets to dictate the pace on these rolling starts, and he is going to have to back the pack up somewhat now, because we've still got runners just coming past the turn 2 chicane, although that is one of the I think that could be Oliver Green. He's going to come through on the novice plate at the back from Oldham in Manchester. So as long as we can get them started and the bulk of the pack are there, we should get the green and the authorisation to go racing. Let's have a quick look, have a look at the lights up there. We are away. The red lights go off for away and racing, and it's Jacob Vickers who's managed to come across the front of Maximus Shields. And Shields, though, hard on the brakes, very, very late. He's going to try and get the run all the way around the outside there, but I fear he's going to get hung out to dry. Might even lose second place in the run down, but he has got track position as they head down to the second chicane. He has managed to hold on, but Jacob Vickers, has looked. He's bolted at the head of the field. The 51 is close. That's Tom Elston closing in on Maximus Shields with Oliver Buckton in P4. Holding off Nicholas Ellis, who's had a strong opening start of the race. That's Oliver. Oh, we've got 18 and the 85 off down there. Jaden Hewitt looks like he's spun in sympathy with Ollie Naylor going off down there at the turn 4 hairpin. So Naylor, who had a strong start to the day, but then had that incident in the opening heat, has now had another incident in the opening lap of heat number 2 here in Junior Rotax. We await the timing stack, but it looks like we've got a driver there losing drive. The 51, Tom Elston, and he's just going to pull that kart off. No drive for Elston. The kart rolls to a halt. He put the throttle down, and the kart just did not respond. And at least the yellow's out there potentially. Yeah, I'm thinking the chain may have come off here at Fulbeck. We see that quite a lot in terms of the karts bouncing over the curbs. And often, certainly in these Rotaxes, they run the chain quite loose, and he's put the power down and the kart just hasn't responded, so potentially he's taken the curb a little bit too much on the inside there. It's bounced the chain off, and no matter how much you pump the throttle, it will not respond if it's not connected to the rear axle. Top 4 actually have started to open up as Vickers and Shields leading the way, as that now Oliver Buckton has to hand over third place to Nicholas Ellis. Ellis then showing good pace, making his way through. Let's have a quick look for Finn Whiting, who was the real pace setter in terms of on track in the previous, in heat number 1, but actually couldn't get past Nicholas Ellis. And in this one, Ellis starting a lot further up the field than what Whiting was. Whiting having to work his way through, and with this mixed up grid, he's got to work his way through, but he's got to work his way through cleanly. Don't want to pick up front fairing penalties for too much contact as they make their way round then over the line. We're already 2.5 minutes in, and we've seen drama for Hewitt, we've seen drama for Elston, we've seen drama as well for Ollie Naylor. As we go, we've got a couple off there, the 56 and the 81 off, and the 81 actually goes into the catch fencing on the exit of the chicane quite hard. That's Finlay Whiting, the pace setter from heat number 1. He looks like he's going to head towards retirement in heat number 2. A day of mixed fortunes for Whiting, as we see in the background, and there is contact, and it was Whiting, the instigator, actually getting into the back of Curtis Latimer and then just going straight off into the wall. Looks like the kart is still out there. Let's see, I don't know if the driver is still in it. We're just having a quick look to see whether he's managed to stand up. We are actually going to slow it down under the black and yellow flag. That's known as the Battenberg. That means that the front runner, which is Jacob Vickers in this case, he's going to take over as the de facto pace kart. They're going to slow the pace right down. The time at the top of the screen is going to continue to elapse, though, as this race continues. So the race is still going, but the front runner has to take the pack round now. He's going to lead the way, and then we're going to have a rolling start again when that Battenberg flag comes in. But I say the front runner is going to lead us round. I think that we just needed time to get that kart out of the way, get the driver out of the kart as well, because I don't think it was the most comfortable of exits from that race for Finn Whiting as he went off into the catch fencing. The 28 rolls in to the pit lane as well, Oliver Green. So drivers, we have lost a few of them in the early part of this race. There is Finn Whiting down there on the outside of the circuit. I think he's going to now just walk his way back towards the infield section. Looks like he is actually okay. And that one might be, rather than anything wrong with the driver, it might just have been a massive hit to his morale after a good opening race. Will retire from the second race of the day. I think we're going to have another lap under Battenberg, so it's going to be at least another minute or so before we get to go racing. Normal lap times around about 45 seconds. The pace slowed to 1 minute and 15, 1:16 on that previous lap. So 30 seconds slower, but that will allow us to clear the circuit of karts and make sure that Finn Whiting is okay. The Battenbergs are coming in at all the posts that the karts have already gone past, so they'll see them coming through all the way through now until the start line. Then they'll get a green, and we're effectively then going to get a condensed 2.5 minute plus 1 lap shootout in this junior Rotax class, with the entire field strung out nose to tail. So expect in a few minutes Jacob Vickers to slow this one down round the final complex of corners. It will be entirely his prerogative to go, but he's going to have to wait till he's round the final corner, because he is seeing Battenbergs as we go. He doesn't know that there's a green flag coming until we go round that final corner, and then he will get the confirmation that there is a green flag coming. No overtaking till the start line. The race, though, has been returned to green flag racing, and we're away once again in Junior Rotax as the entire field now streams down towards that first chicane. Hard on the brakes. Looks like everybody's made it through there cleanly, even though it is nose to tail, as there's some potential for overtakes in the background. Ollie Naylor and Jaden Hewitt, the two of those two now being able to return back onto the back of the pack, having been at least half a lap down after their opening lap incident saw them well out of the way. They've been given a second bite of the cherry here in Junior Rotax, but they still have to make their way back through. Naylor in 10th, Hewitt in 12th respectively, working their way back through the field with Finn Whiting, Oliver Green and Thomas Elston all off into retirement. So 12 runners of the 15 that started. 2 minutes remaining in the Junior Rotax class. So it's Vickers from Shields and Ellis, the top three. Ellis, though, coming under a lot of pressure from Oliver Buckton, who's managed to stick with the Heat 1 winner and tries to get a good run in the background. Sandro Ballesteros gets alongside Tom Holden, although Holden just runs around the outside, takes too much curb, though, and Tom Holden gets some air over the grass, and luckily, and I do mean that massively, stays in the right direction. Though in the background, he's gone off again at the second chicane, so potentially some handling issues really there for Tom Holden, who ran very, very wide onto the curb. And you were very lucky, because here at Fulbeck, if you go that wide, you often get drawn into the tyre wall rather than drawn back to the track. Such is the nature of the grass. It's naturally going to bring you wider. So Tom Holden luckily managed to get off the power and keep his race alive, albeit well down the order as he crossed the line originally in 5th place, loses 6 places down to 11th. We have 45 seconds remaining then in this race. We may well get 2 more laps of this, because I think the leaders are going to come through before the last lap board comes out. And Jacob Vickers, who had started to move away prior to that Battenberg flag, hasn't managed to shake off Max Shields in the 181 machine. The Tony Kart liveried kart in green in the background. The reigning Junior Pro Kart champion in the Junior Kart Championship, as we mentioned earlier on in the day, electing to contest both races for the chance for 2 championships. Also, maximum screen time as well here on the Alpha Live channel. He's going to be in 8 races today. In the background, Oliver Buckton still battling with Nicholas Ellis, and Sandro Ballesteros is right on the back of that now. There's a 3-kart battle, but we stay with the lead as Max Shields cannot find a way past Jacob Vickers. But in the same way, Jacob Vickers cannot shake off Max Shields as Oliver Buckton tries to get alongside Ellis. He's in a difficult position in the middle of the sandwich where he has to attack, but he also has to defend. The other 2 drivers, they've only got one thing to do. It's either defend or attack. Buckton, though, has to do a little bit of both, and with the potential, if he overtakes, he may well lose that position to Sandro Ballesteros, who arguably of the 3 of them has more speed but just cannot find a way through. Buckton tries to come to the inside. Last lap board is out then in the Junior Rotax class as Jacob Vickers puts in a personal best of a 45.6, but it's still slower than Max Shields' previous lap. The 2 leaders still nose to tail, and it's going to be very difficult though for Max Shields. It's going to be a heroic move, and it will probably have to be down into the hairpin as they come down here. He's going to have to send one down the inside, not close enough, and it's going to be very difficult to get a run through the complex. He might have to settle for 2nd place. Jacob Vickers has really had to win this race twice. He went off the line, got into the lead, then the race was slowed down under Battenberg. He's had a 3-minute shootout, and Jacob Vickers takes victory in heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. Max Shields gets 2nd place. Great result for him. Heat 1 winner Ellis comes through the field for P3, with Buckton, Ballesteros and Ollie Naylor coming back through the pack, having been off the track and given a second chance with that Battenberg flag, comes back into P number 6. Filipiak, Hurst Grover, Stoner and Tom Holden complete the top 10. Holden getting back into the top 10 at the expense of Hewitt and Latimer after his off-the-track action earlier on in that heat. Twice he was off on the same lap for Tom Holden. The first one bouncing on the outside of turn number 1. The second one taking a huge amount of grass as he carried too much speed into the second chicane for him. 2 more races though as the track is cleared. We've got a couple of karts to still be collected One of them, of course, Finn Whiting. I think he's been given a once-over by the medical team down there as well after that incident where he went into the catch fence on the outside of the chicane. 2 more races then before we have a break for lunch. Next one up will be Honda race number 3. Grid up on the screen sees James Fabricius leading the way with Nate Gage alongside Max Williams and Tom Drake on row 2, Ayrton Wright and Maximus Lewis on row 3. Row 4 sees Isabella Stansmore-Wilson alongside Max Gilman, with Sam Howell and Rio Wardley completing the top 10. James Winstanley and Cameron Tipping will share row number 6. George Ralston and Harris Alley will start on row 7, with Ethan Charles and Sam Hayes row 8, Joshua Owen and Thomas Potter on row 9. Alex Lynn and Mason Webster complete the top 20, with Alfie Forrester and Jensen White on row 11. Ralphie Branscombe starts 23rd alongside Freddie Lines. And then we've got Bobby Pete, Max Wheatley, Jack Collinson, Elliot Dimolo, Max Hausigo and Isaac Huburn completing the 30 runners. Thank you if you are just joining us. This isn't the complete Honda Cadet grid because there's another 11 of them sat in the paddock watching this one, and they'll be out later on as all of our runners take part in 3 of the 4 races in Honda Cadet. The top 20 in terms of points go straight into the main show for the final, with the remaining 21 going into a shootout. The top 10 in that race will then go into the final. They'll take positions 21 through to 30 for the final, with the remaining runners taking no further part in the day. That will be the final race of the day at around about 5 o'clock. Looks like, is that Sam Hayes back there? We've certainly got one of them missing a wheel. And let's see, that's definitely a front. And let's see who that's not attached to down there. That's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the 88, missing a wheel and will miss heat number 3. So disappointment for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She looks over towards the pits. I know where she's looking for. She's looking for the mechanic who hasn't put that front wheel on properly, potentially, unless it's a bearing failure, but that wheel has rolled off towards our camera guy down there at turn 4. So there's going to be a vacant berth on the grid, which should have been taken by the 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. If there's somebody down there on the grid looking round for a driver that isn't there, that'll probably be her dad as they look to potentially try and get that wheel back on. There's hopefully some assistance going there. They're going to try and get the wheel back on and get that cart back out, but I'm not sure whether the clerk of the course and the race director are going to potentially see that happen. They're certainly going to need some wheel nuts. It could be a bearing failure down there, and it looks like that's definitely a bearing that David Wilson, her dad, is holding. It looks like it's a bearing failure that's caused that wheel to come off. The 88 then of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson parked up on the inside of the circuit down there at Hairpin 4. No points for Stansmore-Wilson. And disappointment ahead of this 3rd race in Honda Cadets. There we are looking at the grid. All of the runners on the outside, though, most of them with their kart pointing very aggressively towards the inside. It is a long run down to that first corner. And this will be very, very interesting for those on the outside who need to try and get in. One of them, the purple helmet of Max Gilman, who had the spin earlier on. We know he's got the pace to come through from that 4th row. The kart aggressively pointed towards the inside. Track looks like it's clear of parents and helpers. The red light is on at the top of your screen there on the gantry. Look for the 5-second board from our start marshal up there on the gantry. Now look for the red light because it's currently on. Now it's off and we're away and racing in Honda heat number 3. It's a good start from Fabricius. It's also a good start from Maxi Lewis. He's on the outside. He's got to be brave though and try and stick it out. Now he's going to cut back to the inside as we've got a driver on the grass. That's Sam Hayes trimming the daisies for us down there, but he's managed to get back on the tarmac and he's managed to make his way round that first corner. Clean start then from Hondas thus far. We'll see whether that carries round the rest of the lap as they slow down. Ethan Charles in the background is turned sideways into the chicane, and Max Gilman is also trimming the grass for the keeper here at Fulbeck. I'm sure he'll appreciate it, but not as much as that, as we've got at least 3 off down there at the chicane, and we are going to slow this one down once again under Battenberg conditions as we retrieve Maxie Lewis, Sam Hayes, Sam Howell, and the 90 as well of Jack Collinson, all of them facing the wrong way at the chicane. Too risky to let the track be racing continue down there, and we're going to slow this one down for a lap under Battenberg conditions. At least this time, though, we're going to have the bulk of the race to go when James Fabricius brings us round next time. Hopefully, we should hopefully go green. So the top 10 after that first lap, whilst we are slow, is Fabricius, Williams, Gange, Drake, Wardley, Wright, Ali, Charles, Tipping, and Ralston. Ethan Charles actually coming through in P8, having been turned sideways in the middle part of that lap. So he's done well to salvage, at the very least, 8th place. We have got a kart stationary that hasn't managed to get away from that incident down at chicane 2. That's the 90 of Jack Collinson. He's going to take no further part of this race, which means we're actually going to get another lap on under Battenberg conditions, because they're going to have to carry that kart back through and onto the infield section. So we are going to get 2 laps under Battenberg. It is normally at least 2 laps under them conditions. Give them plenty of time, and then the track should be clear. So I think we're going to go around again under Battenberg, as that kart is moved, and driver as well, of course, into safety on the infield section. Thank you for getting in touch via the live chat comments. Now we can dip in and have a quick look at those while the pace is slow. So Dean Dukes has been on saying, come on, Ollie Naylor. He did fantastic in the previous race in junior Rotax, having been facing the wrong way, used the Battenberg to his advantage and came back through into P number 6 in that one. And also solid Sam from Tim Winters as well for the 38. So here we are then at the moment in the Honda Cadet heat number 3. We've had a few issues in the early part of the race with drivers facing the wrong way and failing to negotiate the turn 2 chicane correctly. We are about to go racing though, I think, because there's a flag in the air. All the Battenbergs are coming in at the respective marshals posts that the karts have already gone past. And now James Fabricius will bring them round. As I say, he will act as the de facto safety car, and he'll come through in a few moments. The Battenberg is up in one hand of the marshal. That'll be replaced. Have a look at the top of the screen by the green flag. We're away and racing once again in Honda heat number 3. And now it's a case of getting the kart stopped and getting through that chicane cleanly, as there's a bit of contact actually from P3. And it's certainly there. Round goes the 24 of Max Williams, turned round by Nate Gange in 3rd place. Both of them still facing in the right direction, but it's opened the door and it's going to allow everybody else to come through. They're going to drop down towards at least the middle part of the top 10. And Harris Ali's taken real advantage of that. Went into the lap on P7. I think he's going to come out P3 with Ethan Charles, who was 8th. He's going to be in 4th place, as Williams was turned sideways by Gange in the early part of that corner. And once again, Gange uses the nose right in the back there in that corner. He's going to have to be very, very careful not to fall foul of a front fairing penalty if he continues, as there appears to be a Battenberg flag still out down there at post 5. Are we going to slow this one down again, as the leader has already come through? Not sure if that was out by mistake, but we are continuing to race here then at Fulbeck. We are, just to confirm, we're still under green flag conditions. James Fabricius then leading the way as the leaders bounce their way over the curbs into that first complex section. We've got a driver facing the wrong way this time. That's Gange round, and he's well now outside the top 10. And he's not had a fault-free race, as Gange. He's had that issue earlier on with Max Williams, and then this time facing the wrong way in the chicane. Not sure if that one, we only caught the back end of it, as there's more bouncing up and over the curbs there. I think that could be the, I've missed the number on that one, but we'll pick it out in a few moments' time when they come through. But certainly bouncing their way up and over the curbs. It's the 87 of Cam Tipping bouncing his way through chicane number 2. It certainly didn't do his lap time any good, nor his positions, because he's dropped from 8th place down behind Max Gilman. So I think he's down into at least 12th now for Cam Tipping. 2.5 minutes remaining then in this Honda race, which seems to have gone so quickly, because half of the race was spent behind the safety cart, which at the time was James Fabricius under the Battenberg. He's bolted though out at the front and leads by 2.3 seconds. So it's Fabricius, Drake, Ali the top 3, Charles, Williams, Rye, Wardley, White, Ralston and Gilman, and Harris Ali once again with a good showing, picking up the point. He's going to be a shout for the pole position in the final here because of the consistency that he showed. James Fabricius, I think, has done well as well. He's probably going to end up on pole because that performance in heat number 1, as we see Thomas Potter trying to get down the inside of Rio Wardley as he makes his way through. And Max Gilman there on the outside as well, going all the way around the outside. Gange once again gets caught up with another driver, James Winstanley this time, as we catch the tail end of that argument between the two of them, but it involved a lot of arms off the air and remonstrating as Harris Ali, Ethan Charles and Max Williams, 3, 4 and 5 on track, battle it out nose to tail, and Ethan Charles gets a good run round hairpin number 1 down there at the far end of the circuit, but can't get close enough to Harris Ali to close in through the complex of corners to give him a good run down there into the chicane. He's really got to get this one lined up and sort of make a move, but then runs incredibly wide round that corner. I think he was trying to run wide to try and dive down the inside of Harris Ali down there into turn 4, but couldn't do it and carried a little bit too much speed, and that's allowed Max Williams to really close up on the back. And this one for Williams, we thought it was going to be damage limitation for him after he was facing sideways in that argument earlier on with Gange, but now starting to move back up into the top 5 on the back of Ethan Charles, and all of them having a look at the timing, starting to close actually in on Tom Drake in second place at a rate of around about 2-3 tenths a lap, but probably not enough that will change the outcome of this race. We're going to get 2.5 more laps, I think, in this one, because I think the leader, James Fabricius, is going to get round in sufficient time that he's going to get 2 more laps. That's Winstanley, I think, is it the 95, facing the wrong way into the first chicane, and we are going to slow this one down once again under Battenberg. In fact, we're not. The red's coming out here at Fulbeck. The race completely neutralised in terms of finishing results, and James Fabricius is going to take the victory, but he won't take the checkered flag. The red comes out here at Fulbeck, and with only 1 lap remaining, it was hardly worth going to Battenberg anyway, so we're going to go to a red flag and make sure that driver is okay. As we've got a driver, looks like they're off in the pit lane. We'll confirm the top 10 as it stands, although it may go that they may go back a lap in terms of timing. We'll check that one out later on, but as it stands, it would have been James Fabricius, Tom Drake, Harris Ali, Ethan Charles, Max Williams, Jensen White, Ayrton Rye, Max Gilman, Rio Wardley and George Ralston would have been the top 10, but we may well go back either to a count back on the previous lap, or we may actually have a 1-lap shootout, depending on this one, what we're going to do. So the carts are actually stopped on the far side of the circuit on the back straight, so we may well have a shootout in this one. We're going to find out later on whether that happens or not as all the carts line themselves up there. We have got the medical team joining us on circuit to check on the well-being of that driver, who naturally we hope is well, and I'm sure you'll join us in the live chat comments in wishing the driver of the 95, James Winstanley, well. I'm sure that he will be down there, but the medical team, of course, on hand just to make sure that the driver is okay, and they are at the scene incredibly quickly here at Fulbeck. There we are in the commentary box. I'm going to give you a little wave. That's me with my hands in the air. Thank you very much for joining us, not only here for CKC here at Fulbeck and the JKC as well, but hopefully we'll see you throughout the rest of the season as we bring this wonderful championship to you and all the pictures. We've got Honda Cadet just lining themselves up, like I say, off the important part of the circuit where the medical team are working at the moment, and we'll just having a quick look down there, because it's just James Fabricius is just sat waiting, and he's just waiting now to find out whether he's won this race and he's going to get sent back to the pit lane, or whether he's going to be sent back round and they either have another rolling start, or whether we have a lap shootout for the final few moments of this Honda race. Be very interesting now just to see what the race director decides to do on this one, because we have them still out there on circuit, so there is an option. They've just got to have a quick think now as to how they're going to bring this race to a close. We were fairly close to the end of the race. It was going to be 2 laps at most. I think Fabricius had just come through with enough time that he was going to have one more lap. Then the last lap board would have come out. So we would have had 2 laps remain. So around about 15% of the race still available. So we were well beyond 75% of race distance. So it may well be that these karts now, looks like the marshals down there are starting the engines on them karts. They would have turned most of them off just to save the fuel, if most of them, because they are running to a weight, and often that fuel in there is used as ballast. So they'll turn them off just to make sure everything's safe as well. So they're going to get started again. I do get the feeling that they are going to be sent back round into the pit lane. Thankfully as well, in terms of speed, the ambulance is making its way off the circuit by the look of it as well, or it's certainly reversed out of that area. So it looks like the driver has made his way into the medical ambulance, which is always good to see in terms of not the driver's well-being, not the fact that they're in an ambulance, but the fact that they are out of the cart and they're able to leave the cart under their own volition, and they're able to get into an ambulance as the rest of the Hondas make their way round. One of them having some issues getting it started. Jensen White's 58 does finally get going. Looks like Mason Webster's 2 is taking the marshal a couple of pulls, and the 2 guys starting, they're gonna know about that in the morning when they've started 30 carts between them. But they are clearing the circuit, are the Hondas. The medical team just waiting to exit the circuit as well for Honda race number 3. We're likely to have a small interlude once again, as one of our guest classes is probably due out in around a few minutes' time once the circuit is clear. We will have one more race then before lunchtime. That's Micromax Heat 2. Then we're going to have about 40 minutes for lunch to allow the marshals and the medical team here a little bit of respite before the afternoon, as the sun now has really come out here at Fulbeck. There's your race winner then on screen, James Fabricius. He had to wait for 10 minutes or so to get confirmation that he picked up that victory and that they weren't going to make him earn it for a second time. In the background, though, so see Isabella Stansmore-Wilson once again, helmet still on, despite the disappointment of her not being able to race. Thought she might have had the helmet off now, but there she is in the background with the Optimum Motorsport blue suit on. Still with the lid on after the disappointment there of not being able to race. But James Fabricius, another fantastic race for him. Didn't get to take the checkered flag, but will take the victory in Honda Heat number 3. One more Honda Heat, so more points up for grabs, and then the top 20 will go through to the final automatically. So we've got the track gets itself clear. At the moment, the medical team has made their way off as well. Like I say, we are going to have a short interlude of around 5-6 minutes or so as the guest class make their way out on the circuit. We'll be back then for the final race of the morning session, which will be Micromax Heat 2. At that time, I'll be able to just fill you in as well on a few penalties from previous races, just to keep you all up to date of things here at the CKC JKC opening round from Fulbeck.
So one of the things very, very important here in karting, especially in grassroots motorsport, is the fact that we have scrutineering. Now this serves multiple purposes, one of which is safety, paramount for any driver competing. But there's also technical regulations that these drivers karts need to adhere to. We've got some of the Minimax drivers actually coming in. Lewis Goff, who actually won one of the championships last season, is in this crowd, along with Harris Roberts, our very own Ken Block, because he runs with the Hoonigan livery on his kart and also on his race helmet. So you can see that they're filtering in. It's every session. I'm going to have a little bit of a further walk down the paddock, so you can see all the awnings are up. People are making their way towards the pre-grid, and that's very, very important here. These paddock areas are where people set up shop for the weekend, whereby you'll have campers, you'll have awnings, you'll have cars, you'll have carts, you'll have people over here fettling, getting things ready, making sure gear sprockets are at the correct ratios, tyre pressures are correct. With the weather conditions the way that they've been over the course of the weekend so far, what that has meant, we've had inclemental weather, which means wet weather tyres have been very much case in point, as you can see on the number 19. That's Sandro Ballesteros moving into junior. Right, actually, come on, let's get him on. Sandro.
I've got like red all around my lips.
Oh, well, never mind. Oh, this is Sandro Ballesteros, a very, very good friend of mine. How are you keeping, mate? You well?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Just had the documentary release. Well, no, it's the end of this month, actually.
Quick shameless promo plug there. But you're running in Junior Rotax this weekend, but you're also moving into the Junior Saloon Car Championship that the CKC actually has a partnership with. Is this sort of like your final hurrah in karting this season, is it?
Well, I'm just planning on dropping down a few of the rounds. Since I'm doing JSCC, obviously, it's a can't come every round. Some clashes, it's like ridiculously more expensive than karts. We can't really do both. I don't really think anyone could, but we can't really do both. So we're gonna have to just drop it on the rounds we can, kind of, mostly due to clashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping well, I'd say. So I don't think it's just more. I think it's just more of I'm just taking it as a bit of fun now rather than a final hurrah in karting. I don't think I'll fully go to cars. Well,
No.
I am fully going to cars, but you know.
Well, you and I both know that. I mean, your mum and dad, Tony and Kerry, keeping themselves busy, especially with your dad with the gun in his hand, as always, whenever I see him on a karting track. But also, karting's very good in terms of building your strength up for cars when you're going into the JSCC this year, aren't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Them cars are quite heavy to turn. They're really heavy to turn. They're not that heavy where it's like painful, but you'll feel it if you do a whole day of it.
Well, Sandro, we'll let you get back to it. Sandro Ballesteros from X-Kart, racing in Junior Rotax this year. Also, in this paddock, now, the funny thing is, I've seen, we've got Bradley Shepherd racing here. He's running a few drivers this weekend, but Lucas Blanford has just signed with Team Hard Academy. He's running in Pro Karts. Mind your backs, guys, because there's a kart trying to get through, as you can see. It's a hive of activity here in the paddock. As you can see, just have a look at that. That is the man, the myth, the legend that is Wales' very own Harris Roberts. So there you go. And there's his kart in all its splendour. Was a very competitive driver last year. Looks to be doing the same here as well. But realistically, the way things happen here, with this kind of championship, you really get that family feel. It's a warm, friendly, inviting paddock. It's always, we're always here to help here at the CKC and the JKC, and that's paramount for the drivers and also for the parents. We want to make sure the drivers come in with smiles on their faces, and that to us here speaks volumes. If the drivers are enjoying themselves, despite what racing might bring them on race day, you can very much be guaranteed every time they get behind the wheel, the visor goes down, the red mist comes on, there's a big smile behind that visor, I can tell you that much.
Hey guys, just arrived here at Wilton Mill for race day at the Cadet Kart Championship. I haven't raced in a kart for 15 months. I've also never been in a Honda, which I am driving this weekend. But let's see what I can do today. Let's go on a track walk. Practice went well on Saturday. I was getting to grips with the car and got faster as the day went on. Me and Charlie decided to try and work together to push and quali. It didn't exactly go to plan, and unfortunately I ended up qualifying P10 for the first heat. Not the best, but not a disaster. I lined up P10 on the starting grid for Heat 1. This would be my first ever standing start in the Hondas, and it's fair to say it was not a good one. After such a poor start, I knew I had to get my head down and go for every overtaking opportunity if I was to have a chance of catching the lead pack. Heat 2, I was starting 6th due to a good recovery drive in the last one, and it was another shocking start, losing places left, right and centre. Heat 2 was a really close battle, with positions changing every single lap. For Heat 3, I was starting 6th again, and finally I got a half-decent start, only losing one position, which I was able to gain straight back. I would be starting the final from what seemed to be my grid spot for the day, 6th, but I knew I had the pace to push for a podium now that I'd finally cracked the standing starts. Unfortunately, it wasn't the cleanest of getaways in the final, with the pole man getting a jump start which caused a chain reaction. I got off to a decent start and I was on the back of the front pack when this happened. Race over. I managed to pull back 10 positions to finish 10th with the fastest sector 3, but that's racing. I might not have got the result I would hope for in the final, but I really enjoyed the close racing all weekend. I would definitely recommend the CKC Championship. Make sure you check it out now.
Micromax Heat 2 is next up then. It'll be the final race before a 30-minute lunch break. Then we'll be back with most of the Heat 3s, Heat 4 for Hondas, and then we'll go into the B final and the rest as well. Caden Simpson will start Micromax from pole position. Alex Jones alongside with Aston Brown and Harry Neeson on row 2. Riley Buckton-Young and Logan Lauder will start on row 3. Toby Dukes and James Tate will be on row 4, with Jack Hutchinson completing the 9 runners in our Micromax class. I'm just having a quick look at some penalties off the previous races. We managed to get through the entirety of junior Rotax without any indiscretions, and we are just having a quick look. We're going to wait, I think, on regards to Minimax for their Heat 2, as their results have been published, but they are still in abeyance. So we are going to just hang fire on that one a few moments. The last lap board is out on the preceding heat. You can see them just flashing through the screen at a few moments. You can see the Micromax down there waiting as well, with Caden Simpson on the left-hand side of that one. We saw him have a fantastic opening race that saw him come through to second place, with Aston Brown, the standout driver in that one, leading the way. And whilst we wait for this one, I'm going to see if I can grab a word with the man in charge of the overall race day here, in terms of making sure everything runs smoothly. I'm going to see if I can throw a headset on him, because he's not going to get a choice in this one. But I'm joined by Luke. I'm going to join by Luke Powell, who is going to just have a quick chat with me regarding what it takes to sort of run this race day, in terms of not only the logistics of making sure everything runs to schedule, what happens when it just about starts raining, and then it stops raining, and then it starts raining, and then it stops again, and then we get through everybody out. So Luke, welcome. You'll be with us all season, of course, as the race director for CKC and JKC. We've already seen you in play today regarding, so it rained earlier. What goes through your mind when that happens? I imagine it's all down to safety.
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, you can be sat on the grid's shut. Once the kart is technically on the floor, you're not allowed to pick it back up and make any changes. However, due to the change in weather, for safety reasons, we gave the option to the cadet mechanics. If they wanted to put wet tyres on, they can do. It is entirely their choice. The meeting was declared open at that point, so tyres were free to use. So.
And it's your call as well when it comes to, whether we go to a localised yellow, whether we put the Battenberg out and neutralise the race for a short period of time, or in the previous one where we went to a red flag, which I think partly down that's to where we were in the race as well, but more so making sure that driver was okay and extracting him from the kart safely as possible. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we went quarter flags during the first lap of the Honda Heat 3. The driver, bless him, he had a slight knock to his elbow from his engine block. We managed to get him out of the kart and he was okay. Medics checked him over, he was fine. The second driver, unfortunately, he was sort of half hanging out of his kart, seemed to have a side pod to his head. But the driver is okay, he has been checked by the medics, so it's all good.
Wonderful, and obviously you're the good guy in terms of getting the race day running as smoothly as possible, but you're also the bad guy when it comes to handing out some penalties. Yourself and the clerk of the course as well are the ones that bring down the penalties of doom occasionally to our runners, and obviously that's something you go into that just like hugely impartial. It's just a case of you looking at the facts going out there. You've got a good view as well here from Fulbeck, either from the timing tower that we're in. I've seen you in the parts of the race, you've been at different parts of the circuit, getting a different view as well. You've got spotters out there as well. It's an easy job, isn't it, really, when you've got all them spotters?
Absolutely not. I won't go that far. So me and my team, there's obviously myself, Rory, my clerk of the course, and also Jake, who's my driving standards observer. So throughout the day, we are just literally walking up and down the track, keeping an eye on the big packs, and when it gets a little bit argy-bargy, we're sort of stepping in with the warnings, and then if it needs to go any further, we will apply the penalties.
Luke, wonderful. Hopefully we don't see you too much this season in your role as race director. Micromax are heading out. It's a rolling start, of course, so in about 1 minute's time the red lights will go out on that one, and we'll be away and racing for the final race of the morning session. We'll then be back in around about half an hour's time. Luke, thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you get back to your job because you don't want to be on the headset whilst the racing's going on.
Absolutely not.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Luke Powell there, our race director. He's going to make his way either out onto the circuit, probably up onto the gantry, I don't know, for the first lap, and then we'll see where it goes from there. We might even catch him on camera later on. We'll try our hardest at some point to see whether he can get himself a little bit of screen time out there, certainly with the Hondas when they're gridding up as well. Quick look at the live chat comments. Toby Dukes is getting some support again, once again, from his brother Jacob, who's at Wilton Mill. We'll see him as he was runner-up in junior Rotax last year. He'll be here in next month at Wilton, so he's there getting some practice in as part of UKC, and now he's going to be hopefully in a strong position next month for round 2 of CKC. Support as well coming in for Riley Buckton-Young, as well as Mick Barlow saying that Leon might need to sort himself a new mechanic out. Here we go then. The red light is extinguished. We're away and racing, and it's Caden Simpson who's taken the march, but Aston Brown's going to get alongside down into the first corner. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? Brown has to relent and slot back into position. Caden Simpson leads us round turn 1 then as they make the run now down towards the turn 2 chicane. And Brown trying to close in once again on the back. Simpson gets the kart stopped. Everybody making their way through nice and cleanly through the chicane section. And Caden Simpson then will lead us round the first lap. Will he go defensive into that corner? No, Aston Brown will steady himself into second place. Round that bottom end of the circuit. Riley Buckton-Young then up into third place. So it's an MY race team sandwich with Simpson and Buckton-Young first and third respectively. It looked like there was a little bit of contact on the exit of that corner. Opening lap then, they're over the line, and Aston Brown actually led by less than 1,000th of a second over the line, but then Caden Simpson comes back into position. And looked like then he was going to force Aston Brown wide, as in the background looks like Logan Lauder and Harry Neeson are going to exchange fourth place. Lauder then up into fourth. Neeson's going to try and get a run back. Lauder with the tap of the helmet to say, please work with me rather than overtake. And in which case then Neeson tries to go straight back down the inside. We're going to be 3 wide on exit. Contact between the two of them, and James Tate's going to come through. Is he in the background in the 20? The 30 round the outside as well of Alex Jones. And everybody still battling it out down there. Neeson and Lauder all side by side. We could almost be 5 wide into the complex section. Sort yourselves out there. It's only single file into there. Looks like they have done, but then there's on the exit. They're side by side once again. They'll come over the line, then the top 4 or 5 are going to break away. The remaining battle, quite an intense one, has now seen James Tate just disappear off at the front. He got through past them all. The rest of them are arguing it out, and Aston Brown still hasn't managed to find a way past Caden Simpson. Simpson then holding firm. Brown right in behind him. We've got a warning flag coming out over start finish. We'll see if we can pick that one out when they come round, because the rest of the field's going to come through first, so we should hopefully be able to pick that one up on camera. Get the feeling though it's going to be part of that Neeson and Lauder battle. And it looks like it could be for the 57 actually, which is Aston Brown picking up a warning, which that might be for a little bit of contact. He's on the outside of Caden Simpson here. He's going to have to be brave, and he does, all the way round the outside. So he's going to get a warning flag, but he's also going to get the lead round the outside of Caden Simpson. Brave move into the complex, kept his foot in, and leads with less than with 2 minutes, well 3 minutes now as the timing sorts itself out at the top of the screen. But just before half race distance, Aston Brown, Heat 1 winner, is into the lead and already moving off into the distance. Simpson in second, Buckton-Young in third, James Tate behind, who won the previous lap, closed in with the fastest lap of the race, the only driver to go sub 52 with a 51.995, 1.2 seconds quicker than the battle in front of him. He is coming along to play in this battle for second and third between Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton-Young. There he is joining the party in the background, the 20. When they come over start finish, I imagine he's going to be right with Riley Buckton-Young, who has a look over his shoulder, but I don't think he looked actually in the right direction, because I think he was probably looking to the other side of the track where the rest of the battle is. Might not even know James Tate is coming in fourth place. Right on the back now then, it's nose to tail for second, third and fourth. Buckton-Young moves out of the slipstream. That might just be a case of keeping the temperatures down, getting out of the run of the kart in front to improve the airflow into his radiator. But the battle for second place raging on now as Tate does get alongside Riley Buckton-Young, but Buckton-Young should have track position. Tate looking left and right both times. Then he's going to hook back to the inside and hard on the brakes, and James Tate is through. Fantastic move, because it looked like he was on the other side of the track. Then he's chopped back to the other side, and James Tate up into third place. Now Caden Simpson in front of him. James Tate is the driver on the move as Aston Brown sets the fastest lap of the race out at the front, half a second quicker than the rest of the pack. The 9 runners as it is then. Brown, Simpson, Buckton-Young the top 3. although now Buckton Young will drop down into 4th as they come over timing this time. Tate will go up into 3rd place. Then it's Jones, Neeson, Lauder, Dukes and Hutchinson. There's confirmation on the timing that James Tate has moved up into 3rd place. Might not be there for too long, though. Now right on the back of Caden Simpson, takes a very, very late move, dives to the inside, spins and then spins again as the kart beaches itself on the curb, and all the hard work has gone out of the window and rejoins the track as well. Not sure why the arms are up there at those two drivers. They had absolutely nothing to do with it other than getting in the way of his return to the circuit. Late move down the inside, Simpson takes his normal line, no place to go for James Tate as he's squeezed, and then loses it on the curb on exit as well and spins back across the track in front of the remaining drivers that are coming. Now he's going to have to get the bit between his teeth, get the red mist, wipe it away from the visor, calm himself down and start moving his way back through the field, because at the moment he's down in 7th place, currently chasing Logan Lauder over start finish. Should get a good run. He's right in the slipstream. Will look to pop out to the right, and he's on the grass. James Tate not had the best lap of his life here. Goes to the outside this time. Arm up once again, and looks like that kart might have a problem. Thought he would. I don't know why there he's gone to the outside when he's gone to inside. Maybe he thought Lauder was going to go defensive. Lauder takes his normal line. James Tate goes off, trims the grass. And there it looks like potentially that could have actually snapped a track rod at the front, because it looks like his front wheels are not both agreeing with each other in terms of direction. Yellow flag is out down there at post 1. Kart should hopefully get moved out of the way, which would give us some clear racing. But James Tate has gone through every possible mental state during that race. Elation as he started to come through the field. Disappointment for his first off. Then he was back on the pace again. We did say that he needed to wipe that red mist away, and then within 10 seconds he's on the grass trimming the daisies, and was quite lucky there not actually to go to further towards the catch fencing. The kart, you can see there, well out of the way. Once the driver is clear as well, we should be good to go racing again. The yellow flag is out down there at post 1. Driver is okay, but he's just still there out on the outside of the circuit. We'll move him either over the barrier or into the centre in a few moments time, and that should free up an overtaking opportunity down there into the chicane. 1.5 minutes remaining then. Aston Brown leading the way, as on timing there you see James Tate going all the way down to the bottom. Arms still slapping against his legs. Clear disappointment there for James Tate. The pace was there in heat number 2 for Micromax. The result though won't match it, and off into retirement. 52 seconds remaining. We're going to get 2 more laps, potentially even 3 here as they're going round there. Let's have a quick look there. I think, yeah, we are definitely going to get 2 more laps in terms of timing. 40 seconds remaining, and the leader Aston Brown already down towards the far end of the circuit. I think 2.5. I think he might even come through before it lapses. So 2.5 laps remaining then in Micromax Heat 2 as we do a little mental arithmetic to see whether he's going to come round in terms of time. I think fair to say that he is going to. So 8 runners remaining then, with James Tate heading towards retirement. Brown, Simpson and Buckton Young the top 3. Jones, Neeson, Dukes, Lauder and Hutchinson, the continuing runners here then in this Micromax Heat 2. The final session before we break for lunch, which will be around about half an hour. So we'll be back at about 2:15 this afternoon for the afternoon session, which will see all of our classes back, including the B final for our Honda cadets as they try to make the main show, the Honda A final at the end of the day. And there we see Alex Jones is actually closing in on Riley Buckton Young, who, despite setting a personal best on the previous lap of a 52.2, has been reeled in by Alex Jones, who's been setting consistent mid to high 51s. Now Jones on the back of Riley Buckton Young, catching is one thing, finding a way past is another, and they'll see the last lap board. It will be gratefully received, I think, for Riley Buckton Young as he continues to come under pressure from Alex Jones. Jones gets a good run and almost there bounces over the curb in his quest to try and straight line that start as much as he possibly can to close up on the back of Buckton Young. Looks like there's some lap traffic in front as Jones tries to get alongside. Neither of them can get through past Jack Hutchinson, and now they're going to be side by side. Buckton Young should have track position still, and the 30 of Alex Jones has to slot back into position behind Riley Buckton-Young. 3 into 2 wouldn't have gone very well there as he bounces over the curbs, and there's a little bit more contact between the two of them as Riley Buckton-Young takes the defensive line. Will do so once again into the complex section. Buckton-Young defending well, the leader. So far down the road there, we see Aston Brown come through to take the checkered flag. Both hands off the wheel. We're back to the action, though, in this battle for third place. Caden Simpson will get second. He's down the road. Riley Buckton-Young will hold on, will he, from Alex Jones at the line. Arm off the wheel already. Put it back down because he needs to hold on, and he does for P3. Brown, Simpson and Buckton-Young then, the top 3. Alex Jones comes so close. Neeson, Dukes, Lauder, Hutchinson, and then Tate will be classified in 9th place after them incidents earlier on. See him head off into retirement there in this final heat of the morning session. I'm just going to have a quick look at any potential penalties from that previous heats. We had a few, actually, and they're quite serious ones in the cadet class. When that Battenberg flag came out, we've had 2 penalties applied for ignoring those flags and overtaking during those incidents. They've gone to James Winstanley and Maxi Lewis. So both of those drivers disqualified from their previous heat, removed from the standings completely for their indiscretion in overtaking when the circuit had been neutralised in that race. Also, penalties coming in from our Minimax class, and the 2 leaders actually at the front, Lucas Blanford and Brandon Truman. We expected Truman to pick up that 5-second penalty. We saw him miss the chicane in that race. Blanford also picking up a 5-second penalty for contact. So Blanford still picks the victory with Jared Fox-Whiteley moving up into 2nd place. We'll report anything back from Micromax when we come back in around about half an hour, because we're not going to wait around just while they all come in. Like I say, we'll be back around about 2:15 for the afternoon session. Plenty more action, of course, to come here from Fulbeck from the opening round of CKC. So grab yourself a small bite to eat, and we look forward to welcoming you back in around half an hour's time. Hello and welcome back to Fulbeck Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire. It's of course round one of the 2022 CKC Championship, also JKC as well for juniors. We grow the grid from its initial just cadet championship in the first round, and in the first year that we did this in 2020, it's grown in classes and numbers now to accommodate Junior Pro Kart, Minimax, Junior Rotax and Micromax this year as well. We saw them out just before lunchtime in their class. We've got plenty more action for you this afternoon, at least 10 more races, including a B final in our Hondas, which will take us through towards the end of the day. Junior Pro Kart are just about getting themselves ready. I think we've got 5 more minutes or so because the marshals aren't quite back to their post yet, although 1 or 2 of them are starting to make their way back out onto the circuit here at Fulbeck. We've had many conditions. It was windy at the start of the day with overcast cloud. We weren't expecting any rain, but then it appeared at the start of one of our cadet races at Heat 2. That played a massive part in that race as half the field decided to switch to wets, and the rest stayed on the slicks, and it was wets that was the main outcome in terms of the positions on that one. Some of the slick runners started to really close in the gaps in the final part of that race, but unfortunately couldn't get close enough to make any inroads into what was really a wet favoured race, despite the fact that there was no standing water. That just meant that the softer block on the tyre made the grip a little bit better. We did have one final race before lunch where we came back to do Micromax for their heat number 2, and issues coming out of that one is that the second place runner Caden Simpson has been removed from the standings for a technical non-compliance on that one. So a good run for Caden Simpson, but he has had all his points and his position removed from that one, which will see him well down the field, unfortunately, for the final, with plenty of work to do as he comes through, hopefully back through the field. Logan Lauder also picks up a 5-second contact penalty. And we're still a few moments away as we are. Our camera guys are back, but the marshals were still waiting for them. So we're going to have a quick look at the at CKC in a little bit more depth, and that we'll be back then for Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. I see a sea of orange as the marshals make their way back out onto the circuit, which means it's almost time to go racing again here at Fulbeck. JKC Pro Kart Heat number 2, they're the juniors getting themselves sorted. Amy Frame will start then on pole position with Connor McCarthy alongside Sebastian Pereira, and Max Shields will share the second row. Harrison Johns and Christian Oblang on row 3. Then we've got Sophie Pawsey, Harry Brown, Harry Roddis and Owen Roberts, who we spoke to at the end of heat number 2, where he had that off at the top end of the circuit. We weren't sure whether that kart was going to get back out, and it looks like they have actually managed to get it fixed. Look like a couple of people in the paddock as well have chipped in. I've seen a few down there helping out with that kart, and there the number 7 is in the back right corner as we focus on the pole sitter Amy Frame. Alongside that will be Connor McCarthy. Max Shields, we saw him earlier there just dancing away to a tune that's going on in his own head. Seb Pereira as well. The 10 of Harrison Johns. And there's Harry Brown. There in the background we see the 7 of Owen Roberts, the driver that had that issue and that big off, alongside Harry Roddis behind Sophie Pawsey. And there he is, getting ready to go back out again after that off. Thought his race day was over, but the JKC Paddock have come together to make sure that number 7 machine isn't going home quite so soon as he may well have thought. And he is back out and shown some good pace so far today. So the assistance there for Christian Oblang, just making sure that both the engines are on these RPM-powered Honda GX200 engines, all of them sealed. I don't know if you can be able to see that on the left-hand side of the screen there, just above the bumper, underneath the airbox. That one-piece seal, compulsory now from the beginning of March on these Honda 200 engines. And it is a sealed formula, which means that it's a balanced performance. Everybody runs the same engine. Power restricted and placed into a certain band, so nobody can have too much waft. And also helps to keep the costs down, which is all about, it's what it's all about at this grassroots entry-level racing. Thank you for joining us here then at Fulbeck. We're just waiting for confirmation that we're good to go out here on circuit. Please do get in touch. Actually, the live stream comments have dwindled somewhat during the lunch break as the action has ceased here at Fulbeck, but we're about to go racing once again here in Lincolnshire. This is the opening round of this 8-round series, which will see us travel the length and breadth of the country. We go into Northampton next, into the Midlands area for Wilton Mill. Then we're going all the way up north into Cumbria for Rowra. And then we go to the other extremity. We're going down to Lydd in Kent for round 4, followed by GYG and Landau. 2 trips into Wales before Hooton Park over in Cheshire and Ella Park in Suffolk to bring our season to a close in CKC JKC in the championship. That'll be in the first weekend of October. So we look forward to an action-packed season in this wonderful championship. The sun now glistening here at Fulbeck. The wind is still with us. As you can see, the start marshal there with the green flag up in the air. The wind still blowing all the way across the circuit. And but at least the rain from earlier on has stopped. There's Owen Roberts now just trying to get back used to that kart again. I'm sure it'll feel a little bit differently after it got placed into the tyre barrier earlier on when that wheel decided to depart the number 7, sent him unfortunately off and into the tyres. So he's just giving that kart a bit of a move around, bit of a feel to see how that kart is going as he makes his way around, also trying to get as much heat into them tyres as they possibly can without weaving and overcooking it too much. That means that they've got to start all the way down at the back of the grid. Standing start, of course, for our junior Pro Kart. It doesn't take them too long to get gridded up, them being 10 of them, and they're all rather sensible. They just find their grid slots and get themselves ready to go. So it's going to be Amy Frame on the inside, Connor McCarthy outside. Long drag run down to the first corner. The board's up already. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're away and racing in the afternoon session. Junior Pro Kart's away. It's a good start from Amy Frame as well as Connor McCarthy on the outside. Sophie Pawsey's made a good start from the back of the pack as well. She's going to try and come through as the leaders as McCarthy's going to try and go all the way around the outside of Amy Frame into that first corner. He will do, and he's holding position, he's holding firm. He's going to have track position. Max Shields, though, as well. He's coming through from the second row up into second place. Now, all the way, he's right up on the back of McCarthy. Doesn't want to go too soon, though. Max Shields, and throw it away and have to come all the way through the pack because we know he's got the pace from the previous ones as Amy Frame goes incredibly wide. She's lost one place already to Oblang. She might lose another to Pereira with Pawsey as well coming through in the background. Frame really, really struggling in the early phase of this race on the cold tyres to get that number 14 machine turned in and to hold any sort of grip into that corner. She may well lose 5th place as well as Sophie Pawsey tries to come down the inside, although Pawsey too far back to make the move stick. In the background as well, Harry Brown coming under pressure as Owen Roberts comes down the inside. Brown's going to stick that one out round the outside and will slot back in, but he's already past Harry Roddis and Harrison Johns as Roddis goes very wide and bounces over them curbs. McCarthy, though, still continuing to lead the way. Harrison Johns picks up a warning. I imagine that one will be for either contact or braking. It won't be for braking formation at the start because it was a standing start. So I imagine that one will be for contact, as most of our runners elect to take a rather wide line round that turn 4 hairpin. Down the bottom end of the circuit there. Not sure whether, with the sun coming out, so a little bit of grease is coming out there and they're struggling to get it turned in, but certainly down that far into the circuit, not many of them actually managing to make the apex. Out at the front though, everybody sets their personal best time all the way down to 7th as Harry Roddis gets past Harry Brown. Looks like he's made a mistake. He's dropped down into 10th place as both Harris and as Harry Roddis and Harrison Johns come through, and a lap time of 1:02 very much suggests that he's had a spin. That's around about 7 or 8 seconds off his normal pace, so problems for Harry Brown as the lead battle sees Conor McCarthy in the 74 machine holding very, very firm. We had him originally down as 24 on our notes early doors, but he's definitely running 74 this time. Is McCarthy, the 15-year-old from Bridgend in South Wales, holding off Max Shields, and it's also allowing Oblang and Pereira in the background as Pereira sets the fastest lap of the race, a 50.9, as they both close right up on the back of this battle. So the 4 drivers behind the leader, all quicker, but have to find a way past Conor McCarthy. McCarthy holding firm. Max Shields hasn't even really been able to get alongside. In the background, Pereira pops out of the slipstream of Christian Oblang. Oblang, though, closing the door into the second chicane, so Pereira has to slot back in and accept that he can't make a way through there at that corner and has to settle back in. So it's the top 4 of McCarthy, Shields, Oblang and Pereira. All very, very evenly matched in terms of pace, although Pereira did try that move on Oblang in the middle part of the last lap and just couldn't get through down into the chicane. Didn't lose too much time, though, as they come through this time, as McCarthy actually opens up a bit of a gap on Maximus Shields, certainly over the line in terms of timing, although you wouldn't tell from how they're all still nose to tail down towards the right-hander at turn 1. Look over the shoulder of Christian Oblang, shown as number 1 on the timing down the left, but actually running as number 76, which is more akin to his usual number. We've seen him before running 776. But most runners here at CKC running just the 2 numbers in terms of their on their carts. A couple of them are running 3, but see Max Shields there in the 181. That's his normal race number in juniors. He runs 18 in the Rotaxes. Half race distance though, as Oblang takes a really, really wide line round there, and he's dropped away from the battle in front. Expect his time to be much, much slower that time. Lost almost a second in that corner just by going wide. Pereira, though, couldn't take advantage, although he is right on the back. Oblang's going to try and go defensive. Pereira pops out the slipstream, but thinks better of it and pops back in as Sophie Pawsey sets a personal best of 52.1 for her in 7th place. So now it really is back to 2x2 again, as McCarthy and Shields have been given some respite from Oblang and Pereira as they bounce over the curbs. In the background, Amy Frame still being chased by Sophie Pawsey and Owen Roberts, who's still showing some good pace. He's on par with Frame and Pawsey in front. And in the background, Christian Oblang making it very, very difficult for Sebastian Pereira to get through. So Oblang defending venomously from Pereira. Manages to get the final complexes of corners right this time, though, whereas before He really struggled in the that last lap and lost almost a second. McCarthy then with 2 minutes and 45 remaining, holding off Maximus Shields, and this time Pereira pops out the slipstream very, very late once again. Came out and he's gone wide onto the curb, over the grass as well, and Sebastian Pereira carries too much speed into the turn 1 hairpin, and he's lost around about a second and a half on Christian Oblang. In doing so, just couldn't get the kart stopped, bounced over the curbs, and then unfortunately the curb ran out and he came to a bumpy bit of grass there for Sebastian Pereira. Oblang given respite. He's got a comfortable P3 now. Pereira, we know he's got a bit extra pace potentially than what Oblang had, and Oblang was just making it very, very difficult for Pereira to even get alongside. Now Pereira's going to come through some 1.7 seconds behind. It's going to be very difficult for him to close that up unless Oblang makes a mistake. So we now focus on this very, very intense battle for the lead, which it has been almost all the way. Max Shields, though, second place will be more than enough to put him on pole position in the final with 2 heat victories and a second place. It's whether he wants to settle for second. I'm not sure that he does, as he pops out and has half a look down the inside into the left-hander there at turn number 3. Not a favoured overtaking spot unless the driver in front has made a mistake, but still half a look from Shields. Just has a quick think about getting down the inside in his new gold and red helmet. Still got 3 laps remaining by my calculations. They'll get round again before the time elapses, and then the last lap board will come out. McCarthy, though, does well and then parks the kart in the middle part of the track, really. Doesn't go all the way out onto the curb like most drivers do. Shields there. Looked like he caught a huge amount of curb on the way through, and he really is trying, despite the fact that second place will be more than enough for him to come through and take the pole position for the final in Junior Pro Kart. He's not given up hope of a victory here in this third heat. McCarthy has a look over his shoulder, and Shields, who looked like he dropped away ever so slightly, certainly through that early part of the lap, the chicane, that turn 1 chicane, like first part of the lap here that they're going to cut to in a few moments, McCarthy does look to have a stronger exit into this complex. And it's something that Shields needs to work on, because Shields is catching the curbs on the way through there, and it is giving McCarthy a couple of kart lengths and is ruining a potential overtaking opportunity for Max Shields down there into that favoured turn 1, because he's very close on entry into that chicane. But then when they come out of it, McCarthy's got 2 or 3 kart lengths. Then arguably through this section of the track, Shields is a little bit quicker, and that closes him right back up again. And it's seesawing backwards and forwards. But at the moment, Max Shields just cannot put enough pressure on Conor McCarthy, and McCarthy is driving superbly in this final. The time has elapsed, so they're going to get the last lap board when they come round this time. And Conor McCarthy, who's driven a faultless race thus far, has 1 more lap to hold on here at Fulbeck for victory in heat number 3. Oh, and they're both off. Both into the corner. I don't think there was contact. I think McCarthy's gone round by going in there too quickly. Shields has had to spin in order to miss him. And Christian Oblang could potentially inherit an incredible race victory here, because he's been handed it on a plate, has he, by McCarthy and Max Shields. McCarthy's back right now on the back of Christian Oblang. Now Oblang, who's had a trouble-free race so far, is going to come under pressure. Shields is going to have to do well to hold on to third place here from Sebastian Pereira as they head down towards the turn 4 hairpin. Christian Oblang, who was looking like taking third place at best, is going to inherit an incredible victory here in heat number 3. If he can hold it through this final complex of corners, McCarthy and Shields going into that corner looked like McCarthy carried too much speed. Shields as well, and Christian Oblang will come through and take victory in heat number 3. With Conor McCarthy second, Max Shields will be in third. Seb Pereira gets 4th place, unable to capitalise on Max Shields. Amy Frame gets P5. Sophie Pawsey in P6. Here we go then into the first corner, having a quick look. Not sure there was contact because Shields was so far behind. McCarthy just carries so much speed in, and it looks like they've both either hit the curbs or then Shields has had to nail the brake on to miss them. Both of them facing the wrong way, and Christian Oblang rubbing his hands together and takes victory by half a second at the line from McCarthy and Shields, the top 3. So the results there then in our Junior Pro Kart class: Oblang, McCarthy and Shields the top 3. Pereira, Frame, Pawsey, Roberts, Johns, Roddis and Brown, your runners. A fantastic race there, and Christian Oblang picks up a victory that I'm fairly sure he did not think was on the cards halfway through that race. Fantastic for him. Can't really ask for much more. He's really picked up the pieces there. Still had to thread his way through, though, when those two were off and looking to rejoin the circuit as quickly as possible. He rejoined in terms of McCarthy, rejoined bang alongside Oblang. Oblang obviously was carrying much more pace all the way through there, so disappointment for McCarthy. Looked like he was a surefire victory because he certainly had enough to hold off Maximus Shields because he was pulling out a couple of kart lengths in that early part of the lap, but could not hold on, unfortunately. I have to take a breath now, but hopefully the sting for the next race will give me sufficient time to grab a couple. And we're back in a few seconds' time with Minimax, heat number 3. Circuit is clear in terms of the marshal's posts down the important end of the track, the bit where we start from. So hopefully in a few moments' time our minis will be joining us. Although that is juniors up on the screen, so hopefully minis will be up on the screen in a few moments, because I know they're already out because the start gantry is waving the flag. So we'll wait for them to come through. Ben Horner then will start on pole position with Oliver Fabricius alongside Lewis Goff and Isaac Parkinson row 2. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Tom Nottingham on row 3. Lucas Blantford, double race winner so far today, looks to keep his 100% record alive from P7 alongside Brandon Truman. Leon Barlow and Callum Foster complete the top 10. Dan Parsons will start 11th alongside Ben Adrian. We've got Melissa Adrian, then Jack Burgess and Sonny Morgan, your 15 runners. Lewis Goff on the outside, then Ben Horner on the inside. Let's see how they go. Jared Fox-Whiteley, he inherited second place with Brandon Truman picking up a penalty in heat number 2. And, keep an eye out, especially for the yellow helmet coming in off row number 4 of Lucas Blantford. He's the one to watch with 2 race wins so far today. Just been slowed down there by our race director. Let's have a look for the lights to be extinguished. They are, and we're away and racing. It's a good start from Horner as they head down. Fox-Whiteley's going to try and find a gap between the both of them. Fox-Whiteley's going to go to the inside, but I thought he was going to carry loads of speed. And Blantford already up into 3rd place. Round the first corner, he's found the gap, threaded the needle, and moves from 7th up to 3rd on the opening lap, and Horner's gone off. Hard on the brakes, Ben Horner, the race leader, overcooks it into the second chicane. We've got a couple of spinners in the background as well. The 28 of Sonny Morgan and Isaac Parkinson are off. But heavy contact into the tyre wall by our race leader, Ben Horner. Went into the chicane a little bit too hard on the brakes, and backwards into the tyre wall. Jared Fox-Whiteley then inherits the lead, manages to find a way through with Horner facing the wrong way. Now has to hold off the charging Lucas Blantford. Over the line they come then for the first time as Blantford chops right, chops left, but can't chop past Jared Fox-Whiteley. He leads. Oliver Fabricius picks up a mechanical flag. That's going to send him back to the pit lane. His race is going to be over. The black flag with the orange circle out in the middle, that's the meatball, and that unfortunately means retirement unless they can get that fixed incredibly quickly, but it's still going to mean that he's going to be down at the back of the pack, and very minimal points at best for Fabricius. Fox-Whiteley then leading the way from Blantford. Goff, Truman, Adrian, Nottingham, Melissa Adrian, then Leon Barlow. Down the inside of Goff goes Truman. Ruined the rankings that I was going through. They're halfway through, so we're going to have to wait again till they come over the line because he's moved up then into 3rd place with a great overtake there down into the chicane. I don't think Lewis Goff expected that one, and now Goff is coming under pressure from Ben Adrian, who sets the fastest lap of the race. Jared Fox-Whiteley then still out at the front, holding off Lucas Blantford. Blantford makes a late move to the inside. Fox-Whiteley rather compliant in letting him come through, and he will slot back in now behind Lucas Blantford as they head down towards the second chicane. And will now Blantford be able to move away, although he almost overcooks it on exit there. Doesn't get the full run out onto the far end of the circuit. I think he was just parking that kart in the middle to stop Fox-Whiteley coming back at him, and he has started to move away already with Fox Whiteley second, Truman, then Goff, then the two Adrians coming through. Ben, though, considerably further down the road than Melissa. She's holding off Tom Nottingham, Leon Barlow, Oliver Fabricius, and Callum Foster, as Fabricius once again picks up the mechanical flag over start finish. He's still out there on track and needs to come in, but he is up into 8th place. Let's see whether he does peel off, and then you will expect to see him drop down the timing on the left-hand side of the screen. We're almost at half race distance already in this Rotax heat number 3. 8 minutes for the heat plus 1 lap, so expect that this to go fairly quickly. We normally get about 9 or 10 laps in with the speed of these mini Rotaxes round here, and it's still nose to tail. Blanford has started to move away at around about half a second a lap, which, with his fantastic start that he had, moving us up from 7th to 3rd on the opening tour of this Fulbeck circuit, is keep an eye on the timing, see whether Fabricius has come into the pits this time, and see whether he comes over, and we'll assess the situation as Leon Barlow goes down the inside of Melissa Adrian. Adrian, though, gets the kart stopped on the outside, as Oliver Fabricius does indeed drop down the timing on the left of the screen. He's down now into P15, which means, unfortunately for him, he's off and into retirement. He's not going to pick up any points, or minimal at best, so that's going to really, really hamper his starting position for the finals here at Fulbeck. The sun appears to have gone behind a cloud once again, so the track temperature drops ever so slightly, and the twinkle on the driver's visors not quite so much as it was earlier on when we were waiting for them to come back out onto circuit after our lunch break. Well beyond half race distance now, it's Blanford. Truman has got past Fox Whiteley there. You can see in front, Fox Whiteley goes very, very wide, and that's going to hamper his exit, and I think it's balked Lewis Goff, who's going to be overtaken by Ben Adrian down there. So Lewis Goff, balked by Jared Fox Whiteley's somewhat messy exit into out the chicane section. I don't know whether he had a bit of help on the way in, but Lewis Goff balked, and it's allowed Ben Adrian to come through and take that 4th place. Goff, though, still right with them. Certainly carries enough speed to stick with the number 48 machine of Ben Adrian, who has a look over his shoulder. Goff as well. They've got plenty of space then back to Melissa Adrian and Leon Barlow in 5th and 6th respectively. Blanford, though, continuing to move out the gap at the head of the pack. The driver of the number 58 machine in his first year in this mini class from Stratford-upon-Avon, currently on course for a perfect record here at Fulbeck, as Ben Adrian pops out of Jared Fox Whiteley's slipstream and comes through, and looks like Lewis Goff may well come through as well. Jared Fox Whiteley robbed of 2 places. Ben Adrian with an overtake. Lewis Goff with an opportunistic move as Fox Whiteley got run out onto the curbs. He comes through, and Fox Whiteley, who started the lap in 3rd place, now down into 5th. And looks like he's struggling a little bit with pace and grip. He certainly has another look over his shoulder. He's certainly 5th is comfortable as long as he doesn't do anything silly. But certainly Adrian and Goff are both carrying a little bit more speed than Jared Fox Whiteley in this race. And Fox Whiteley, who had the lead at the early couple of laps here at Fulbeck, has dropped away ever so slightly and is already starting to fall off the back as the 28 is off. Sonny Morgan, and the kart is parked. He's walking away into retirement, the kart being pushed away by the marshal as well. So unfortunately the yellow flag will be out down there. That's down at post number 4, so that's the turn 3. This is the left-hander they're going round there now, so no overtaking, but it should still leave an opportunity into this hairpin down for turn 4 before the complex. But we have started to break away ever so slightly from those early race intense battles with Fox Whiteley going ever so slightly backwards there. You see him in the background in the orange, unable to stick with Lewis Goff. And the both of them, though, in front with Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff, 3/10 quicker than the best lap of Brandon Truman, and almost half a second quicker on the previous lap. So Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff are coming for 2nd place. Truman might want to have a quick look over his shoulder in a minute to see that there's a battle coming behind him. Blanford's down the road already, 2.7 seconds away from the rest of the field, pulling away. And let's see whether Adrian can do anything at all about Truman. Let's see, more importantly, whether Truman even knows they're there. it might be a surprise to him when Ben Adrian gets alongside if he can out of this corner. We know he can get a good run because he's already got through down the inside at this part of the track as well. He has a look over his shoulder because we mentioned earlier, he's in the difficult position of having to defend and attack as Blanford puts in the fastest lap of the race, as 47.4 for him. So yeah, Ben Adrian has to do the defending and the attacking, as we see the 27 of Daniel Parsons. He's in the middle of a sandwich as well, which has got Jack Burgess on the back of it. It's Burgess and they're both trying to hunt down the 69 machine of Callum Foster in front, who retired from the previous heat with barely turning a wheel of that number 69 machine. He was out on the opening lap. Time's about to elapse at the top of the screen, so Blanford's going to come through in a few moments to get the last lap board. I think he's already come through, actually. Last lap is shown, but I don't know whether he's picked that one up on timing or not, or whether they're actually going to go through for another lap. Certainly on the top of the screen, it's saying last lap. So we're going to see for Blanford now. I don't think the board was held out, so we'll see whether we go again, because I think we could potentially get one more at the end of this one. I'm not sure it's going to be the last lap, and it's going to give more opportunity, certainly for this battle between Truman, Adrian and Goff for second place. Behind them, Jared Fox-Whiteley still close enough to pick up any scraps if this battle goes the wrong way, but certainly not close enough to make any sort of attack. The checkered flag awaiting up on the top of the gantry. The leader came through early. He's going to take the checkered flag. Lucas Blanford to exit 3 from 3 in a surefire pole position for the final. Truman's going to hold on, is he, from Ben Adrian, who tries to pull out over start finish to 10th between the two of them. Lewis Goff gets P4. Fox-Whiteley will come through a distant 5th in the end, although does set his fastest lap on the last lap of the race, with Leon Barlow getting past Melissa Adrian for 6th. Ben Horner gets back to 7th, having had that off in the early part of the race into the tyres, having led the first part of the opening lap. Tom Nottingham and Callum Foster complete the top 10 then, with Daniel Parsons and Jack Burgess holding off Isaac Parkinson. And then we have Sonny Morgan and Oliver Fabricius, who have both gone into retirement. We saw Morgan off on the outside of the turn 3 corner. Fabricius called into the pit lane, unfortunately, for a mechanical failure on his machine. So it's Junior Pro Kart and Minimax in the bag for their heat number 3. We've got a couple more races in terms of heats. We've got heat 4 for Hondas coming up, heat 3 for Micromax, and heat 3 for Junior Max before it's time for the finals. The first one of those will be a B final in our Honda class, such as the size of their grid. They're going to have a B final runoff, but we're not going to be able to sort the results for that one until Honda Race 4 is sorted. So the top runners are going to go straight into the A final. The B final will then have the second half of the grid, with half of them then progressing onto the back of the A final. We are going to have a short interlude as one of our guest classes makes their way out, but in around about 8 or 9 minutes time, please be back with us for Honda race number 4.
So one of the things very, very important here in karting, especially in grassroots motorsport, is the fact that we have scrutineering. Now this serves multiple purposes, one of which is safety, paramount for any driver competing. But there's also technical regulations that these drivers karts need to adhere to. We've got some of the Minimax drivers actually coming in. Lewis Goff, who actually won one of the championships last season, is in this crowd, along with Harris Roberts, our very own Ken Block, because he runs with the Hoonigan livery on his kart and also on his race helmet. So you can see that they're filtering in. It's every session. I'm going to have a little bit of a further walk down the paddock, so you can see all the awnings are up. People are making their way towards the pre-grid, and that's very, very important here. These paddock areas are where people set up shop for the weekend, whereby you'll have campers, you'll have awnings, you'll have cars, you'll have carts, you'll have people over here fettling, getting things ready, making sure gear sprockets are the correct ratios, tyre pressures are correct. With the weather conditions the way that they've been over the course of the weekend so far, what that has meant, we've had inclemental weather, which means wet weather tyres have been very much case in point, as you can see on the number 19. That's Sandro Ballesteros moving into junior. Right, actually, come on, let's get him on. Sandro.
No, I've got like bread all around my lips.
Oh, well, never mind. Oh, this is Sandro Ballesteros, a very, very good friend of mine. How are you keeping, mate? You well?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Just had the documentary release. Well, no, it's the end of this month, actually.
Quick shameless promo plug there. But you're running in Junior Rotax this weekend, but you're also moving into the Junior Saloon Car Championship that the CKC actually has a partnership with. Is this sort of like your final hurrah in karting this season, is it?
Well, I'm just planning on dropping down a few of the rounds. Since I'm doing JSCC, obviously, it's can't come every round. Some clashes, it's like ridiculously more expensive than karts. We can't really do both. I don't really think anyone could, but we can't really do both. So we're gonna have to just drop it on the rounds we can, kind of. Mostly due to clashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping well, I'd say. So I don't think it's just more. I think it's just more of I'm just taking it as a bit of fun now rather than a final hurrah in karting. I don't think I'll fully go to cars. Well,
no.
I am fully going to cars, but you know.
Well, you and I both know that. I mean, your mum and dad, Tony and Kerry, keeping themselves busy, especially with your dad with the gun in his hand, as always, whenever I see him at a karting track. But also, karting's very good in terms of building your strength up for cars when you're going into the JSCC this year, aren't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Them cars are quite heavy to turn. They're really heavy to turn. They're not that heavy where it's like painful, but you'll feel it if you do a whole day of it.
Well, Sandro, we'll let you get back to it. Sandro Ballesteros from X-Kart, racing in Junior Rotax this year. Also, in this paddock, now, the funny thing is, I've seen, we've got Bradley Shepherd racing here. He's running a few drivers this weekend, but Lucas Blanford has just signed with Team Hard Academy. He's running in Pro Karts. Mind your backs, guys, because there's a kart trying to get through, as you can see. It's a hive of activity here in the paddock. As you can see, just have a look at that. That is the man, the myth, the legend that is Wales' very own Harris Roberts. So there you go. And there's his kart in all its splendour. Was a very competitive driver last year. Looks to be doing the same here as well. But realistically, the way things happen here, with this kind of championship, you really get that family feel. It's a warm, friendly, inviting paddock. It's always, we're always here to help here at the CKC and the JKC, and that's paramount for the drivers and also for the parents. We want to make sure the drivers come in with smiles on their faces, and that to us here speaks volumes. If the drivers are enjoying themselves, despite what racing might bring them on race day, you can very much be guaranteed every time they get behind the wheel, the visor goes down, the red mist comes on, there's a big smile behind that visor, I can tell you that much.
Welcome back to Fulbeck. We are currently awaiting heat number 4 for our Hondas. We have got a couple of guest classes here, which is why we keep going to the hold screen and running through some CKC and other things as well. So we are focusing on CKC and JKC with guest classes. They may dip in throughout the year on the package. On the screen though, we've got our grid for Heat 4 Honda. Max Wheatley will start on pole position alongside Jack Collinson, who's had a tough day so far, but now has a chance to redeem himself from P2. Harry Samuel and Lewis Hall will go row 3. Max Gretrex and George Ralston on row number 3. Larry Price starts 7th alongside Amy Peacock. Stanley Clark and Ralphie Branscombe complete the top 10, with Max Gilman and Harrison Roberts on row 6. Max Lewis starts 13th alongside Isabella Stanzamore-Wilson, who didn't start heat number 3 because one of her wheels fell off with a bearing failure, so she has a chance to come back now from P14. Tom Percock starts 15th on the inside of row number 8 alongside Bobby Pete, with Alex Lynn and Alfie Forrester on row 9. Thomas Potter starts 19th alongside Ethan Charles, with Joshua Owen and James Winstanley on row 11. Rio Wardley and Freddie Hauser on row 12. And then our final runners in this mixed grid, with James Fabricius, Cameron Tipping, Max Williams on 27th. Look for him to come through alongside Scarlett Percox. Isaac Huburn and Max Hauser complete the 30 runners in our Honda Cadet class. And there is our grid making their way, getting ready to come out. The 12 there, Max Wheatley. He's going to start on pole position. He's going to be looking to make the most of this first corner here at Fulbeck with this long run down to that right-hander at the end of the track. We're going to see whether he can get it stopped and get out of there in the lead. Of course, with the Hondas, we've got 41 runners, and most of them will all compete 3 heats, and then it's a case then of the top 20 going straight through to the A final. Then we're going to have a B final in around about 40 minutes time. As we see Amy Peacock there have a visor lifted up so we can see it. Most of the drivers being quite shy at the moment with their visors down, although the sun is coming down towards the far end. 51 Stanley Clark gives us a thumbs up. See there in the background as well, see in a few moments, that's Harris Roberts. Look for him to come through the field as best he can from the 6th row here at Fulbeck. Our runner from 4th place in the championship last year, our highest ranked returning driver, starts on the 6th row here for this heat. Look for him to come through. It really has been a mixed day. There hasn't really been a huge amount of standout drivers, with the exception maybe of James Fabricius and Harris Alley. Both of those two have scored well in every heat. With most of the other drivers, they've had a good heat and then a not so good heat, so it's really going to be quite mixed up in terms of the final. It's just a case really of getting into that final show, certainly for our drivers, those that expect to be at the sharp end, not just today here at Fulbeck, but throughout the season, as we then culminate at Ella Park in the opening weekend of October. They're the drivers that really have to maximise their points, and with this random grid format, it really does favour consistency, clean overtaking, and just making the most of those opportunities when you're in a race that one of your competitors isn't, is really maximising the points that you get to get you as far up the grid for the final, because you don't take too many points home in heats compared to finals. You don't take trophies home at the end of the day for heats either. The finals are where it matters, and they're the ones that matter in terms of getting onto that grid. So like I say, there's 40 karts, 20 go straight through. There is James Fabricius. He's won races already today, but he is well down the field in this one. This is his heat where he's going to go out of the back third of the grid, with everybody going one race out the front third, one out the middle, and one out of the back. There's Scarlett Percox gets herself ready, and a nice big thumbs up from Max Hauser, and then follows it up with a wave as well, as does the 14 of Isaac Huburn. So we are all the way down. Looks like it's time to perfection by our roaming cameraman down there before we head back out, because the circuit appears to be clear now of our guest class and should be good to go for our Hondas. Guy there just waiting to get confirmation that he is clear to wave them. Clipboard goes up, they'll wave them away, they are out onto the circuit. They're going to get one rolling up lap. That's the tail of the field coming through with Isaac Coburn in the 14, making his way out. They're going to get their side to lap in order to try and get a little bit of temperature in the tyres. It's certainly not going to get them up to full race temperature, that's for sure. I know a few of them in the background just weaving left to right to try and get as much as they can, and then they'll come round, then they'll stop, and the tyres will start to cool down again before that run down into the heavy braking zone for the right-hander of turn 1. So some interesting runners in the middle of the pack to watch out for in this one. Harris Roberts goes off row 6, Max Gilman will go off row 7, Stansmore Wilson will go off row 7 as well. And they're all runners that are more than capable of winning races in this CKC Championship. And they're going to have to come through at least 12 other machines in front of them if they want to take victory in this final. Jack Collinson has gone well in practice days here, not so much so today on race day. The luck hasn't been with him, but off the front row, he's certainly a driver that could potentially spring a surprise here. And if you can get the march on Max Wheatley, who's gone well as well today, whichever one of those two gets round that first corner could well win this race if they get enough of a march on the rest of the field that whilst they're all battling behind, they can just take full advantage and head away at the head of the pack. So it's Collinson on the right, Wheatley on the left. Wheatley taking the inside berth, the more favoured role as they head towards that first corner. We have seen runners go all the way round the outside and sticking out, and that's put them in prime position then for the heavy braking zone down into the turn 2 chicane. Looks like everybody is into position. Race director there with the yellow jacket and crew on his back. That's Luke Powell. We spoke to him earlier. Another member of the crew there as well. Looks like we are clear of most people off the track. We're just waving a few more clear as the 30 runners get themselves ready to go. Look for the board coming up just to the right of on your screen on the timing tower to tell the drivers they've got 5 seconds. The race director looks like he's happy. He's moving away and radioing that we should be good to go here for heat number 4 for our Hondas. Wait for that board to go up in the air. The lights are just off the screen to the right, but they'll go on and then out very quickly. And then we'll be heading down towards turn 1. The board is up, so we're about to go racing in Honda heat number 4. The engine notes rise. There's a bit of creeping in the middle of the pack from the 51 of Stanley Clark, but the rest of the field are away, and it's Collinson who's managed to get away. The 22s to make a good start as well, trying to get in there as well, but it looks like the top 3 certainly through without any issue. Then everybody else, we're 3 wide in the middle of the corner. Looks like it's been fairly clean with the exception of Collinson, who is off from the lead onto the grass, and he's led for about a third of a lap before he's turned round onto the grass and facing the wrong way. Collinson, let's have a quick look at the chicane. We've got a few round there as well. Looks like Alex Lynn is facing the wrong way. Stansmore Wilson is on the grass, and potentially Thomas Potter as well, as Stan Clark's going slowly. Looks like we are clear at that part of the circuit, but a lot of drivers having a lot of problems on this opening lap here of heat number 4. All the yellows appear to be in note. We look like we are clear to go racing once again. Jack Collinson really has not had the most enjoyable days racing here, and this heat number 4 was a real opportunity for him to get some points towards getting onto the final grid, as we've got a driver going very, very wide there. That's the 96 of Ralphie Branscombe. Takes too much curb and he's facing the wrong way, and now he's going to have to wait incredibly patiently because it's the opening lap and everybody's going to come past. There's no gap for him to come back through, and Ralphie Branscombe is going to drop all the way to the back of the field with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 runners. Branscombe, who came over the line well up the field, he was in 3rd place, having made up 6 places on the opening lap, is all the way down at the back of the field now. Once again, Hondas providing entertainment from start to finish as Larry Price and Harry Samuel get well acquainted to each other into the complex section. Price getting right up onto the back. Wheatley then now inherited that lead on the opening lap as Collinson carried too much speed round turn 1, got on the curb and it pulled him in after making a fantastic start. We've got a couple of others in the back. James Fabricius has taken full advantage of that opening lap. He's up to 9th already in front of Lewis Hall and Harris Roberts. So Fabricius, who we expected to be strong here at Fulbeck anyway, this being one of the tracks that he races at on a more regular basis, we knew he was going to be strong here, but he's certainly putting a marker down for the season. And if he's half as good as this at all the other tracks, he's going to be one to beat this season, that's for sure, is James Fabricius, already up to 9th, potentially even going to make a few more places up when he comes over the line this time. He's right, looking on the back there of Ethan Charles. He's 8th, so he's not going to make up any on this lap, but he's certainly close enough to make inroads as the leader bounces over the curbs into the first complex of corners. Larry Price has got past Harry Samuel, but then takes too much curb, bounces wide, has to get on the brakes, loses second place, then regains second place. Will Samuel get back alongside? Price is going to have track position as he runs round. So Larry Price made a mistake, lost the position, but it has handed a little bit of respite to Max Wheatley. The gap was a 10th now. He's got at least half a second as Larry Price just carried too much speed into the chicane and bounced it over them curbs. Top 10 as it stands then: Wheatley, Price, Samuel, Grettrex, Ralston, Gilman, Charles, Fabricius, Roberts and Hall, the top 10. With 3.5 minutes gone already. It's a 77 we see of Max Grettrex sticking on the back of Harry Samuel. And now Larry Price comes to the inside here as Wheatley takes the much wider line as Max Gilman and Ethan Charles argue about 6th place, and in front of them George Ralstrom is backing them all up. Gilman has a look over his shoulder, and Fabricius is going to come down the inside, and Harris Roberts is through the same gap as well, takes a huge chunk of curb, but also demotes Ethan Charles from 7th place down into 9th. So they encounter a little bit of lap traffic into the chicane. That should sort them all out into single file. A few more runners, and top 4 are still pretty much nose to tail, about a second between them. They've not managed to break away. Max Wheatley is holding on here from, looked like he was holding on actually from Larry Price, but Price has got through off camera, and Larry Price is going to lead this final with 3.5 laps remaining. There he is at the front in the red, white and black machine. Wheatley still in second, but now having to defend more than attack because Max Grettrex is all over the back of him. Behind them, Harry Samuel not too far back as well. Fabricius is coming, but he's got to get past Ralston first. Certainly going to try and do that in the next lap or so if he's going to have any chance of closing in. I don't think he's going to make it another victory out of this one. It's going to take a hell of a final 3 minutes plus 1 lap if he's going to catch up at the very least for second place on Wheatley as Larry Price, as they takes a slightly different line through the chicane there. I'm not sure whether he missed it completely or not. We'll wait for a update on that later on, but he's certainly passed Ralston and is moving away from the 99 of George Ralston. He's going to catch up now onto the back of Harry Samuel, but he's got a couple of kart lengths to do the work there. But Samuel, Grettrex and Wheatley battle it out for second place as Larry Price once again takes that slightly more unconventional line of coming all the way to the inside and then slotting back out. Harris Roberts sets the fastest lap of the race as they bounce over the curbs here at Fulbeck. And we spoke about that throughout the day. I think it caught out one of the Rotax runners earlier on where they may have bounced the chain off. But certainly in cadets, you do need to try and flatten out them curbs as best you can. There's some lap traffic in front of them that could play a part in this heat number 4 for our Hondas. One of them, that looks like Wheatley has actually missed the chicane. Max Wheatley from second place. He's certainly not there now. Grettrex is up into second. Samuel third. That's Wheatley in the white cart behind as the 99 of Ralston goes wide. Tom Percox is facing the wrong way down there at turn 1, and he's out of the cart and heading into retirement. The cart's still stationary, but the driver making his way off to the sanctuary over the gravel and onto the barrier. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining here at Fulbeck as the leaders now start to encounter some lap traffic, and Grettrex has taken full advantage of that. Larry Price bought by the lap traffic, and Larry Price's lead of 1 second gone in the blink of an eye. He's down into second place. Matt Grettrex goes up into lead, and James Fabricius in the 91 down the inside of Larry Price. Price closes the door. It was an optimistic move by Fabricius, but he needed to make that move if he wants to take the victory. He needs to get past Larry Price as quickly as possible. Price would much prefer that he worked with him to try and reel in Max Grettrex, who took full advantage of Larry Price's failure to navigate the traffic here at Fulbeck. Closed the gap. They were a second apart over the start-finish line, and then by the time they got 50 metres up the track, Greatrex was through as Price couldn't get past the number 14 machine of Isaac Huburn. Now they're going to have maybe 1-2 laps because the board will come out at the end of this one. I'm not sure they're going to get round. It's 53 seconds. They're already over start-finish. More lap traffic in front of them, though, as they head down there towards turn 1. They're not the 22 then of Harry Samuel behind Harris Roberts. The leader, though, still the 77 of Max Greatrex, holding off Larry Price and James Fabricius. And Greatrex is driving well, putting the kart where he needs to. Harris Roberts then up to 4th at the expense of Harry Samuel. Driver we knew was going to come through the field to an extent. We thought he might get up there towards the front end of the pack, but there's been a couple of changes throughout this race and a few spanners thrown into the works. Certainly that of Larry Price, who looked like he was well out in the lead. Last lap board is out then, and Price tries to come down the inside of Greatrex into that corner, has to back out, bounce over the curbs. Will that give Fabricius the run? Down into the first corner, Price pops out, and on the final lap, down into the corner, Fabricius goes in hot as well and catches Greatrex, side pod to side pod, forces Greatrex wide. He's going to try and hold on now as the 38 of Housego goes round down there at turn 4. Larry Price leads then from Fabricius. Greatrex now looking over his shoulder at Harris Roberts, who comes through nose to tail. Harris Roberts will have to go down the inside if he can. He does, and up into P3. Greatrex gets back alongside, but Roberts should have track position into the complex. Larry Price then leading round that final complex of corners. Fabricius tries to get down the inside. Larry Price, who looked like he'd thrown the victory away, has wrestled it back and crosses the line and wins heat number 4 from Larry Price. Larry Price wins then. Fabricius gets second. Harris Roberts third. Greatrex in P4. Harry Samuel gets P5. Ralston, Gilman, Wheatley, Charles and Bobby Pete complete the top 10 as the remainder of the field come through. In the background, Hall, Williams and Potter gets back to a superb 13th, having been facing the wrong way. Stanley Clark in the background is facing the wrong way as well. The 51, he's going to drop all the way down the timing. He's outside the top 20 as he over the line. No, crosses the line in 20th, manages to salvage it as Alfie Forrester comes through. So drama all the way to the end there in our Honda class, with drivers getting overtakes in the final complex of corners, positions going as well in the place of Stanley Clark, who unfortunately had that incident. Good result ultimately in the end when you look at it for Thomas Potter with his 13th place, given how far down he was on the opening lap when he was in the tyres at the second chicane. Leaders, though, coming through. What a fantastic race that was from Larry Price. He had a 1 second lead at beyond half race distance, couldn't get past the traffic, got backed up, lost the lead, and then on the last lap managed to get back into the prime berth. Takes maximum points then for heat number 4. As Honda make their way off, we've got a couple of carts being retrieved. Tom Percox has been collected from the top end of the track as his dad makes his way up with his trolley. We're back in a few moments' time then with heat number 3 for Micromax. Micromax heat 3 then. We've got 2 more heats before we start making our way into the finals. We've got Micromax, then Junior Rotax. James Tate will start on pole position, looking to make amends for the retirement in heat 2. He's alongside Harry Neeson with Toby Dukes and Aston Brown, the double race winner, on row number 2. Logan Lauder and Alex Jones will start on row 3. The remaining runners, Riley Buckton-Young, Caden Simpson and Jack Hutchinson. Look for Simpson to come through. He's had a good day in terms of pace, but the results haven't shown it, certainly after heat 2 where he was removed from the standings for a technical infringement here at Fulbeck. Have a quick look as they make their way round. It is a rolling start, so we do have to be quite quick as to whether any penalties were applied. Looks like Minimax have managed to make a clean race of theirs. Loads of penalties, though, coming out of that first junior Pro Kart race, with Owen Roberts picking up 5 seconds for an unfair advantage. Same for Sophie Pawsey, 10 seconds more for Pawsey. Harrison Johns gets a 5 second for a front fairing, and then scrutineering penalties for Roddis, Roberts and Brown. Not quite sure what they're for, but we'll try and find out throughout the day. I think a couple of them have been fairly consistent, so it might be tyres, but we'll figure it out at some point. Minis are, as the micros make their way around. That's James Tate in the 20 on the left. The 47 is Harry Neeson, one of our Driven Dreams drivers. He's going to start on the front row on the outside there. James Tate, though, will control the pace as they come through. Just been told to slow down ever so slightly as they make their way through. Looks like we should be good to go, though. Lights go out, we're away and racing then in our Micromax. It's that long run down, and Tate looks to the inside, but he's looking across at Neeson, and James Tate is going to drop Izzy down into third place. No, Neeson goes all the way around the outside, and Harry Neeson leads as Aston Brown gets into the back of James Tate and pushes him through. Has a quick head tap as well. He wants to work with him. Aston Brown, though, trying to make amends and get back into the into second place as Tate finds a way past Neeson into the braking zone. Neeson braked quite early. Tate goes round the outside and through into the lead. Then they're still all nose to tail. Looks like everybody's made it round the first few corners of this lap in this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat for our Micromax class. And James Tate, who had the issues, remember, just prior to lunch when he went off down a couple of times actually, where he was heading towards the lead, went off down at turn 1, then went off very, very badly on the outside of the chicane the following lap, and that was his race in the pan, unfortunately for him. Just wasn't meant to be, but now is out in the lead, and Aston Brown trying to close him in. We know James Tate's got some good pace. Just needs to calm the head a little bit, does James Tate, and see whether he can hold off Aston Brown for the remainder of this race, although we have only just got underway, so there's still plenty of time for Brown. Doesn't need to rush into this. It's Neeson holding off Toby Dukes in third place. Riley Buckton-Young already coming through the field from the tail end where he started this race in P7. He's already up to P5. Caden Simpson is up into sixth now at the expense of Alex Jones. You see them swap round on timing as well. So if they go green down the left, they've moved up one. If they go red, they've dropped down one. And the other colours are, if they go purple, that's the fastest lap of the race, and personal best there noted as blue, as Simpson sort of overcooks it a little bit down there and has to avoid Riley Buckton-Young, so moves offline for Buckton-Young. James Tate already defensive on Aston Brown here, parking that number 20 machine right in the middle of the track. Fulbeck, not a circuit that's overly easy to overtake on. Certainly if you find a kart right in the middle of the track, and James Tate is parking that number 20 machine right where he needs to. Pretty much the circuit here at Fulbeck laid in two halves. There's a big line right down the middle of it, and to an extent James Tate is just driving that kart all the way down that line in the middle of the track, takes the curves on the inside, which is natural, then comes to the inside, sees that line in the middle again, and it's very defensive. They are still carrying a lot of speed though and moving away from the pack behind them, but at some point Aston Brown is going to have to try something different to get through, because James Tate making that number 20 machine about twice as wide as it is just by where he's positioning the kart, and Aston Brown is going to have to line this one up maybe for 2, 3, 4 corners, in fact, rather than taking the little bites out of the cherry. Needs to go to swallow it whole and just make that one big move, but he needs to line it up from 3 or 4 corners back, make sure he's close enough to James Tate. He looks like he could be here, and it doesn't matter here. I don't think how defensive Tate's going to go. Brown's going to try and go round the outside. Tate's looking at him to make sure he's in a position as Aston Brown sets the fastest lap of the race, but it doesn't mean anything if he can't get past James Tate. He's going to have to go round the outside here. It's a long way round the outside of turn 1 at Fulbeck, and James Tate looking left and right, can't get enough, in fact, of seeing Aston Brown behind him. His head's turning round. I was expecting at some point to see it go all the way around like a barn owl. He was having so much of a look at Aston Brown there in order to hold the 57 machine behind him, but James Tate nonetheless doing what he needs to do at the minute to hold off the charging Brown, who's won 2 races so far today. The first one incredibly convincingly by around about half a lap to the rest of the field, as Neeson holds on to third place. They are some 6 seconds behind, but the rest of the field cannot get past the 47 of Harry Neeson, Toby Dukes, Riley Buckton-Young, Caden Simpson, Alex Jones and Logan Lauder, as now Aston Brown comes down the inside. Arm up off the wheel for James Tate, so I don't know whether he got a little bump and run there by Aston Brown into that corner or whether he just overcooked it himself and was just a little bit upset that he'd done so, but we'll find out hopefully a little bit later on if we can, if there's any penalties assessed post-race as to whether it came from that incident or not. But now Aston Brown is through and into the lead. Let's see then how much, if anything, James Tate was holding him up, or whether now James Tate can stick with Aston Brown. Previous lap times for the both of them, 51.5s. Almost identical personal best, a 51.56 for Brown, a 5.67 for James Tate. So we'll see whether they can stick with him now, James Tate, as Harry Neeson continues to hold off Dukes, Buckton-Young, Simpson and Lauder and Jones, in fact, in the background there in the orange as well. So we've got a 6-kart battle for third place. Neeson doing superbly in that number 47 machine just to hold off. He's coming to the inside ever so slightly as well and then taking the kart back out onto the line that he needs to maximise that turn 1 hairpin here at Fulbeck. And behind them, everybody else is just pretty much playing follow the leader. Nobody's going too much for an overtake, although there is a bit of a pop out of the slipstream there by Alex Jones, showing a little bit of impatience to get past Logan Lauder. Comes out of the slipstream at a position that isn't normally favoured. You don't see too many overtakes down there into that left-hander because of the natural run. You don't carry a huge amount of speed out of the preceding chicane, and the driver in front will almost certainly get on the power sooner unless there's a mistake made by the driver in the lead of that battle. But personal bests coming in for most of the runners in this battle as Neeson goes slightly wider than you would normally expect, and that sort of balked his exit a little bit as Toby Dukes tries to go down the inside. Caden Simpson goes very, very wide round the outside, and in doing so loses a few kart lengths to Riley Buckton-Young. He's slotted back in there without losing a place and should hopefully close back up under braking into the chicane. So these drivers in this battle losing around about a second a lap to those in front, but Harry Neeson doing what he needs to do. And at the moment, he's still comfortable. I haven't seen Toby Dukes yet move out and make an overtaking opportunity. We're at 1 minute and 10 remaining. Aston Brown sets the fastest lap of the race with James Tate still sticking round there, but has dropped about a second off the pace of Aston Brown in front of him. So it's Brown, Tate and Neeson, the top three. Neeson driving superbly to hold off Dukes, Buckton-Young, Simpson, Lauder and Alex Jones. Although Jones now has actually dropped off the back of this battle in front by a few tenths of a second. He's half a second back when he was right on the back of Logan Lauder previously. There's some lap traffic in front that might split the pack, certainly as the leading two in this battle for third place come through, although Riley Buckton-Young has managed to navigate it fairly simple. And we're getting reports in that the leader's having some problems. We'll keep an eye on that in a few moments' time, and he's going to come over the line in a few moments, and he certainly is. James Tate has closed right back up here, and reports out there, the eagle-eyed spotters are picking up a potential misfire on the 57 of Aston Brown, and he's looking over his shoulder at James Tate behind him, and quite rightly so, because James Tate now will be seeing the 57 slowing and falling back into his clutches here at Fulbeck. We are going to get the last lap board as it comes round. It can't come soon enough for Aston Brown, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. He's going to have to do to James Tate what James Tate did to him in the early part of the race, and that's park that 57 machine in every potential overtaking opportunity, pretty much line it down the middle of the track, make sure James Tate can't come through. This could be one of the slowest in terms of final laps we've ever seen in the Micromax, just because Aston Brown's going to have to park that car in the middle of the track as James Tate closes in, smells victory, and Aston Brown, as we expected, parks the 57 in the middle of the track. He will come to the inside again. Will he? No, he's got enough for James Tate to not have to drop into the middle of the track down there, which would have ruined his entry anyway. Another look over the shoulder, 0.3 of a second on timing, but James Tate closing right in on Aston Brown through the chicane section. You can see Brown trying, wrestling on exit. James Tate is alongside and into the left-hander with half a lap remaining. James Tate retakes the lead from Aston Brown. Brown with problems with that car, suspected misfire. James Tate doesn't care though, through and back into the lead, having defended superbly in the early part of the race. Aston Brown couldn't do the same with his faltering machinery, and James Tate comes through for a fantastic victory. Arm off the wheel already, takes the checkered flag. Brown holds on for second place, but disappointment for him. He's not going to have a 100% record today. The opportunity there gone with a second place. Out of the final corner, Neeson is going to hold on for third. He does superbly from Toby Dukes. Caden Simpson will get fifth. Alex Jones gets sixth. Logan Lauder and Riley Buckton-Young drops down into eighth place. We saw him up as high as fifth in the middle part of that race. Jack Hutchinson will come through to take P9 in a few moments' time. There he is to complete Micromax heat number 3. Hayden Taylor's been on to the live chat comments. Don't forget about them. Please do get in touch throughout the day, as we will like to dip in and out of them, whether you're at the circuit watching, whether you're one of the drivers, whether you're watching at home, if you're supporting anybody in particular, please do get in touch. Support coming in for Toby Dukes from Hayden Taylor. Watching that one, good result there for Toby Dukes in 4th place. Spent most of the race trying to get past Harry Neeson. Neeson defended superbly and just parked his kart where he needed to in that race. One more heat up for you in a few moments' time, and then we're going to head towards the finals, which will start with Honda B, as those drivers go into their last final shootout to try and get into the main event at the end of the day in our Honda A final. Next up, though, Junior Rotax, heat number 3. Sights of the former RAF Fulbeck there in the background. Grid up on the screen. Then Finley Whiting will start for heat number 3 from pole position. Sandro Ballesteros alongside Jaden Hewitt and Curtis Latimer on row 2. Harry Hurst-Grover and Bartek Filipiak will start 5th and 6th respectively, with Ollie Naylor and Oliver Buckton on row 4. The top 10 then completed by Tom Holden and Thomas Elston, with Sam Stoner and Jacob Vickers on row number 6. Nicholas Ellis starts 13th alongside Maximus Shields, with Oliver Green going off 15th again with his novice plates. Keep an eye out though, Finley Whiting is the one to watch in this one. He's had a good showing in Heat 1, not quite so much though in Heat 2 with the retirement, but he gets the opportunities. We've got a spinner in the background as Maximus Shields skittles a cone. I'm not quite sure whether that was at his own volition or whether he got pushed into it, but also, I'm not quite sure why the cones were still there, but I don't know whether he's going to pick up a front fairing penalty for that one. Hopefully not. But now we've got to catch them back up onto the rest of the pack here before we get going. And there's going to be a little bit of gap. Hopefully we can get everybody where they need to be, but the field certainly is slightly more spread out than what we'd expect. And Whiting, he's not going to know that he needs to slow the pack up a lot because of what's happened behind him. He's just getting himself ready. Let's see whether we can go racing at the first time of asking. I think we've already made the decision to go again on this one. We're going round. We're going to have a second bite at the Junior Rotax Cherry. As you can see in the background there, we've still got a number of drivers still crossing the line in Shields, Latimer and Green. We're just going to have a quick look at what caused that issue for Maximus Shields there, whether he took the cone out himself or whether he had a little bit of assistance. No, that looks like it's Jacob Vickers sliding through to skittle the cone first, and Max Shields then just had hardly anywhere to go, and the cone pretty much just appeared in his eye line there. So wasn't all down to Shields, that one. We did see Vickers skittling the cone, but they'll get moved anyway now, because the rolling start's going to see them go straight through where those cones were, all the way up to the first corner. Looks like we could be better this time. So we're away, and looking in the background there at the 181 of Max Shields, looks like that bumper has dropped from that contact with the cone. So potentially a penalty already for Max Shields, which will be very, very unfortunate when he's not really had anything to do with that cone appearing straight in front of him, but we'll see how that goes as Harry Hurst-Grover on the opening lap. So it goes very, very wide onto the curbs. We've got yellow flags out, and it is the 14 of Hurst-Grover. He had an issue in the early part of the lap where he went very wide, and he's gone now facing the wrong way into the turn 2 chicane. Sandro Ballesteros there trying to catch up with Jaden Hewitt in front of him, the number 18 joining us from the Isle of Man. And Ballesteros does get a good run. Out at the front, though, Finlay Whiting now has a gap of 1.1 seconds with a frantic first lap in Junior Max. So Whiting leads away from Hewitt. Ballesteros, but Ballesteros gets a run down the inside of Hewitt into turn 1. Makes the move stick. Hewitt's going to get alongside again, but he's going to be on the outside for the chicane. Can't see him holding it out round the outside there. Can't see anybody, in fact, holding it out round the outside of there. It just does not work round the outside into that corner, and Ballesteros then up into second. Hewitt down to third. Filipiak is fourth with Latimer, Buckton, Naylor, Vickers and Elston in ninth. Tom Holden a couple of seconds back then in 10th. Max Shields is up to 11th. I think he may incur a penalty with that opening lap issue on the rolling up lap, with that cone appearing through the middle of him. Surprised as well if Jacob Vickers doesn't get one, because he did skittle 2 of them on the way through. Shields only got 1. I'm not sure they're going to be having a competition through the rest of the heat to see how many they can skittle, but we'll see how it goes as Vickers makes a very late dive to the inside of Oliver Buckton into that corner. Buckton complies and lets him go. Vickers with a helmet tap. That's a nice way of saying, please don't come back and overtake me. I'd like to continue going forwards, and if I can take you forwards with me as well, that wouldn't be a bad thing for either of us. I mean, racing drivers are racing drivers. They rarely comply with those sort of instructions, as Naylor goes to the inside of Buckton in the ensuing battle behind that, as Vickers got down the inside as well. And so Jacob Vickers is going to move up to P5, I think. Curtis Latimer will go down into 6. We'll confirm that as they come over the line. That's correct. Buckton, Elston and Naylor, who went for 7th against Buckton. He's dropped behind Elston, getting balked on exit. He's down now into 9th. Holden behind them as well. 2.5 minutes in then of this 8-minute final heat of the day before then we move into the finals. Finn Whiting is leading the way out at the front. He's had an up and down day. He's certainly got the pace, certainly to win this race, certainly to win the final if he can get that kart going in the right direction. But he will have work to do, having picked up minimal points earlier on, as there's a move there down the inside. That's Hewitt and the number 8 of Filipiak getting side by side. Hewitt carries too much speed through there and hands over the position to Bartek Filipiak. Good move by Filipiak, although the nose panel is slightly squiffy as well on entry. I think that's been some slight contact throughout the race, so he maybe just maybe he's missing an R-clip or a bolt there, but now Vickers is going to come down the inside of Jaden Hewitt as well. So Hewitt, who carried too much speed into the complex section earlier on in this heat, as now finds himself going backwards. It's ruined his momentum in the early part of that lap, as now the 56 of Latimer tries to come down the inside of Jaden Hewitt. Can't get down the inside and has to settle, but Hewitt then goes wide down there into the turn 4 hairpin. And now there's a couple of drivers trying to get alongside, and Latimer and the 51 of Thomas Elston go side by side. Looks like Oliver Buckton was going to try and get through into that gap as well. And Maximus Shields and Nicholas Ellis, the Heat 1 winner, are both coming through and trying to catch up onto the back. It's nose to tail. And the leader is off down the road. P2 and 3 are pretty much nose to tail as well. Then the rest of the field all together, and Shields is coming through, and Ellis is going to help him. Nudges him all the way through. Tom Holden's going to lose 2 places. Teamwork there, really, from Max Shields and Nicholas Ellis. They're not in the same team, but they're certainly using the slipstream to work together and make their way through at the expense of Tom Holden, who loses 2 places. Let's see whether they continue to do so. Ellis certainly knows that Shields has got a little bit of pace there as they're trying to work their way through. Ollie Naylor now is the next one, if they can knock that one off and work their way through, as he tries to get alongside Oliver Buckton. That might balk his exit speed as well. Let's see whether we're going to get a double dive down the inside. I'm not sure we're going to get it into the chicane. We are going to get it into the chicane. Max Shields down the inside, gets forced up onto the curves. Will he try and get the cutback onto Ollie Naylor? I think Naylor's got away with that one from the corner, and Ellis has now had enough of looking at the back of Max Shields. Tries to get down the inside into the turn 1 hairpin, has to back out of it and leaves Shields in front, but both of them have lost 2 or 3 kart lengths to Ollie Naylor. In doing that, we've got a driver facing the wrong way there on the outside. That's the 28. Is it of Ollie Green? He's facing the wrong way, puts his arm up there. I'm not sure whether he's had some contact to help him round or whether he's gone off there all by himself. But the way his arm was up, I get the feeling he might have had a little bit of assistance as some of the field made their way through past the lap traffic. Naylor then still in the middle of this one. You can see him there popping out of the slipstream, holding off Max Shields, as we saw that was the overtake move on the previous lap. Number 8 then of Bartek Fulbeck, he's moved away. So it's Hewitt, Latimer, Elston, Buckton, Naylor, Shields and Ellis. Here's the battle now with the 18 of Hewitt. Latimer gets the outside, takes a huge amount of curb. He's going to try and go around the outside. As you know, Hewitt holds on in that position. I thought Latimer was going to try and go around the outside. I don't think we've ever seen that move work. Certainly here today at CKC. I'm sure it's worked at some point at Fulbeck because but you're going to get hero status if you do that one. Ellis tries to get alongside Max Shields. It's 1 minute and 50 remaining as Jaden Hewitt continues to back the pack up, holding firm in 5th place with Latimer, Elston. As Latimer pops out of the slipstream ever so slightly, just to give Hewitt something to think about, bouncing over these Fulbeck curbs into that chicane, and we are still nose to tail all the way down to Sam Stoner in 13th, from Jaden Hewitt in 5th all the way back. And I get the feeling this one is brewing to a very, very intense last lap. Latimer once again pops out. That might ruin his exit round there as the 51 of Elston tries to get, as Naylor goes to the inside of Oliver Buckton. He's through up into P8, is he? Was Buckton going to come back down the inside? Keep an eye out in the background. Who's going to appear first? It's Ollie Naylor. Fantastic move for him. Got the move done in the chicane, managed to hold on all the way around the complex section, and Ollie Naylor then up into 8th. It looked like it was going to be follow the leader as Nicholas Ellis is off from what would have been a reasonable top 10 finish for him. He was up there with Max Shields battling it out to try and get in. He's going to be well down the field in 14th. Latimer is overtaken by the 51 of Elston. Elston, though, goes wide and takes too much curb, ruins his exit and comes back into position. So briefly he was up into 6th. He's back down into 7th. The talking point, though, Nicholas Ellis, who was looking to carry some speed towards the top 10. There's another overtake in the middle of there. That's Elston once again on Latimer. Latimer's going to get balked on exit. Naylor is going to try and go all the way around the outside there. That's a brave move by Ollie Naylor. Gets hard on the brakes. He's opened the door, though, for Oliver Buckton, who's going to come alongside. Buckton has to take a huge amount of curb to take evasive action. Left and right, they're almost going to be 3 wide over start finish. Max Shields thinks about trying to get down the inside of the 2 of them. It has split the pack up ever so slightly as the time elapses at the top of the screen. They're going to see the last lap board on the at the end of this one. I don't really want it to end, but my voice might have to because it's been non-stop action, start to finish, and I've barely had time to breathe in this one. Whiting, though, out at the front has had it fairly comfortable since he got away from the rest of the pack. As we see Max Shields trying to make his way through there now. I think he's back behind Tom Holden as he is the 51 of Thomas Elston bounces across the grass, and he's going to drop well down. He's lost 4, 5, 6 places maybe as Elston. He was in P6. I think now you're going to find him well outside the top 10. Let's see when he comes. He's behind Max Shields, so I think he could be 11th as he threw. He's lost 5 places bouncing over the grass. Top 10 then as we enter the final lap. Whiting, Ballesteros, Vickers, Filipiak, Hewitt, Naylor, Buckton, Holden, Shields and Elston as Finlay Whiting makes her in. When he watches this one back, he's going to think this one has been a serene drive. The pack behind him is where all the action has been at. I'm sure Finlay Whiting doesn't care, though. Comfortable victory for the 81. Makes amends for Heat 2. Bounces himself over the line in elation. Ballesteros is going to get second. Holds off Vickers at the line. Filipiak's going to get 4th. Then it's going to be this intense battle. Who's going to get 5th? Well, Jaden Hewitt hold on from the rest of the pack. Let's see. No, Naylor's got him on the line. Ollie Naylor with a superb race works his way through the field up to P5. Hewitt gets 6th from Buckton, Holden, Shields and Elston, the top 10. Latimer manages to only come home 11th, having run in P5 and 6 for most of that race here at Fulbeck. Bounced over the curbs on the exit of the turn 4 hairpin and drops a number of places. Adie's been in touch on the live chat saying, go Finny man, number 81, he's just picked up a victory, so I'm sure you're very, very happy with that. Emma's been on saying, come on Harry Hurst Grover, unfortunately he's finished in 13th place after an issue on the opening lap, saw him facing the wrong way. And Good luck, Tom Elston, as well. That is the heats done then here at Fulbeck. And we have got a B final coming up in about 10 minutes' time for our Hondas to see which of the those runners that have not scored in the top 20 can make it through to the final show for their A final at the end of the day. Then we've got finals coming up for Micromax, Minimax, Junior Rotax, Junior Pro Kart as well before we come to a close at around about 5:15 this evening here at Fulbeck. The sun is with us, and I hope you will be for the rest of the day, as we see the drivers down there having a quick chat, just asking how they've gone. And most of them actually looking at each other's lap times there. I think that was overall. I think lap times were probably about a second slower than what they would have been under normal race trim. They just spent most of the time nose to tail and arguing over anywhere from 5th down to 13th in that one. It was an intense battle throughout the through the race. So, like I say, hopefully you'll be with us for the rest of the day. We have got another interlude now of around about 10 minutes while we have a guest class. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time then with the B final for our Honda Cadet class. See you soon. Welcome back to Fulbeck. It's time for the Honda B final. Here's the grid up on the screen for those drivers outside of the top 20 in points, and it's time for their last dance to see whether they can get through to the main show at the end of the day. Rio Wardley starts on pole position with Ralphie Branscombe alongside Sam Howell and Ayrton Rye on row 2. Lewis Hall and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson start on row number 3, with Stanley Clark in 7th alongside Cam Tipping, with Jack Collinson in 9th. Alfie Forrester completes the top 10 on row 5. Mason Webster and Thomas Percox start on row 6. Sam Hayes starts in 13th alongside Elliot Dimelo, with Max Hausigo and Isaac Huburn on row number 8. Max Lewis starts 17th alongside Joshua Owen. Scarlett Percox and James Wynne Stanley complete the 20 runners then in this Honda B final. The top 10 going through to fill places 21 through to 30 in the final at the end of the day. Just a couple of big names in this one as well that have had some problems in the early part of the day. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson will start in 6th place, having not amassed any points out of one of the heats here, because she had that wheel bearing failure, which meant she had to retire. Stanley Clark's had some issues as well. He's looking to come through. So the top 10 in this race are going to make it through to the final. And we'll see whether any of the big names miss out in this one. There's Lewis Hall in the 44 machine. Circuit looks fairly clear, with the exception, I think we've got a couple of carts being collected out there on the circuit. There's Stan Clark, who'd had that off at the end of the previous heat, that potentially, if that hadn't have happened, he wouldn't be in this B final. But as it stands, he is, and we'll see How he goes. There's Mason Webster. Will he give us a little wave? No, he's having a little dance instead. There's Thomas Percox, who retired as well from the previous heat down there, who was running quite well. And there's Sam Hayes. So all the drivers in this one, looks like a few of them had actual problems throughout the day. Just having a quick look at the comments. Someone saying, when are Honda Cadets? Well, this is Honda Cadet now, but I know you're looking out for Larry Price. He's already made it through to the A final at the end of the day, so that's going to be in around about an hour's time. So I'm about to go racing soon as the camera gets it down to the back. So on pole position then will be Rio Warderley. Looks like we should be getting these out. We are green at most posts around the circuit. I think we should be good to go, though there's a yellow out down at the far end of the circuit, but hopefully that's just to slow them down when they come round into position to get gridded up. So they should be clear to go. See the number 11 there on the right of Sam Hayes. He's going to be starting in 13th position, looking to make his way into the top 10 and get into the A final in this race. We should be good to go now. I can't see why we've got any reason not to go racing here in Honda Cadet 200. Their B final is rolling out onto the circuit here at Fulbeck. Remember, 20 runners in this one. The top 10 make their way through as Ralphie Branscombe goes off already onto the grass. Does manage to keep that car facing the right way, though. And he's managed to save it. He's going to roll through into second place. He's going to go off the outside of the front row then. So it's going to be Wardelli on the inside, Branscombe on the outside. And that run down to much smaller grid than this time for Hondas. It is the only 20 runners, of course, rather than the usual 30 that we've seen in all of the previous races, with our drivers taking in a 3 out of 4 format so far today. Now we try and see which of these runners can get through. Now, with this really, and I've mentioned it a few times here at Fulbeck, not just today, but throughout the times racing here, you've got to get round the first lap. And it's the same at most tracks, but here at Fulbeck, you really do have to get round the first lap. The first corner, that long run down, is always treacherous. Then, as the field concertinas together under the heavy braking zone of the second chicane, we've seen in the past where, in the previous race, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson was off. Thomas Potter was off, and they've both come back through. He's gone straight into the A final. Stansmore-Wilson with the issues in that previous, in Heat 2, where she couldn't start because of the bearing failure, means that she is out of, going out of P6 here then in this B final. Looks like we are going to roll everybody into position. Final few words of advice from Mr. Wardelli there on the left, having a quick look up, pointing up to where the lights are. Some of these drivers have not been so close to that red light so far, and it is a case of looking up towards it. We are mostly into position. Looks like everybody has been cleared off the circuit. We should be away and racing. So there, and you see on the right there in the 90 of Collinson. He's had some issues throughout the day. Let's see whether he can get himself into the main show in around about an hour's time. Everybody seems to be clear, and they're being beckoned to clear it a little bit quicker. We need to get this race going. 8 minutes then plus 1 lap in this Honda Cadet B final. 5 seconds is up. Red light is on. We're away and racing. It's a good start then from Wardelli. He's got away, but Branscombe as well. Branscome's going to try and come to the inside and swap sides. He was on the outside. Now he's going to come to the inside. Can Ralphie Branscombe get it stopped down the inside on Rio Wardelli? He does. Most of the front runners, though, go very, very wide in the heavy braking zone of that first corner. Most of them trying to get their bearings from being up there at the front of the field as Stansmore-Wilson tries to get round the outside. We know she's had some problems throughout the day getting the kart through that first chicane. Let's see whether she can make her way through in the early part of this race. We are looking out for the top 10. The win doesn't matter in this one. There's no points at stake in this B final. It's just a second chance opportunity to get into the final. We're looking for the top 10. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if you get in P1, although that will put you 21st for the A final, but you just need to be in the show at the end of the day. We will unfortunately be losing 10 runners at the end of this one, and one thing you don't want to do is throw anything away just for one more place, because you could potentially not even make it into the final. Top 10 then as it stands in this 8+1 as Stansmore Wilson gets alongside Ralphie Branscombe and up into third place. So it's going to be Wardally, Howell, then Stansmore Wilson, Branscombe in fourth, then Rye, Hall, Clark, Collinson, Tipping and Forrester currently in the final position to go through into that A final. Rio Wardally though leading the way, has a look over his shoulder back to Sam Howell. Stansmore Wilson is in the background. Stanley Clark goes down the inside of Lewis Hall, so that looks like it's Clark all the way up now, could even be up into P5, and I can't see Ayrton Rye in the middle there as the 79 of Forrester slides very, very wide in the hairpin down there at turn 4. And wait for them to cross the line. Like I say, it's the importance now of getting it through into that A final, into that top 10, and you don't want to throw it away. Just having a look out the window, having a look, Rio Wardley was leading over the line, but Sam Howell now is the driver leading it through the chicane, all the way round the outside, actually, of Wardally there with a great move hard on the brakes, but then leaves the door open. Off camera there, we saw, and they're side by side. And I'm just having a look out the window. Stansmore Wilson could be getting a run as we see Collinson up into 8th place. Down the back straight they go, and there is out of the window, there is a change for the lead. Isabella Stansmore Wilson then takes advantage of Rio Wardley and Sam Howell coming together almost side by side into that first corner as Wardley made the move on Howell into that corner down at the far end of the track, and Stansmore Wilson took full advantage. Up into 4th place comes Stanley Clark with, looks like, Ayrton Rye. Lewis Hall's in there as well, so they're still all in the top 10. In this Honda B final, trying to get through, trying to get into that top 10. The final berth currently occupied by Sam Hayes on timing. He's now up into 9th. Cam Tipping is down into 10th. He's the driver in danger of not making it through at the end of this race. 5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap as Collinson tries to make a late move down the inside of Ayrton Rye for 7th. That's Cam Tipping. He's the driver in 10th place at the moment, with Alfie Forrester and Mason Webster behind, and still close enough is Forrester to try and get there as there's a parent there pointing frantically at his driver to just look forward and go as much as he can. Stansmore Wilson though has managed to get through as we pretty much expected of her. Out of character to find her in the B final, but that was down to a mechanical, and Jack Collinson from 8th place is facing the wrong way, and he's down now outside the top 10 behind Alfie Forrester. That's going to put him in 11th. He's got work to do. He's got the ability to come back through, certainly in terms of pace, but he's going to struggle now outside the top 10 at half race distance. He's got a couple of positions to make up. Let's have a look where he drops down to. It's definitely 11th, I think, over the line there for Collinson. Not a trouble-free heat again for Jack Collinson. He's not had a clear run so far today in his 3 heats and this B final, and now he's got work to do. He does only have 1 driver to get back past, but still got to make the move and got to get it to the end for Jack Collinson. We are beyond half race distance in terms of time. We'll have that, obviously, that 1 lap at the end as well to add on as the board will come out. Out at the front though, Stansmore Wilson, as we were saying, out of character because she was out of position in terms of the points she scored because she didn't take any part in one of her heats due to a mechanical fault on her kart on the opening lap where one of the wheels came off due to a bearing failure. So now she will be looking through to start the final in 21st place here, and she's off into the distance, 3.4 seconds as Rio Wardally holds on from Sam Howell as much as he can. It looks like Howell has actually got through there. And once again, though, Wardally decides to take a very tight line as he scrubbed off too much speed, which is going to allow Stanley Clark to close up down into the chicane, although not a favoured overtaking opportunity, although Wardally is much tighter than expected as Stan Clark comes through the chicane section. All of them have a quick look over their shoulder. Wardally is much tighter through there, and Clark will look to try and take advantage. Goes to the outside. Will he get the cutback? But that's going to put him on the outside for the next complex of corners. Has a look over his shoulder again. Everybody very conscious of where they may fall back to in terms of getting through to the final. If they make a move that sends them down the field. We've seen in the past drivers where they've dropped almost all the way to the tail end of the field if they go off in a position where they can't get back on safely and they have to wait incredibly patiently. As we see some of our runners further down the field making their way through. Collinson then is back inside the top 10 now, and it looks like he might even be going for P9 down the inside of Cameron Tipping, and he's through back into the top 10 now for Jack Collinson. If he does get through to this final, you can't say he hasn't worked for it because he's had to overtake people, then he's spun, he's overtaking more people to get back He's not had an easy day of things so far. It would be nice to see him back through and into the A final to see what he can do then in that main show at the end of this race meeting. Obviously, round 1 of the Cadet Kart and Junior Kart Championship here from Fulbeck. Still got about an hour's racing for us though here before we bring this day to a close. Thank you for joining us. Please do get in touch. The comments are coming in saying, come on Ayrton. Ayrton Rye currently in P7, looking like he's going to end up in the final here in a minute and a half plus 1 lap's time as Cameron Tipping and Alfie Forrester battle it out for the final place in the A final here. And at the moment, it's Cameron Tipping holding off Alfie Forrester. Tipping in front there in the blue kart. Forrester behind in the white as Forrester tries to duck out of the slipstream to dive down the inside into that turn 1 hairpin at the end of the circuit. I think it might make that move a little bit more forceful in a few moments' time when the last lap board comes out. Runners are going to get through and they're going to get another 2.5 laps at this because the leader, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, already making her way around the complex and up towards start-finish as Tipping goes defensive already, knows what's at stake here to get this kart into the final. And Alfie Forrester trying to do everything he can to get through there, and he doesn't want his race day to come to an end too early. 30 seconds on the clock, so Stansmore-Wilson will see the last lap board when she comes through. You can see her there in the background going into the turn 2, into chicane 2. As Forrester runs very, very wide. Cam Tipping holding off the gap, a couple of tenths between them. Forrester trying as hard as he can, sliding wide out onto the curbs, really pushing that 79 machine to try and close back in on the back of Cameron Tipping. Now he's going to try and cut to the inside. Not a favoured move as we've seen. I don't think we've seen anybody down there unless somebody's made a mistake. Forrester, though, working incredibly hard right on the back of Tipping. Needs to stick with him, though, through this final complex of corners and get a good run out of the final complex. Round the final corner on the left. The last lap board is out, so this is going to be a final opportunity for any of these drivers. And he's dropped back a few kart lengths. He's not going to be close enough into the chicane section. And there's the 8 of Sam Howell coming through. Second place at the moment, 6 seconds behind Stansmore-Wilson. There's your leader. Down the intermediate straight into the left. Half a lap remaining then for Stansmore-Wilson to take the 21st place on the grid in the final, having won this B final. Worked her way up from P6. Goes into the complex at the final end of the circuit. Comes through Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with 2 more corners to go. She could almost get out and push this one over the line and into the A final. Stansmore-Wilson recovers from a difficult day to make the main show at the end of the day. The A final and 21st place for her. Howells will start 22nd. Clark makes it as well. And then let's see whether the other runners for Collinson, Tipping and Forrester, let's see where they come. Sam Hayes is going to be in the A final as well, as is Ralphie Branscombe. He comes over 7th in front of Ayrton Rye. And in the background, Cameron Tipping holds off Alfie Forrester to get into the A final. The day, unfortunately, is over for Forrester, Lewis, Webster, Dimolo, Huburn, Owen, Howsigo and Percox. They will drop out in terms of on their race day. And it is all over for them. So getting themselves into the final, Stansmore-Wilson, Howell, Clark, Hall, Wardally, Hayes, Branscombe, Rye, Collinson and Tipping will join the tail end of the A final in 21st down to 30th place respectively for them. Now it is on to the main finals. We've got Micromax, Minimax, Junior Rotax, Junior Pro Kart and the Honda A final to come as well in the next hour or so here at Fulbeck. The front few taken off towards scrutineering, the remainder of the field sent round into the holding area at the end of the lap. So I say the top 10, they'll go through. With the remainder, they'll be going home. But we'll look forward to seeing them back here in a month's time for CKC. That one will be at Wilton Mill. And Stansmore-Wilson, I'm sure I've seen there getting a pat on the top of the helmet down there in the holding area. I think we might have a driver potentially stuck as well. We'll see where they come through. So next up, though, for our racers here at Fulbeck is the A final for Micromax. Aston Brown will start on pole position with Harry Neeson alongside Riley Buckton-Young and Toby Dukes on row 2. Alex Jones and Logan Lauder on row number 3. Jack Hutchinson starts alongside James Tate, who won the last race but retired from the previous one, which sees him down starting in 8th in front of Caden Simpson, who has shown good pace today but unfortunately fell foul of a technical scrutineering earlier, which saw him lose all of his points from the second heat, in which he finished in 2nd place. So unfortunate for him. Just having a quick look out there. Looks like potentially Aston Brown, just looking at that kart there, looks like that might have had an engine change after the issues he had in the previous one. I know they were looking at various issues. Looks like they were changing the spark plug. Then they had a quick look at the battery. Looks like that they haven't managed to find a quick solution to that, so they've just taken the entire engine off and replaced it, although there are a few of them actually finding a way onto the grass. Looks like Brown went on there, and Riley Buckton-Young as well is off onto the grass, and it's took him a while actually to get back into position as we break away from some kart action to do some plane spotting here at Fulbeck. Looks like one of our... doesn't take much to sway the camera guys here at Alpha Live away from the karting action. So if they hear the sound of a plane, they will spin the camera around and up into the air. It's not the first time we've gone plane spotting at certain venues around the country. We do a fair bit of that actually, and we'll see a few more at the end of the year at Ella Park, because there's a parachute place just over the road from there. So we see plenty of planes going over for that one. We don't quite get the camera to zoom in far enough to see people jumping out of them, which would provide plenty of entertainment during the downtime between races. But nonetheless, Micromax are out. Riley Buckton-Young is going to retake his position on the 2nd row. He's managed to get back from his excursion onto the grass on the out lap. And the first main final of the day here at the opening round of the Cadet Kart and Junior Kart Championship here from CKC is underway. We're away and racing. It's a good run then down, and Harry Neeson's got a good run on Aston Brown. There's contact between the two of them, and Brown almost gets fired off onto the inside at Riley Buckton-Young, but they all live to fight another corner at the very least, and Buckton-Young is going to try and take advantage of Harry Neeson and trying to get alongside there into the chicane section. We know how difficult Neeson is to overtake. We've seen that in the previous heat where he managed to keep almost the entire field behind him in that 47 machine, parking it superbly in the middle of the track. Out at the front though, Aston Brown bolted already off into the distance. Let's see whether James Tate, who did incredibly well in the previous race to stick with him, can come through the pack early enough to try and stick with Aston Brown, but it looks like he's gone. Riley Buckton-Young gets alongside Harry Neeson. A little bit of bump and run, and Neeson off onto the grass and round for Harry Neeson. Forced onto the grass by Riley Buckton-Young, and he's going to go all the way down into 9th place. Hutchinson comes round the outside of him. Both hands off the wheel for Neeson. Disappointment, he's on the grass. Riley Buckton-Young got alongside, left him no space at all, ran him all the way out. Neeson kept his foot in as well, and that was always going to end with one of them facing the wrong way. Unfortunately, it was Neeson all the way down into P9 now. Damage limitation now for the 47. He's got to try and catch back up and hope that the pack in front continues to battle and just backs themselves into him, but the gap back is going to be around about 7 or 8 seconds. Warning then for Riley Buckton-Young. Not sure whether that's just going to be a slap on the wrist or whether that's going to be a time penalty incurred for him, but we'll check that one out throughout the rest of the race and see whether that one pops up on timing later on as we look for any potential issues in these finals that may play a part, certainly in the top 3 when it comes to handing out the silverware at the end of the day. The top as it stands though, Brown leading the way from Buckton-Young, Lauder in 3rd, Tate up 4th, Jones, Dukes, Simpson, Neeson and Hutchinson then the top 9 as Neeson starts to try and make his way back onto the back of this battle. There's your leader already coming through, Aston Brown. Whatever problems he had in the previous heat, I don't know whether the engine changes sorted it. Certainly it's found a much sweeter spot for that kart because they tried the plug, they tried the battery, and after that it is pretty much a case of just swapping the entire power unit on that. It doesn't take too long actually. Couple of bolts, get them off. They didn't have a huge amount of time actually for our Micromax. They only had the Junior Max heat. One of the guest races as Tate comes through on Riley Buckton-Young, and then the B final in Honda, so they only had about 20 minutes to get that engine changed real good work there from Team Brown to get that sorted, as Riley Buckton-Young may be giving up third place as well to Logan Lauder. James Tate has come through, but by the time he's made his way through from 8th place up to 2nd, the race leader is already 7 seconds away down the road, and it's going to take a miracle for James Tate to reel that one in. It's going to either be a second a lap that he's going to reel it in, or it's going to have to be a problem for Aston Brown. We don't wish that upon anybody, but I'm sure that's what James Tate is hoping for, because Aston Brown 7 seconds down the road at the moment, as Tate has managed to break away from this battle for the final step on the podium here. Round 1 of CKC. It's the Micromax class, the first time they've raced with us on a full season basis, having guested at a round last year. They're with us for the full season, so if you've got a Micromax, come and join the party. Some fantastic racing so far, which has seen Aston Brown take 2 race victories. A second in a race he had some problems with. James Tate took full advantage of that, and now he is off on his way, continuing to pull out the lead, the fastest lap of the race, as Logan Lauder goes to the inside and up onto the provisional final step of the podium at the expense of Riley Buckton-Young, with a great overtake down there into the turn 1 hairpin, and Buckton-Young may even lose 4th place if he's not careful. Alex Jones carries a good bit of speed and maybe a little bit of contact there on exit as well, as Jones tries to get alongside Buckton-Young. Hopefully no penalties applied, because it doesn't matter where you finish. If you're not 5 seconds away and you pick up a penalty, that is a problem. A driver off there in the tyres, actually. Let's see if we can figure out who that is. That's down at the first corner. The yellow flag is out as Aston Brown comes through. Looks like it could be Jack Hutchinson. It is. So Hutchinson goes off. The yellow flags were out. Now they're back in again. So Aston Brown may have had to slow down, although he still managed to set a 51. So this will be the lap he comes through that he might be a little bit slower, because he's had to slow down because of that yellow flag. And he's going through past some lap traffic as well in Hutchinson down there as he goes into the second chicane. Riley Buckton-Young trying to hold off Alex Jones. Alex Jones right on the back of Buckton-Young, but Buckton-Young has dropped away from Logan Lauder in 3rd place. And Buckton-Young looks like he's struggling actually on entry into that corner, as Caden Simpson makes a late dive to the inside of Alex Jones. That might balk his own exit to Toby Dukes tries to get on the back of Caden Simpson. It's still nose to tail from 4th down into 7th place in this Micromax final. And now Buckton-Young and Alex Jones are side by side, and Jones gets the run and goes right the way around the outside of Buckton-Young up into 4th place. And the gap 1.5 seconds to Logan Lauder in front. Now, can Alex Jones start to reel in Logan Lauder, or will he fall back once again then into the clutches? Riley Buckton-Young held 3rd place as Caden Simpson gets a good run alongside. They're going to be side by side, although Simpson will be on the outside. He's going to have to be very brave, and he is, right the way around the outside of Riley Buckton-Young. You don't see that move very often, but when you do here at Fulbeck, it looks absolutely sensational. All the way around the outside. It takes bravery, it takes skill, and Caden Simpson gets the 77 stopped and moves up into 5th place as Aston Brown sets the fastest lap of the race once again, a 51.188, out in the lead at the moment, 8.5 seconds almost from James Tate. In fact, he made almost 2 seconds on that previous lap to go up to 10 seconds. James Tate slowing slightly, as the battle we really want to look for now is that Lauder is starting to close in on James Tate. James Tate a lot slower on that previous lap. Toby Dukes tries to make a move down the inside of Riley Buckton-Young, and will do so. We can't get alongside in the same way that Simpson did. And we look now, the battle for 2nd place. Logan Lauder already on the podium and moving away from Alex Jones behind. But not just moving away, but also moving closer to James Tate in 2nd place. 9/10 was the difference when they came over the line last time. And Logan Lauder certainly has a target in front of him to look for. James Tate with not the same sort of luxury, with Aston Brown being a lot further down the road. The gap was 9/10. Let's see when they come over the line this time. It's actually gone out to 1.5. Tate's managed to stem the tide, and in doing so, it's the fastest lap of the race. A 51.096 as Riley Buckton-Young holds off Toby Dukes. Dukes trying left and right, but can't get alongside Buckton-Young. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining then in this Micromax final here at Fulbeck, as we head towards the first trophies of the day then. Also, points are on the game. It's a championship, of course. You don't win championships at round 1, but you can certainly put yourself in the right position to do so. Obviously, we run a drop score provision, so it's not all over. It's not quite like Formula One, where every point from every race counts. You are allowed a drop. So if you're not able to make a round or something like that, and we'll just have to see how it goes. So drivers that make every single race, they might not be able to, they might not score some of the points that they wanted. They'll just drop their lowest score. Drivers that can't make a round and score 0, won't matter quite so much, but then all the rounds that they do attend will count towards their championship. And one driver who's certainly starting the season in the correct way is Aston Brown. He's out at the front with a gap of 10 seconds, having won 2 heats already and looked like he was on course for a clean sweep of victories here at Fulbeck in the opening round of CKC. Missed out, though, in heat number 3 to James Tate, but now comfortable out in the lead. And looks like he's still working incredibly hard. Looking at him just out the combox window, he's bouncing over the curb still. Risky strategy, but he's got plenty of cushion. Back to James Tate as Logan Lauder, Alex Jones and Caden Simpson all set their fastest laps, their personal bests in this evening sunshine now here at Fulbeck. The sun starting to come down a little bit more, and this is going to be a bit difficult later on for some of the drivers. Although it is over to the left-hand side of the circuit, but as they come down towards this braking zone now, the later we go into today, the lower that sun's going to come, the harder it's going to be for our drivers to be able to see their apexes hit their braking points. None so much of a problem, though, for Aston Brown. He's going to get 2 more laps at this one with 36 seconds remaining, 50.839. Once again, the fastest lap of the race for Aston Brown. Continuing to push despite having an unassailable lead at the moment. Doesn't want to throw it away, though, as James Tate slides the 20 round. He's still pushing, has a look over his shoulder, sees the gap, feels some comfort back to Logan Lauder, who has a similar gap back to Caden Simpson, who, similar to James Tate, has had to come through the field. And potentially, if he hadn't have had that technical infringement in heat number 2, could have been a lot higher up the field, because he wouldn't have had to start so far down in this heat, down in 9th place, right the way down the tail end of the field in this final, but now is up into 4th. Still coming under pressure, though, from Alex Jones there in the background for 4th and 5th, respectively, with Buckton Young, Dukes, Neeson, some 36 seconds off the lead after that incident on the opening lap, which saw him facing the wrong way. Out at the front, though, the leader, Aston Brown, up into the second chicane, gets the kart stopped in there, still bouncing over them curbs here at Fulbeck. We know that that's the quickest route, although on the last lap of the race, doesn't want to do anything silly and throw it away. Has been continually setting fastest laps throughout this race. Now really just enjoying himself, and he's going to enjoy the final half a lap of this Fulbeck circuit in Lincolnshire. Round the final right, round the final left. The first final of CKC 2022 is won by the 57 of Aston Brown. We wait for second place then. James Tate looks comfortable, but he's still got to make it round the final complex of corners. Then it looks like it's going to be Logan Lauder. James Tate comes through, adds a second place on the podium to his heat win. Logan Lauder will complete the podium with a fantastic P3. Caden Simpson comes through in 4th, holds off Alex Jones, and they're side by side over the line. Riley Buckton Young holds on by 100th of a second from Toby Dukes. And then it's going to be Harry Neeson to come through in 8th place. And I can't help but feel how deflated he's going to be after that opening lap. He's going to come through in P8, take the checkered flag for Harry Neeson. Jack Hutchinson will come through as well in a few moments' time to complete the grid here in our Micromax class. And there's our marshals at all of our posts here today at Fulbeck in all of our finals. You will see them at the end of each race displaying the yellow and the blue flags in support of the atrocities that are currently happening over in the Ukraine. And I'm not going to go too deep into that. The message itself says absolutely everything. So I'm going to just have a little bit of silence as we see them flags and the rest of the drivers coming off the circuit at present. Circuit is clear though, and the next class out onto the circuit will be our Minimax. Lucas Blanford then with an almost faultless day sees him on pole position with Brandon Truman alongside on the front row. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Adrian share row 2. Melissa Adrian and Lewis Goff on row number 3. Leon Barlow and Ben Horner row 4. Tom Nottingham and Daniel Parsons row 5. Callum Foster and Jack Burgess will start on row number 6 with Isaac Parkinson, Sonny Morgan and Oliver Fabricius, the 15 runners. And Lucas Blanford, whilst he has scored maximum points so far, hasn't had a faultless day because he's had a couple of penalties on the front fairing, although he has been so far down the road that it hasn't caused him a huge issue in all of those. And the one that he has, the driver that was second picked up a penalty as well, and that gave him the victory back because the driver in third wasn't within 5 seconds of the leader, so he dropped back into that position. So Lucas Blanford, and certainly in this one, shouldn't really be picking up a front fairing penalty off pole position, because in his mind he wants to see the lights go out, distinguish and disappear from the rest of this Minimax grid. We'll need to slow them down though, the rest of the pack trying to catch up as they go through, and we are going to have a second bite of the cherry. The back of the pack certainly not close enough to get that one going cleanly, and they did seem to be carrying a lot of pace around that final complex of corners, did the front runners in Minimax. It is obviously the leader's prerogative to sort of gauge the speed, but they still can't go round there flat out and far too quickly, because we do have to get everybody into formation before we go. So we're going to have another try at our Micromax. If you are watching and you are looking out for somebody coming up for their final, please do let me know who you're looking out for. Send in a message for them and I'll try and get it read out onto our live chat and see if we can give them some luck heading into the finals here then. Fulbeck, Minimax are out on circuit. Then we're going to have a short break before Junior Rotax. Another short break, then Junior Pro Kart and the Honda A final. As they come through a lot slower this time, and we are going to go racing this time in our Minimax class. And Lucas Blanford looking down, he could get sandwiched here between Jared Fox-Whiteley and Brandon Truman, and Fox-Whiteley is going to lead round the first corner. Blanford gives him a little nudge into the rear quarter panel there. Hopefully that's not going to cause him a front fairing penalty. He's going to try and dive down the inside into the chicane, and he retakes the lead after a fairly slow start. That kart not getting away. We've got a driver facing the wrong way. That's the 39 into the first chicane there in our Minimax. Let's just have a quick confirmation on numbers. We'll see that when it comes up on timing in a few moments. That's Isaac Parkinson facing the wrong way into the second chicane. The yellow's out and then back into position as he manages to regain his composure and rejoin the circuit here at Fulbeck. 10 minutes then plus 1 lap in our finals, and we are over the line for the first time. Blanford, Fox-Whiteley as Truman makes a late dive down the inside. Almost arrived from yesterday to get past Jared Fox-Whiteley, but then had to get it stopped as Fox-Whiteley closed the door into there, and that has allowed Blanford and more opportunity to move away at the head of the pack. So it's Blanford, Fox-Whiteley and Truman, the top 3. Goff behind, then Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow, Melissa Adrian, Ben Horner, Tom Nottingham and Callum Foster completing the top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley then in second place. Brandon Truman got almost alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley. It's not always easy given the camera position down the far end of the track. We're about to cut to a roundabout. Keep me waiting, now, there we go, as they cut to that camera to gauge how close they are alongside and whether they're doing. Lewis Goff there almost overcooks it, takes too much curb, and then will now go defensive so that Ben Adrian can't take advantage down the inside. I don't think he's lost a huge amount of track position, just 1 or 2 kart lengths on Truman in front of him, and he should be able to close that one up in a couple of braking zones if Truman is then balked by Fox-Whiteley. Gap to the leader is 1 second, so Blanford is moving away as Truman does finally get past Fox Whiteley with a good move down the inside, then has a helmet tap because he wants some assistance, because they do know they have to work together if they're going to catch up with Lucas Blanford. He's been in a class of his own so far today, and it will need them to punch each other along, punch a hole in the air and take full advantage of everybody working together. But everybody needs to be compliant. Everybody has to stay in line together, because if you're going to work together, you have to stay in line. If you start chopping out and changing positions, you ruin the whole purpose of working as a train. And when you're together like that, the front cart punches a hole in the air, and the rest of them, they go through it, and it does make them go quicker, because normally the air gets punched through and then it tries to suck the cart back as they continue to work together to push forwards, but they have to do it. And there's Lewis Goff down the inside. The train isn't going to work if you keep overtaking each other like that, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to work together if you want to take the victory. And it looks like most of them now have seemed to have conceded that Blanford is in a class of his own today here at Fulbeck. We are only 3 minutes into this final, but he's already almost got a gap of 1.7 seconds. Truman starting to pull away from Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley coming under pressure then from Lewis Goff. Ben Adrian behind as well, and there's Goff making a late move down the inside. Truman takes a wide line as well and chops across the front. Lewis Goff up into third then. Fox Whiteley now has a look over his shoulder, drops off the podium here at Fulbeck. Ben Adrian behind. And then Leon Barlow as well, sticking with them. That's your top 6. Then there's a gap of 2.5 seconds back to Melissa Adrian. She's battling with Ben Horner and Oliver Fabricius. As there's contact there between Lewis Goff, and Lewis Goff chops aggressively across the track. Contact with Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley's going to drop 2 positions then, is he? And there's contact between Fox Whiteley and Barlow. And they're both off, facing the wrong way. Barlow's on the grass. Now Fox Whiteley is as well. And Fox Whiteley is going to drop all the way down, well outside the top 10, and pretty much now has conceded this one, parks up on the grass, lets the entire field through, and Jared Fox Whiteley, having been forced out by Lewis Goff, then gets alongside Leon Barlow, both of them facing the wrong way. And I wonder how the race director and the clerk of the course are going to see that. Lewis Goff picks up a contact warning. That's for the exit of hairpin 4. So does Jared Fox Whiteley as well. And we're going to see how this one panned out. Before this, we saw Goff get alongside. Then Fox Whiteley's fallen all the way down the back. He gets alongside Leon Barlow, sticks his nose in down the inside. Barlow didn't know it was coming, and both of them head off onto the grass. Really feel for Leon Barlow there. Didn't know that that one was coming. Jared Fox Whiteley did get a good run out of the corner and get alongside, but it was a move where you really needed the driver in front to know you were coming and to be compliant. The top 3 then as it stands, Blanford down the road. Won't know quite what's happened behind him as Lewis Goff takes advantage of Brandon Truman, leaving the door open. What an invite for Lewis Goff, that by Brandon Truman. Don't think he knew that Goff was quite so close. He left the door massively open. Truman then back down the inside, as you were 30 seconds ago. He's back up into second. Goff into third. Ben Adrian now right behind. Ben Horner up into 5th, with Melissa Adrian, Oliver Fabricius in front of the recovering Leon Barlow. Some 10 seconds now down off the lead. We are well beyond half race distance with 4 minutes remaining. Battle for second place. These 3 drivers, Truman, Goff and Adrian, battling it out for 2 steps on the podium. As it stands, as Blanford is well down the road as Goff. Down the inside again. Truman leaves the door open. Not for the first time. On the last lap, he did it into the chicane. They're coming to. Goff this time leaves the door open, and through they come again. Make your mind up, gentlemen. Where do you want to be? Second or third? They keep overtaking and then leaving the door open again. And let's see whether Goff's going to come back down the inside. Ben Adrian is going to pick up the pieces of this one. If these 2 keep battling it out, he could get on. He could get second here, because there's overtakes with almost every corner. Goff's going to get a good run out here. See whether they can get alongside down into that first chicane, although I do think it's more likely to be just lining it up for the hairpin. Let's see whether Truman's quite so inviting this time as Lewis Goff, or whether he's learnt from it as he looks over his shoulder. Not close enough, actually, this time from Lewis Goff, that Truman has to defend as Goff picks up another warning, or that could just be a repetition of the first one, more than the fact that it's a second one. But we'll find out later on with that one. We'll have a quick look at other events going on in terms of timing. I've had confirmation that is a second one for Lewis Goff, so don't know whether the first one was just a warning and then that one will give a penalty. So we'll see how that pans out. Might be a case here that Ben Adrian doesn't need to overtake him to get on the final step of the podium there with Lewis Goff. Not afraid of using the side pods, that's for sure, in terms of an overtake, and then did a bit of a Sebastian Vettel, didn't he, coming out of that hairpin 4 by moving across on the other kart and Jared Fox-Whiteley, and that concertina effect then was part of the reasons we had the incident later on in the lap between Fox-Whiteley and Leon Barlow. Both of those drivers still running, as we see the 94 of Burgess holding off Parsons, Morgan, Parkinson in the background as the 25 of Morgan goes very, very wide. In the background, we see Jared Fox-Whiteley starting to now move back through the field. He's just got past Isaac Parkinson for 14th place, trying to then, there's at least 3 karts in front of him that he's hoping to pick off. That'll take him up into 11th, as they're all fairly close to each other. So that's Burgess at the front with the 94 machine, Parsons, Morgan, and then Fox-Whiteley now on a damage limitation run, hopefully back for him. 11th is probably about the best he can hope for time-wise, given that we've only got 1:45 remaining plus 1 lap, as Truman holds off Goff for second. Blanford out at the front, still pumping in reasonable laps in terms of time. The fastest driver on track there last time, Ben Horner, in the 12. There he is, right on the back now. We've got a 4-kart battle, have we, for the 2 steps on the podium. Ben Adrian drops a couple of kart lengths back off Lewis Goff, but he is still there. Ben Horner, the 12, keep an eye out because he's got some good pace. The kart coming to him with 1 minute and 15 remaining. Much quicker than those in front of him. Half a second on the previous lap. Bit between his teeth and closing in. We're going to have 3 more laps of mini action because we've got 1:10 remaining and lap times of 47. We're going to see them round at least twice before the last lap board comes out as Horner bounces over the curbs. It looks like now our drivers have chilled out a little bit for second down into 5th, have they? To just get themselves ready, get themselves calm, chill out, because they're going to need a calculated final lap if they want to maximise their point score here at Fulbeck. As Goff goes down the inside of Truman, he's not read the script of wait until the final lap, and he's through into 2nd place. Truman then down into 3rd. Might not need to do too much though if Goff, one of them penalties, is going to incur a penalty in terms of an additional couple of seconds. That might see Goff drop all the way down from 2nd into 5th. Will we wait to be seen on that one? 16 remaining, so the last lap board will be out for Blanford when he comes round. He's already heading down the back straight that the drivers are about to go on to. As Fabricius and Adrian both set fastest laps. Look over the shoulder from Lewis Goff. Truman not quite as close as he had been on previous laps, but still enough that Goff has to go slightly defensive. Not as defensive as Ben Adrian did behind, though. He knows Ben Horn has joined the party here, albeit late in the race, but you only need to be there right at the end to be able to take the spoils home at the end of the day. Leader is already in the complex section. He'll see the last lap board when he comes through. And for Lucas Blanford, it's been an almost faultless day. There he is. Keep an eye out from the background, though. Unless Blanford does something silly or his kart decides it doesn't want to take him all the way to the top step, he's going to take the victory here. But now it's which one of these 4 drivers are going to fill the final 2 steps on the podium. It's Goff and Truman at the moment, as Truman sets a personal best, as does Goff, as they open up a slight gap back to Ben Adrian, who's there close enough to pick up the pieces. Goff, incredibly defensive into the chicane, as you would expect. You're not going to leave the door open on the final lap of the race that you may well do earlier on. He will probably do the same down here. Parks the kart in the middle of the circuit. That's allowed Adrian and Horner to close right back up. The pace noticeably slower for our Minimaxes on this final lap, but it's what Lewis Goff needs to do. Gets the kart stopped. The leader's through. Lucas Blanford, 100% record for him today here at Fulbeck. Starts CKC how he wants to, as Goff holds off Truman on the line. That's your podium. Blanford, Goff and Truman. Adrian, Horner, Fabricius. Leon Barlow recovers to 7th, getting past Melissa Adrian for 8th. Then it looks like we're going to have Tom Nottingham and Callum Foster completing the top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley will be behind in 11th place. He comes through. Not a bad recovery for him in the end, having spent most of that race actually facing the wrong way on the outside of the complex section, waiting for the rest of the field to come through. Then it's Burgess, Parsons and Parkinson in front of Sonny Morgan on that final lap. We've got Tom Nottingham off on the final lap. And that actually looks like it's after the checkered flag, because he's taken the checker And I'm not sure whether he's gone off on his own in the excitement that the race day is over up there at the end, or whether he's had a helping hand. And the problem, if he's had a helping hand, is that there could potentially be a front fairing penalty if somebody's actually run into him up there that could have been incurred after the end of the race, but still counts as a deduction. So interesting to see what happens up there as our field make their way through. So just having a quick look at everybody coming off and see where they stand at the end. So Blanford, Goff and Truman as it was on the line. We'll see whether there's anything applied later on in that one. There was no penalties applied in our Honda Cadet final, in the B final, which means that the top 10 all go through into their positions for that one. And we'll wait to see if there's any others that come through. But interesting race for our Minimax there, all the way through as well towards the end. The top, second through down to fifth was where all the action was at. I'm sure Lucas Blanford won't mind that we barely saw any TV time of him because he was miles away down the road. And it is a compromise for our drivers. You either want to take victory or you want screen time. And Lucas Blanford, he's chose victory here as we see Melissa Adrian. Helmet still on, which is normally the driver's way of saying they're not overly happy, because normally the helmets are off at the end of a race, but she's leant up against the wall there for Melissa Adrian. Looks like the track is going to be clear though, but we have got a guest classed out, so we're going to be around about 10 minutes before we're back for our junior Rotax final. Stay with us, plenty more of excitement to come. Welcome back. Junior Rotax final is almost with us. Maximus Shields then starts on pole position with Sandro Ballesteros alongside Finn Whiting and Ollie Naylor, row 2. Nicholas Ellis and Tom Holden on row 3. Oliver Buckton and Bartek Filipiak start row 4. The top 10 completed by Sam Stoner and Jaden Hewitt, with Harry Hurst-Grover and Thomas Elston on row number 6. Then we've got Curtis Latimer, Jacob Vickers and Oliver Green completing our 15 runners in Junior Rotax. We have had some developments in our preceding classes here at Fulbeck. In the Micromax, the podium has changed. Logan Lauder, 5-second penalty, drops him down into P5. Caden Simpson ends his day in the 3rd place. So the top 3 then in our Micromax class: Aston Brown, James Tate and Caden Simpson. No change, though, in our mini Rotax. No penalties applied to any of the top 10, with Blandford, Goff and Truman confirmed as your podium in the mini class. There's the juniors getting themselves ready to go. The guest class has just taken their checkered flag, but we have got a bit of a clear-up mission, mainly down towards Marshall's post 1, as we see Max Shields there now. Not dancing around as much as he was earlier. The focus now on that first corner for Max Shields. Consistency has been the key to his race day in our junior Rotax ranks. And he's managing to put that kart on pole position with a solid second place, and just picking up the points in his other heats has seen him amass enough to put it on the front row, but not really a massive spread of points in this one. This could go really to any of the top 10. They've just got to get round that first corner as always here at Fulbeck, and then just try and disappear into the distance. There's Jaden Hewitt. He'd like to take a decent result back with him back over the water to the Isle of Man, and we hope to see him throughout the rest of the CKC season. And we do really appreciate the drivers that are making that long distance commitment. I think later on in the year when we go to Lid, I think most of our drivers are going to be making a long distance commitment all the way down to the south coast. Tim Winters has been on, say go for gold. Sam Stoner, keep an eye out for him in the number 38. And looks like Freddie Housigo's been on. He's watching, he's racing, and he's also then watching when he's not racing. He's been dropped a comment in saying, I am cadet number 69. And that is Freddie Housigo. And they've got a trip back to Cambridge, so hopefully they're getting loaded up unless he's out in the A final. We'll see how they are later. I think at least one of them is, the two brothers, so we'll see how they go. The circuit looks fairly clear now, although there is a few marshals still making their way back to the post after that early clear out of our guest class down from the gravel. And, at turn 1 hairpin, there was at least 3 carts down there as a few of the drivers actually walked back to collect their trolleys, and the carts are still parked all the way up there on the exit gate, which has recently been installed here at Fulbeck. One of a raft of changes in the last couple of years here at this Lincolnshire venue, which has seen the introduction of CIK compliant curbs on the inside and outside of the corners, additional in terms of flatter runoffs, additional area on the outside of the hairpin where they've concreted, rather than it being a straight drop into the gravel on the outside of there as well. New catch fencing all the way down the start straight as well. And there's the bit on the outside of the corner. That extra bit of concrete just giving drivers a bit of respite as well. In the back, oh, look at the shadow of our cameraman in the background as well. Chris Simpson there with the moves. And let us know in the live chat comments as whether they're good moves or bad moves. I'll just leave it at the moves, and I'll leave it up to you to decide whether it's they're good or bad here at Fulbeck. Most looks like they've got green, and one of the marshals is actually taking his sweeping brush back in, so it looks like we might have had some gravel or something on the circuit. But we're green at most posts here at Fulbeck. We should hopefully have the junior Rotax final out on the track. We'll then have once this one's in the bag, we'll have a small interlude before we're back for junior Pro Kart and the Honda Cadet A final, which will bring the day's racing here in Lincolnshire to a close for the opening round of the Cadet Kart and Junior Kart Championships. And what an exciting day it's been so far. 7 more rounds, so plenty of action throughout the rest of the season. We look forward to seeing this championship continue to go from strength to strength, as it has since its inception in 2020. As our runners make their way out. A very, very smoky Max Shields, actually, although now he's got that up to speed. It's most of it's decided it's had enough of the engines. We've got a spinner, actually, there in the background. And we'll see whether that closes up. We've got yellow out down there. And we've got, I'm sure we had a spinner in the background. It was a 28. Just getting confirmation of that one in our junior class. So that was Oliver Green. And he's going to take now, he's going to have to catch back up. I think they're actually waving him round the cut through on the outside of the short circuit here at Fulbeck. So he's cut through at the first chicane and joined back on the pack. So that's saved lots of time. And that's hopefully may well get this race underway at the first time of asking if he can close right up onto the back, as Jacob Vickers in 25 throws that kart round and tries to get some heat into the rear tyres. He's going to need it after one of the retirements earlier on to come all the way through. He's got the pace, but he's got work to do. Here we go then. Are we going to go racing at the first time of asking? We are. Max Shields on the inside gets a good run as we've got the 14 of Hurst Grover on the grass. In the background, he's managed to get going without making too much of an issue as Finn Whiting gets down the inside of Sandro Ballesteros. The 7 of Nicholas Ellis comes down the inside as well. There's contact in the background between Ellis and Ollie Naylor. Naylor's on the inside, though. He's going to get that kart stop to move back into 4th place. Looked like Ellis was going to take it as well. He's bouncing over the curbs. Oliver Buckton is one of them, and there's a yellow flag in the background as well. We've got somebody sideways in the chicane. See somebody coming through as we see, oh, the flag's back in now, so it looks like we had a flow runner. Number 8 was in there as well. That was Bartek Filipiak facing the wrong way. He's going to drop down the order. 10-minute final then, and at the moment, Maximus Shields is leading the way from the 81 of Finn Whiting, and Whiting has the pace for this one. He's already come through a couple of races, but he's had that retirement early on. Shields leaves the door open though. Whiting dives down the inside, and Whiting then runs in wide onto the curb. Classic overtake by Finn Whiting. Shields had to back out. He's going to drop down then into 2nd place. Finn Whiting leads the way. Got a driver with the yellow flag out down at this first chicane with one of the, looks like it could be the 18, but we'll confirm that in a few moments on the time and timing. We'll see. I think actually it could be the 14. We've got the 7 off of Ellis is off. That's all the way down the far end near the hairpin. Nicholas Ellis from 5th place is off and into retirement. His race day ends around 9 minutes earlier than he hoped it would do. And also in the wrong place. The 25 of Vickers is off. That was the driver that was off. I thought it was the 18 of Hewitt, but it's not. It's the 25 of Vickers. And you see both of them, Ellis and Vickers, are dropping down the order. So Oliver Buckton, the driver with the most pace in this one, actually, a 47.3. Quicker than most of the drivers in front of him, but has got to find a way through still. Whiting leading the way from Maximus Shields. Ollie Naylor then up into 3rd place, with Sandro Ballesteros dropping down into 4th. Naylor, who's had a good day so far and really took a great advantage earlier on, remember, of that Battenberg flag that came out, because he'd spun earlier in the race and was almost half a lap down. Used the Battenberg as the race was neutralised, closed right back up, made up a few more places, and actually had a really solid race day for Ollie Naylor in the 85 machine from Jacksdale in Nottingham. So one of his closest circuits here at Fulbeck, so it won't be too long for him to get himself home, and at the moment he could be going home with some silverware, so he will have to stick around for another 45 minutes or so for the trophy presentation if he can hang on to P3, and he is starting to pull away from Sandro Ballesteros in 4th place, but the driver to look out for, Oliver Buckton, fastest lap again on the previous lap, over 8 tenths quicker than those in front of him. Needs to get past Ballesteros early, though, in this race, does Oliver Buckton. In his final season of karting, the direction for him already going towards classic single-seaters that he's been testing in the last year or so. And that's the direction they're going in terms of their future race career. Now, the direction he wants to go is in front of Sandro Ballesteros, as Jaden Hewitt, mechanical flag for the driver of the number 18 machine in 11th place. He's going to have to head back to the pit lane. Jaden Hewitt, unfortunate for him, but the mechanical flag is out, and you don't get an option when that's waved in front of you. It's straight back to the pit lane to have whatever it is sorted on that car, and the lap time, the time that you lose, you just can't get back out and make up any sort of position in these short races. So Jaden Hewitt will receive the flag in a few moments' time. And that will, as Oliver Buckton once again pumps in a 50.45.8, the fastest lap of the race, once again for the driver of the 66. Closing in on the back of Sandro Ballesteros, as is Ollie Naylor closing in on the back of Maximus Shields. The gap between the leaders, Whiting has almost a second back to Shields, and the previous lap Shields had 4/10 to Ollie Naylor, as Naylor tries a very late move down the inside but has the door closed on him. Didn't really have a right to go for that move, unfortunately, Naylor, because Shields would have had absolutely no idea it was coming if he'd have thrown the one down the inside, and Naylor does well there to back out and lives to fight another corner. Half race distance then, over start finishes Shields, puts in a personal best, as does Naylor, 2/10 quicker though, Naylor than Shields. Closing right in, bouncing it over the curb. Shields is going to leave the door open there, is he? No, not enough for Naylor to get alongside, unfortunately for him, down there. But then Shields runs very wide over the curbs, and Naylor closes right back up into the second chicane. As they head down then towards turn 3. The mechanical flag still being waved for Jaden Hewitt, still showing in 11th place in front of Harry Hurstgrover and Oliver Green. But we will expect him to have to return into the pit lane ever so shortly for that mechanical flag, which is unfortunate for the driver making the trip over the water. He has shown a good account of himself in the trip over. Hopefully the disappointment of the mechanical flag there in the final won't be too much for him. As we see Josh Vickers still stood with his helmet on, disappointment, but we can see the problem with that kart is that his front left wheel is pointing in the wrong direction, and by that I mean his front right's pointing in completely the other, so that kart isn't going any further. There's the 87 of Tom Holden coming into the pit lane as well. He's going to drop outside the top 10. Harry Hurst-Grover then, who was facing the wrong way on the opening lap, back up into the top 10 as Ollie Naylor goes down the inside of Max Shields and bounces over the curbs. That was more of a case where he had to go over the curbs to take evasive action there, did Ollie Naylor. He didn't really have a choice as Shields closed the door. Naylor was coming from a fair distance back, though, by the look of it, down there into that turn 4 hairpin. 4 minutes remaining in this junior Rotax final. Finn Whiting, 8 laps in, continues to lead the gap, 2.4 seconds, as Max Shields having now to defend second place from Ollie Naylor. Sandro Ballesteros a second further back in 4th, with Oliver Buckton, who had the early pace in this race, but then has now had his flow stemmed somewhat by Sandro Ballesteros, who is defending. You can see it in the background. He's parking that kart right in the middle of the track, holding on here to try and pick up points from Oliver Buckton. Looking over his shoulder, Buckton just can't find a way past Sandro Ballesteros. And whilst Oliver Buckton probably has half a second in his pocket, unfortunately he can't get his pocket open because Sandro Ballesteros is holding it shut. Naylor sets the fastest lap of the race in front of them as he tries to close in on Max Shields. He's right there. He's even willing that kart along, bouncing in the seat, trying to get an extra fraction of power out of it to get him up onto the back of the 18 machine of Maximus Shields in front of him. Bouncing it through the chicane, sorry, the 181 of Shields, just holding off Ollie Naylor. 2.5 minutes remaining. Finn Whiting is 2.7 down the road, having got past Maximus Shields on the second lap of the race, and has then just driven off into the distance, eking out the gap by a couple of tenths per lap. Emma's been on, wishing Harry Hurst-Grover all the best for his luck, and he's actually had a difficult day, but he's come back and he might just grab a top 10 out of this one after the earlier problems he had in the race, the spin down there in the chicane 2. So hopefully he's not picked up a penalty for anything like that, but everybody behind him has actually started to fall away now, with Holden, Hewitt, Ellis and Vickers all into retirement. Green a lap down as well, as we head into the final few laps then of this junior Rotax final. Finn Whiting with it pretty much in the bag, but until the checkered flag drops, anything can happen, and we've seen that throughout the day here at Fulbeck. You do have to make sure that you are facing the right way for the entire race, and you don't want to throw it away, as Whiting then plugs in the fastest lap of the race, the 55.4. Shields has opened the gap now ever so slightly from Ollie Naylor, although Naylor did close up slightly on that last lap, a slightly faster lap, but Shields on the previous one had opened the gap up to give him a little bit of respite. Now Buckton still cannot find a way past Sandro Ballesteros, and this could be a case for Oliver Buckton of what could have been for this final. The pace he had really closing up, as there's some lap traffic there in front, and there's contact, and Naylor is sent out of third place by the lap traffic. Often he manages to salvage it just before he gets in the wall, but Ollie Naylor's third place gone in the blink of an eye. The 51 as well. Elston has gone into retirement. With literally seconds remaining in this final, Ollie Naylor's third place gone. Elston's top 5 finish gone as well. All the way down this field, it's just, I don't even know what to say there on that one. I can only feel sympathy for Ollie Naylor. It was a surefire podium for him in that third place. He's now 5 seconds off Ballesteros and Buckton. Ballesteros then still defending from Oliver Buckton. Now though, instead of it being for P4 and P5, it's for the final step on the podium here at Fulbeck. The leaders come through with what looked to be 2 seconds remaining, so we're going to have 2 more laps of action here at Fulbeck, because the last lap board, if he'd have just eased off for a fraction of a second, maybe coasted a couple of metres down the start straight, you might have seen the last lap board, but it looks like we're going to get 2 more laps of action. Plenty of time then for Buckton to try and get past Ballesteros, who is still defending venomously, but now the stakes have risen as he tries to hold on for 3rd place rather than 4th. And you see there, parks the kart right in the middle of the circuit rather than going all the way out onto the white line, which is the optimum line. Once again, sticks there to stop Buckton trying to come down the inside. Ballesteros, this isn't his first rodeo. He knows how to drive, and he's parking that number 19 machine perfectly. The last lap board is out this time for Finn Whiting. Leading the way, 181 then, Maximus Shields, P2. And then it's the battle for the final step. Ballesteros and Buckton still battling it out. Buckton hasn't really had a sniff since he's closed up. He's not been able to get alongside Sandro Ballesteros because Ballesteros has parked the 19 machine absolutely perfectly. Has Finn Whiting then round the final couple of corners. He's had good races. He's had bad races today, unfortunately, but the good race that matters is the final. Finn Whiting comes through, sees the checkered flag on the gantry, bounces in the seat and takes victory in Junior Rotax. Maximus Shields gets on the podium, and with him will be Sandro Ballesteros, who holds off Oliver Buckton. Ollie Naylor gets P5, gutting for him on what should have potentially been a podium here in Junior Rotax. Curtis Latimer will get 6th place. Behind them, then Bartek Filipiak will come through for P7. Sam Stoner is going to get 8th. Harry Hurst-Grover and Oliver Green, the remaining 2 runners in our Junior Rotax class, will take the checkered flag with Elston, Holden, Hewitt, Ellis and Vickers all retiring from a frantic final here at Fulbeck. Yellow flags out then as everybody makes their way in, accompanied as well by the blue flag. Plenty of clear up because we've got about 30% of the grid needing to be recovered by trolleys and other means. Luckily, a few of them are actually able to get through into the exit gates, and certainly here at Fulbeck, the centre of the track being basically a long corridor back down to the pit lane, does mean that we can get the karts cleared, and as long as they get into that corridor, we are able to get ourselves racing again. So that's Junior Rotax in the bag. 2 more finals. The next one will be in around about 10 minutes time when we're rejoined for Junior Pro Kart. Then we have the Honda A final, which will be our final race of the day, which will bring a fitting close today here at Fulbeck for what has so far been a very, very exciting opening to CKC 2022. 2 more finals to bring us to a close then for JKC and the CKC. Junior Pro Kart out on the circuit in a few moments' time. Maximus Shields will lead us off with a score of 102 points. Christian Oblag will join him on the front row with Conor McCarthy and Seb Pereira sharing the same amount of points, but McCarthy with a faster lap. He will go off P3, Pereira off 4. Pawsey and Frame, same for them, same points, but Pawsey with a faster lap, so he's her 5th, and Frame in 6th. Then we've got Owen Roberts, Harry Roddis, Harrison Johns and Harry Brown. So in the final, those with the novice plates, they get to start where their points have taken them rather than at the back end of the field. So that's why we see Harrison Johns a little bit further down, because Owen Roberts has scored some decent points in his heats, or at least the 2 that he's finished in fact, because he was off on one on the outside of the in the wall on one of them. We've managed to get that kart fixed. You can see the sun in the background here at Fulbeck just about making its way down. Certainly there, it's going down behind the bank further around the circuit. It's still probably got about another half an hour before it disappears out of view. So we will get all of our racing in before the sun sets here at Fulbeck, with 2 more races to go. Max Shields there on the left, then with Christian Oblang alongside him on the right on the screen. Max Shields, this will be his 8th race of the day. He will have also had a practice session in both of his classes at the start of the day. So this is going to be his 10th session. And for a driver that only 3 weeks ago was at the hospital with his broken thumb after an incident at Wombwell, driving with a wrist support on as well, that's really helping him. 2nd place already in the bag in the junior Rotax class for him, looking to add another trophy to the haul today here at Fulbeck with this junior Pro Kart final. Just having a quick look to see whether we've got any indiscretions in our junior Rotax final. We have one, that's Oliver Buckton, disqualified for being underweight. So he's been removed from the standings. That moves everybody up. So Ollie Naylor will move up to 4th, with Latimer, Filipiak, Stoner, Hurstgrover, Green and Elston then classified in the top 10, with all the others down there as either DNF or then Buckton's disqualification. Harry Brown, the 47 kart, as the camera makes its way round him. Harry Roddis in front, Sophie Pawsey there as well in the 77, and the 74 of Conor McCarthy. Maximus Shields then off the pole position berth, having taken 2 victories, and then that race where he was in 2nd place behind McCarthy. They both went off in separate incidents, albeit on the same corner. McCarthy took too much curb, and Shields spun in order to miss him. That handed the victory to Christian Oblag, and that moves Oblag onto the front row berth for this final. 10 minutes of action then, plus that 1 lap that we've had, and then we'll be straight into the Honda final, where I'll be joined by Alex Goldschmidt for that one, to bring us to the end of the day here at Fulbeck. As we say, the sun starting to disappear behind the clouds, but a fantastic day of racing it's been here in Lincolnshire. Round 1 of 8, plenty more to come from this ever-growing championship, as Max Shields confidently slides the 181 up and over the curbs. Standing start, of course, for our junior Pro Karts, running the same engine that the cadets do, albeit with 2 of them on the senior Pro Kart adult frame. So it's a nice step up from the cadet ranks into the senior classes, with the interlude in juniors for drivers aged 12 to 16 years old in our junior Pro Kart class. A fantastic view. The birds as well flying round this Fulbeck circuit in Lincolnshire. I can hear the Pro Karts rolling into position. All of them seem to be in position. Luke Powell gives us the go-ahead. Lights are out and we're away and racing. It's a good start actually from the back row from Harry Brown. He's managed to get round Harry Roddis with a good start, but they can't make any further routes. And Christian Oblang with a flying start from the outside of the front row. There's contact in the background as Amy Frame runs into the back of Sebastian Pereira. Pereira's up, arms are up, then his hands are banging the steering wheel. They're both beached in the gravel. With either of them decide that they want to carry on racing, or are they going to decide that that is up and out for the rest of the day? Looks like the marshal's trying to drag them back on as Shields tries to get alongside Oblang into the corner down there. He's going to go quite wide and hopefully close the door in time for McCarthy coming through. He does, but Christian Oblang leading the way then from Max Shields. He made a good start. Amy Frame has rejoined the fray down the far end of the circuit. Sebastian Pereira's kart being dragged back on the track by the marshal, but it looks well beached in the gravel down there. Yellow flag's out, stationary yellow flag at the first chicane, so no overtaking opportunities unless anybody in this, looks like they're in the background. Harry Roddis goes down the inside while there's a stationary yellow as well. Fairly sure that the race director and clerk of the course are not going to approve of that, but that'll remain to be seen further down the order as to whether he gives that place back or not. We'll see as we look towards this first corner incident. Amy Frame there on the outside. Sebastian Pereira gets on the brakes. Amy Frame straight into the back of Pereira, and as Shields came across in front of Pereira and then braked, Pereira was in the middle of a sandwich, and Frame runs straight into the back, and the 76ers round. Christian Oblang from the race lead. Max Shields as well is out of the top two, and they're going to drop down into third and fourth respectively. Sophie Pawsey's up into second place. Conor McCarthy inherits the lead, and not only inherits the lead, but he's inherited it by about 50 metres. He's miles away down the road now. Sophie Pawsey up into second place. Max Shields third with Christian Oblang. So contact then, it appears, between Max Shields and Christian Oblang. Shields comes down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Oblang should hopefully try and get down the inside there. He certainly hopes so. Pawsey, though, drops back in between them into third place. And Max Shields, who was in second place before, is back in second place now, but he's miles away in terms of track position. 3 seconds almost in terms of time as Oblang gets alongside Sophie Pawsey. She's quite compliant in allowing him through. The pace actually there from Oblang. There was no real point there, Sophie Pawsey defending that position, because it just wasn't worth sort of ruining her own race where she's in the fourth place. A good, strong fourth place as well for Sophie Pawsey, managing to negotiate that first lap incident between Amy Frame and Sebastian Pereira. Pereira shown on timing as 1 lap down, so it does look like he has decided to rejoin the fray, although he is well off the lead now and even half a lap or more beyond Amy Frame. And the gap then for Conor McCarthy back to Max Shields, 6.3 seconds as Shields tries to recover. Oblang behind him. We saw the tail end of that incident where we saw Oblang off the circuit, and then all of a sudden Max Shields appeared in the shot as well, and both of them looks like they've come into contact with each other. Not quite sure who the aggressor was between the two of them, but nonetheless they're both still in this race, both still in a podium position, but both 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, Conor McCarthy, who looked like he was going to win heat number 3 until he went off and handed that one to Christian Oblang. This time it looks like Shields and Oblang have handed one back to McCarthy. And it looks like everybody doing us all a favour in this race. 6 minutes remaining then. 3.5 seconds the gap. And whilst Max Shields has put in the fastest lap of the race, it was only 0.2 of a second quicker, and he needs probably half a second a lap, if not more, to even get on the back of Conor McCarthy in this final, to give him a minute or so at the end, the final lap, as an opportunity to get past the 74 car. Doesn't look like he's going to get there at this rate, as Oblang is sticking with him though. I think in this one, really, I think Shields could have done with Oblang being right on the back of him to push through, but Oblang couldn't get through the same gap that Shields could when it came to getting past Sophie Pawsey a few minutes ago. In this one, as we just catch sight there of the dummy grid behind, our cadets getting ready for their final. 3.5 minutes once again, hardly anything between the 2 lap times. In fact, a fraction quicker actually from Conor McCarthy out the front. So Max Shields, as it stands, looks like he might have to settle for the bridesmaid role as he had in the junior Rotax category around about 20 minutes ago, although this one certainly went a completely different way. That race was trouble-free for him into second place. This one far from it, as he continues to try and close the gap, but as we saw, the gap at 3.5 seconds is going to be quite a lot, and he does need to start taking chunks rather than fractions out of Conor McCarthy's lead, as Christian Oblang shakes his head mid-corner, catches too much curb, and that sends him wide. The gap was 0.6 off Shields. It's going to be much nearer a second this time, I think, when they come over the line. It is, and Shields now starting to dip into the realms of what we spoke about. Half a second a lap quicker is what he needs to be to catch Conor McCarthy. Almost 0.6 on that previous lap. And now it's going to be qualifying lap after qualifying lap speed for Max Shields, because He has to keep this sort of pace up, has to maintain the speed of half a second quicker, has to stay sub 51 if he wants to close in on Conor McCarthy. And then there would be a point where McCarthy looks over his shoulder and then sees Max Shields behind him, and then the looks over the shoulder will become far more frequent, and then the pace generally starts to slow if you're looking over your shoulder rather than looking forward. 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, so we're going to get probably 6 more laps into this one. So it's not outside the capabilities of Max Shields to close this one in. Let's keep a look at the timing. 2.4, another half a second chipped out of Conor McCarthy's lead. And if he closes this one up at half a second a lap, which he has been doing, he will be there or thereabouts when the time elapses, which will give him maybe one shot at the top step of the podium here. But he has to get close enough, and he has to keep chipping away. As Harrison Johns, you see the timing on the left there, he goes green. So in the background, he's moved up into P5. Harry Roddice drops down into 6th, with Harry Brown in 7th, and Amy Frame and Seb Pereira well off the field. But there's Harry Brown, round and facing the wrong way, has a look over his shoulder to make sure that the circuit is clear. It is, but he's going to drop now probably behind Amy Frame unless she's come through. I think she's still there actually behind him, but it's much closer now. The gap was 16, 17 seconds. It's probably now about 5. So Frame can probably try and smell a P7 if she can close in the lap. She's closing in at about 1.6 seconds a lap, so she could be there or thereabouts as well. As Harry Brown overcooks it, there was an opportunity potentially that he was with Harry Roddice, so he was about a second behind when they came over the line, so it would have been quite a closing speed for him to close up there to try and get through into an overtake, because where the start line is and where the first corner is, you have to be carrying a lot of speed to close up 1 second by the time we get into the braking zone for that corner. 2.1 seconds then is the gap, and it's the gap that needs to be closed in by Maximus Shields. It doesn't look like 2.1 seconds, certainly on the screen, but occasionally the pictures deceive as Johns and Roddice get side by side. So they came over the line with Roddice back in front of Johns, and they are side by side down the back straight, and Johns has managed to hold off Harry Roddice as Christian Oblang then puts in the fastest lap of the race. Shields only takes 2 tenths out this time, with Oblang closing in fractionally on Shields in front, so it's 1.9 seconds. So looks like the charge of Max Shields might just be slowing ever so slightly. And the hopes of holding as look at that down at the bottom of the pile there. Seb Pereira with a 50.7, like almost half a second quicker than the rest of the pack. But it's going to be, with him being a lap down, it's just going to be, it's a fruitless exercise, but just certainly proving that he did have the pace to challenge for a podium here today at Fulbeck. Not to be, though, unfortunately, for Seb Pereira, but he'll return another day. And certainly I'm sure there'll be podiums aplenty throughout 2022 for Seb Pereira. 1 minute and 20 remaining then here, so that's going to be 3 laps of Junior Pro Kart action. Max Shields pumps in a personal best, closes the gap by 3 more tenths of a second to 1.6. It's going to need half a second, though, at least, for every one of these laps to be anywhere near making a move on Conor McCarthy. But the closer he gets, the more he's going to believe that he can do this job. McCarthy has drove faultlessly so far in this race, though, to just keep it firm. I've not once seen him look over his shoulder at what's behind him after he inherited the lead following Shields and Oblang's altercation very early on in this race. Inherited the lead and has just driven off into the distance. Slowly, though, he's been reeled in by both Shields and Christian Oblang. They should have been battling it out for P1 and 2. It actually looks like they're going to have to settle for 2nd and 3rd unless some sort of miracle happens here at Fulbeck. Another 3 tenths out of the time, but 3 tenths isn't going to be enough for Max Shields in this remaining 2 laps. He's still pushing, still charging, bouncing it over the curb. You see Junior's not going quite so wide there on exit, as we've seen most of our other classes going right out onto that exit curb. Maybe they don't need to, the speed that they're carrying through. Maybe not quite what it's been in some of the other classes. Certainly the cadets as well. They're able to go through there probably a little bit quicker because they're carrying a little bit less mechanical grip from the tyres. As they come through, the time at the top you see there now has elapsed down to 0. They will get the last lap board when they come round next time. 1.5 laps remaining then in this Junior Pro Kart final. Conor McCarthy leading the way, 11 laps in. It's going to tick to 12 as he goes through and over the line. Will Shields be within a second? Will he be close enough? 1.1. There is some lap traffic in front for both of them, but I'm not sure they're going to close that gap in. I think they might just be enough of space in front of them that they're not going to close in for Conor McCarthy, but we'll see how that one goes. It's Harry Brown in front of them, and he's got a couple of seconds back to Conor McCarthy, so he may well manage to negotiate this final lap without having to incur any lap traffic, which we've seen has caused some problems in previous heats and races in other classes. He might just get away with this then, Conor McCarthy. Down the turn 4 hairpin, heading towards the complex at 5, 6 and 7 for the final time. Inherited the lead in the opening couple of laps following Shields and Oblang's altercation down there at the turn 4 hairpin. Driven faultlessly ever since, though, to take the checkered flag and wins Junior Pro Kart here at JKC. Shields gets second, Oblang then completes the podium in third place. All three of them moving away from the rest of the field after they sorted themselves out following that incident down there at turn 4. Sophie Pawsey should cross the line for P number 4. Seb Pereira is behind, but he is a lap down after that incident that saw him beached in the gravel. And then it's going to be Harry Roddis and Harry Johns battling it out. They've been nose to tail and chopping and changing throughout this race. They're about 20 seconds behind off Sophie Pawsey in that one, but we saw Harry Roddis earlier make an overtake under some yellow flags. So I don't know whether we're going to get a penalty for that as a Unicorn Balloon makes a bid for freedom. I'm fairly sure that one's not coming back down to earth. He's up there. And so what we found today is that our camera guys, they like aeroplanes and they like unicorns. So they're both ends of the spectrum for our camera team here at Fulbeck. And there's some of our spectators and drivers watching on as well for the final race of the day. I'm sure that terrace will be packed in a few moments' time for that final race of the day, the feature event here at CKC for the opening round of 2022. The Honda A final is almost upon us. We're back in a few seconds' time to run you through the grids. Grids then for Honda Cadet will be up on the screen in a few seconds' time as the sun makes a break through there, the cloud. That's juniors up, so we've just seen them, and hopefully we'll get the Cadet grid up in a few seconds because they're already out onto the circuit. There we are. James Fabricius starts on pole position alongside Ethan Charles. Harris Alley and Harris Roberts share row 2. Max Williams and Tom Drake on row number 3. Larry Price and Amy Peacock, row 4. The top 10 then completed by George Ralston and Bobby Pete, with Max Gretrex and Harry Samuel on row 6. Jensen White starts 13th alongside Alex Lynn. Max Gilman and Freddie Howser share row number 8. Nate Gange and Max Wheatley are on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Freddie Lyons and Thomas Potter. Then we get into those drivers that qualified through the B final. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, the winner of that B final, starts 21st alongside Sam Howell. Stanley Clark and Lewis Hall are on row number 12. And then our grid is completed by Rio Warderley, Sam Hayes, Ralphie Branscombe, Ayrton Rye, Jack Collinson and Cameron Tipping. Your 30 runners, the top 20 getting through on points, the remaining 10 getting through out of the B final. And I'll be joined for this final by Alex Goldschmidt.
Well, good evening, actually. It's quite fitting that, you know, despite the delays, we've seen some great action over the course of the opening round of the season and roll on Wilton Mill, but we've got one more still to go. And with, you know, over 40 cadets here coming into the opening round of the championship, David, we've just been blessed with great action. We had that absolute furore with the drivers and drivers changing tyres for Heat 2. I spoke with quite a few drivers. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, she said, my dad decided to make the change and it worked, and she got into the top 10. Obviously, the 3 wheels on the wagon routine didn't really pay well for her later on the day, but she's got through and she was very, very prominent, and I would expect that she's going to make her way up through through the top 20 quite easily, and we could see it battling towards the bottom part of the top 10, maybe even halfway through it, David.
Certainly so. The pace has been there. It's just unfortunate that as she came through, she had that problem that saw her unable to take part in her second heat of the day. Looks like we are fairly clear, and we're clear fairly quickly. 10 minutes on the clock in the top left corner there on the time of our timing tower. Red lights on as well. We're just waiting for the 5-second board, which is up. The red lights are on. They're distinguished and we're away and racing. It's a good start then from Fabricius, but not quite as good as Ethan Charles, who on the outside could be looking to lead this one round the first corner. Will he get there first? Can he close the door on Fabricius? He does, and Fabricius gets the bows chopped off, and Ethan Charles leads round the first corner but then runs wide. Harris Ali faces the wrong way. In mid-part corner, that's Ralphie Branscombe as well as a mid-spin. It looked like Harris Ali was going to run out of track, but actually managed to get it stopped before the tarmac turned into gravel on the outside. And it looks like Alex Fabricius might be back into the lead.
Yeah, got the switch back through the chicane on the other side. I mean, what a move from Ethan Charles around the outside. And look, it's getting a bit tasty out there. Oh, backwards is the number 99. That's George Ralston, and has to wait for the entire field. And the number 8 jumps over the front bumper. That's Stan Howell.
Stansmore Wilson as well. And Branscombe facing the wrong way again as Ralston tries to rejoin the circuit. So Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who we thought was going to try and come through, has now actually got to come through from the back of the pack and will be even lucky to get top 20.
Yeah, Harris Roberts really on a charge. The youngster from South Wales, our resident own Hoonigan. He's doing the old Ken Block routine here. 4th in last year's championship, looking to go for the title this season, and he is challenging for the lead with James Fabricius.
Tom Drake goes down the inside of Jensen White, but then gets a bit of snap oversteer on exit and runs incredibly very wide.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite interesting because Fabricius still leading, Harris Roberts in tow. It's about a kart length and a bit between the pair of them, David. And we know with cadet racing, you and I, from our travels, wait until the last 2 laps because that's when you get the fireworks.
Absolutely, and you see the higher you go, you see the drivers, they do sort of wait and they play it out and they bide their time, and that's when it really kicks off towards the end of the race. We've seen some fireworks early doors in this one. I do expect it to settle down a little bit for a couple of minutes as the heart rate's lower for all our drivers, and expect it to peak again in the final couple of minutes. But in this one, Harris Roberts is actually sticking with James Fabricius, and Roberts, whilst quick throughout the day, hasn't actually looked like challenging for a victory. Fabricius has done fantastic at a circuit he knows incredibly well, as we've got a yellow flag down at post 1. Looks like Ralston facing the wrong way again, unfortunately for him. But yeah, Fabricius at a circuit that he's very, very familiar with. Harris Roberts not so much so. The two of them putting down a marker for the season.
And Harris Roberts now takes the lead going into the next left-hander. Oh, cuts across the front of Fabricius there. Fabricius, as you said, knows this track very well, but Harris Roberts has been waiting, biding time, using Fabricius as a marker. And that's quite crucial because you don't want to be leading the race. You want to be in second. You want to pounce at the right moment.
Roberts then must be confident that he can pull away here then from Fabricius because he's gone early. Fabricius left the door open, potentially not expecting Roberts to go quite so soon down there into that one, maybe expecting him to sit behind and wait patiently, but the two of them certainly have a bit more pace, than everybody else today. Behind them, Ethan Charles sticking with them, confident, and a good 3rd place for him, which saw him start on the front row. Harris Ali in 4th with Max Williams, Amy Peacock, Harry Samuel, Bobby Pete, Jensen White and Tom Drake completing the top 10. Larry Price in 11th, Alex Lynn, Freddie Housigo, Max Gutrex and Rio Wardali coming into the top 15, having been outside the top 20. He qualified via the B final. He's up into the top 15, so into the top half of the pack here at Fulbeck. And that's Harris Ali with Max Williams behind Amy Peacock, who finished 4th in the club championship here in the 160s in the cadet class at Fulbeck, as James Fabricius tries to get down the inside. Very, very compliant there, though, from Harris Roberts. Let him have that one.
Yeah, it's all about strategy because with 6 minutes plus an additional lap to go, you don't want to put all your cards on the table. And between Fabricius and Roberts, they're pulling away from Ethan Charles. The gap is about the best part of nearly 1.5 seconds. Max Greatrex gets a warning from race control in the 77.
I know what Ethan Charles wants out of this, though.
He wants to be on one of the 2 top steps. He'd prefer to be on the top one. That's very much.
He will, and he'll be watching because the gap back to 4th place, Harris Ali, who's doing incredibly well to hold on to 4th place, but is backing Max Williams and Amy Peacock and the rest of them up back all the way into Jensen White in 9th. Now Ethan Charles, he is still moving away from them because Harris Ali is doing incredibly well to hold on to P4. Ethan Charles is waiting, and in his final 5 minutes, he wants to see an overtake, but he wouldn't mind them both doing something silly.
Yeah, just seen a move between Max Williams and Amy Peacock with a 17 going up into 5th position as we're side by side. Who's that round the outside? That's
Peacock hanging Harris Ali out to dry there, and I thought Williams was going to come through as well. So Peacock, who got past Max Williams in the early part of the lap, has also got past Harris Ali. She's got the pace. Harris Ali was holding the entire pack up there, doing what he needed to do to hold on to P4. He's had a solid day, ran inside the top 10 in all of his races here at Fulbeck today. A solid opening to the season for Harris Ali, and now it's whether Amy Peacock can break away, but the gap to the podium around about 4 seconds, and that is a big ask in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order to really sort of subjugate and see how Amy Peacock responds and pulls away from the train behind her. But still, it's toe-to-toe. Fabricius and Roberts bouncing over the curbs with reckless abandon. And I've seen parts of the circuit where Roberts is more aggressive on the curbing. That's actually giving him a little bit of a springboard to try and get past Fabricius. But we've still got 4¼ minutes to go, plus an additional lap. This is anybody's guess as whether Fabricius or Roberts are going to end up on the top step, or could it come to something different?
And they're still maintaining the pace here, despite the fact that Fabricius is being incredibly defensive in the parts of the circuit that he probably knows he's not got the march on Roberts round this circuit. You'll see down this bottom end of the circuit into the complex, he takes his normal lines. Watch him down start finish though. That number 91 machine will be parked right in the middle of the circuit. He will not take the optimum line until the final seconds that he has to. There he goes wide right at the end to maximise the entry, but he does what he needs to do. Still though, fastest lap, personal best for Fabricius. Fastest lap of the race for Harris. Roberts behind. Roberts dips out of the slipstream. Fabricius goes defensive into that corner, already looking over his shoulder. Harris Roberts behind, nose to tail, 3.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and I saw a little bit of a gesticulation from Roberts saying, come on, man, get on with it. And that's exactly what Fabricius needs to do as they bump over the curbs through the chicane. 3.25 minutes to go. Ethan Charles, I've just been keeping an eye on his lap times. He's about 7/10 off of the two in front because they're literally nigh on matching each other. And Harris Roberts, for the last couple of times, has actually had the fastest lap over James Fabricius.
I think he's too far back, though, but he's got enough to hold on to that 3rd place unless something terrible happens to him. The top 10 with 3 minutes remaining. Fabricius and Harris Roberts miles away down the road, although there is a change for the lead off camera. Roberts comes through on timing in the lead, and he is comfortably as well by a couple of kart lengths. Fabricius picks up a warning as well, and Harris Roberts has moved through to the top 10. Roberts, Fabricius, Charles, Peacock, Ali, Williams, Price, Samuel, White and Drake.
Price has actually overtaken Samuel for 7th position on the previous tour, so good going. I mean, Amy Peacock has broken away from Harris Ali, and she, I think it was not this previous lap, but the lap before, she took the best part of nearly 3/10 out of Ethan Charles, but still, time is fast running away here, David. Certainly is. 2 minutes remaining, plus that one lap. Fabricius is going to pick up a warning flag when he comes over the line. Now it's Harris Roberts' turn to park the 45 machine in the defensive lines. Smashes the curb on the entry there into the turn 7. And let's see, he's going to do exactly the same as what Fabricius was doing to him. Down the middle of the track until the final moment. Switches out onto the optimum line. Both of them, though, still plugging in fastest laps. This time it's Fabricius with the fastest lap of the race. Not too far behind in overall lap time, though. Harris Roberts there, less than half a tenth between them. Yeah, there's about 3 laps, including this one by my calculations here, David. It's all going to come down to the last couple of laps. I did say cadet racing is one of the classes that I started commentating on back in 2017. And this is a perfect example of 2 drivers pulling away from the rest of the field. And you can hear the cheers down from the commentary position. They're cheering them on here at Fulbeck. They've been incredibly respectful of each other thus far. And whilst I expect that to continue, I imagine the leniency will probably go a little bit out of the window as the time comes down. The aggression will go up when the drivers know that they've got one final opportunity to take glory here at the opening round of CKC 2022. And Harris Roberts leading the way from James Fabricius, who's had a good run. There's some support going on there as Harris Roberts, once again, parks the machine in the middle of the circuit. They are probably getting round for 2 laps here, Alex. I think they're going to get round before the time elapses. As Fabricius goes to the inside of Harris Roberts. Roberts wasn't expecting that one. He went wide, wasn't expecting Fabricius to go down the inside into the second chicane.
and James Fabricius comes through. I think Fabricius might even be expecting to see the last lap board this time. I don't think he will. I think the time is going to still be there. I think they might have 2-3 seconds maybe when they come over the line. This time they're going to have another 2 laps at this one. It's going to be all the way to the end as Harris Roberts tries a different line, tries to slot one down the inside. We have got still 10 seconds on the board, 2 remaining.
It's getting close to the wire. I think there's going to be a photo finish, but look, they're nose to tail coming through the chicane, down the short chute into the sweeping right-hander. And again, Fabricius, as you said, knowing this track well, is parking the cart exactly where he needs to. He now, I can see a little bit of motivation. He's looking over his left and right shoulder as Harris Roberts looks to go side by side through the next chicane, but the 45 from Merthyr Tydfil denied.
Tried to do exactly what Fabricius did to him on that previous lap. But Fabricius, the 8-year-old from Barnsley in his first year of cadet racing, looks like he's been doing this for 3-4 years. Looks like he's at the end of his cadet career and is ready to go up into minis the way he's driving this Fulbeck circuit. But the 8-year-old holding on from Harris Roberts. The last lap board will be out this time. No time left. Last lap board, showdown time.
Harris Roberts has got to go for it, as Matthias Ekstrom has on the back of his race helmet. It's go hard or go home. He's going to channel his inner Kenner block, and he's trying to go through the chicane. It was side by side, but Fabricius edges ahead into the next right-hander.
Yeah, it looks like there was a little bit of contact there as well from Harris Roberts, but he won't mind. There's got plenty of time, even if he picks up a contact penalty for front fairing. They're well down the road in terms of positions from Ethan Charles, who has a comfortable 3rd place on his hands at the moment, still bouncing over the curbs. Fabricius went very defensive into the chicane, as you'd expect. Expect him to white line it down the inside. He's left the door open. Harris Roberts down the inside, forces Fabricius wide, goes all the way up to the right line. Can Fabricius hold it on? Harris Roberts is going to take victory here at Fulbeck, on the track at the very least. Let's see whether this one will go to the stewards, but we'll be well off before then. Harris Roberts takes the checkered flag on the final lap with a move on James Fabricius. Fabricius left the door open. Harris Roberts parked the kart on the inside, and the podium is completed by an elated Ethan Charles.
Well, let's have a look at the replay, just how Harris Roberts measured it. Fabricius opens the door. There was enough room to get through. A little bit of a bounce over the curbs. A little bit of sidewall rubbing there, but there was enough room for the move to be made. Fabricius will be kicking himself after that one by leaving that door open.
I know he's angry now, but when he watches that one back, he will see there was more than a cart width, including the curb and the rest of the track, for him to finish that move off. Harris Roberts was rather respectful after the early part of that move in giving Fabricius the run on the outside there. Let's see when they come off the circuit. There are your top 2 in terms of podium. Let's run you through the top 10 then. Harris Roberts, James Fabricius and Ethan Charles will step on the podium. Larry Price, Amy Peacock, Max Williams, Jensen White, Tom Drake, Harry Samuel and Max Gretrex complete the top 10. Harris Ali drops down to 11th towards the end, having run as high as P4 for most of that race. And Ethan Charles.
That's what I love about the Cadet Kart Championship. You see someone like Ethan Charles knew he didn't have the pace to measure against Harris Roberts and James Fabricius, but still to get the final step of the rostrum in the race that matters most at a CKC weekend. 3rd place. He's going to be smiling like a Cheshire cat.
Absolutely. He got that fantastic rocket ship start, didn't he? And ran it all the way round the outside, gave them some room, got the power down and led. Fabricius and Roberts came through, but he still had the pace to hold on for 3rd place and was a comfortable 3rd at the end as well. A gap of almost 5 seconds back to the rest of the field. Comments are coming in still on the live chat, just wishing people good luck and saying it was a great move. Go Amy, stuff like that. Thank you for everybody for getting in touch throughout the day for the first time that we've streamed the CKC and JKC championships. Plenty more of action to come, not only from this series, but plenty of others as the moon makes its appearance. The sun has disappeared and has been replaced by the moon. Alex, I know you're going to be here for many rounds this season. I'm going to be here for all but one, I believe. I don't think I'm available to make it up to Rowra, but still, we're going to have a fantastic season this year.
You know, roll on a month's time. I mean, the entries will be open for the members starting early part of next week, and then a week before we head to Wilton Mill, not too far from the home of British Motor Racing, Silverstone. It's going to be a fantastic circuit. It's a great technical challenge. It's got fast sweeping corners. It's got more elevation changes that the drivers are going to have to work with in comparison with the 4 feet we have here at Fulbeck. But it's a great way to start the season. And believe you me, CKC is here on Alpha Live with a bang.
Absolutely, and we can't wait for a month's time at Wilton Mill. It's been a great day here at Fulbeck. Thank you for everybody that's joined us all throughout the day. Thank you to the marshals out there on circuit, the medical team, everybody at CKC and Alpha Live for putting on a wonderful show. And we look forward to welcoming you in a month's time to Wilton Mill. Thank you very much and goodbye.